This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The BBC presents Guilty Party. A problem in crime detection, in which you are invited to match your wits with a panel of experts, John Arlott, F.R. Buckley, and Robert Fabian. First of all, you'll hear the crime play, The Fallen Angel. The panel will then decide on a line of investigation and cross-examine the suspects, who give unscripted answers to their questions. But first of all, here is Joe McCready, private investigator.
Joe?
Yes, Inspector. I know what you are going to say.
You do?
Yes. We're lost again.
How do you manage it, Joe? 1 o'clock in the morning, and all we have to do is find a large private house tucked away in the backwaters of Maidenhead, and where are we? Lost.
Took a wrong turning somewhere.
All we need to do is stop outside one of these big places and ask. Popular we shall be, shan't we?
There's an archway. They said you have to go under an archway. Let's try it.
Straight into Bolter's Lock, I expect.
Oh. They don't encourage people to visit them around here. This roadway has had no attention for years.
Slow down, then, or you'll bust a spring. One thing, it's a glorious moonlit night.
All the more reason why we shouldn't be lost. I say that's a noble-looking pile, if you like.
Mansion converted into flats, we found.
Ah, well, not bad, shall we?
All right.
They can only snap our heads off. But honestly, once you get off the main roads around these parts, you might be in the very jungle. I say, that house must be 4 stories high. Quite some place.
Not as nice close to as it was from a distance. Too modern. Built like a matchbox.
Hey, Inspector, look down the side of the building, on the concrete yard. Do you see what I see?
There's somebody in pajamas.
Yes. Taking a nap or something. Come on, let's see what's happening.
Oh, no. And all I wanted was a nice, comfortable bed.
Come on, stop moaning. The man in pajamas turned out to be a Mr. Leonard Angel. He wasn't taking a nap. He was dead. He lived with his wife in the top flat, and when we eventually made contact with her, which took some time, she was rather fuddled with sleep and drink. There'd been a party, apparently, and Mrs. Laura Angel had been enjoying herself. Coffee helped to sober her up.
Oh, I really am sorry about this, but we had quite a party. When I went to bed, I more or less died.
Your husband did die.
Poor Len, I can't somehow accept it. Only a couple of hours ago, we were all laughing and drinking together. Oh, no, that's not completely true. We weren't really laughing all that much at the end of the party. We had a row.
You and your husband?
Oh, the 4 of us. And poor Len.
Who were these 4 people? No friends?
Oh, they were all partners in the firm. Forward Plastics Limited. There was Len, Johnny Tidmarsh, David Jenkins, and 30 Tremaine.
What was the row about?
Oh, what does it matter? A row's a row. Our parties usually end up in a row. The point is, what's happened to poor Len? You're sure he's dead?
The police doctor's report will be in soon. From what I could see, he died from a fractured skull.
What do you mean he fell and landed on his head?
No. I mean, he looks as though he died from a fractured skull.
But you told me he was lying in the concrete yard.
Yes.
Well, that's strange, because the windows of our flat look out on the lawn.
All the windows?
Yeah. Our bedroom there. Then there's this living room. And that door over there is a spare bedroom. No windows overlook the concrete yard.
Yet he certainly looked as though he'd fallen. To me, anyway.
The roof.
The roof?
Yeah. Sometimes when he's had a few drinks, he goes up on the roof and he does exercises. Says it stops the hangover the next day. Maybe he did that and fell. It's a low parapet on the roof.
But he's your husband. Surely you know whether he went up there tonight?
We had another row after our guests left. So he went and slept in the spare room and I slept in our room.
So really, you don't know what happened?
Oh, I went to bed and died, like I said. I've too much gin. He must have been mad to go up and do exercises on the roof after drinking as much as he did tonight. Just felt in that sort of mood, I suppose. Most time he'd just open the window and take deep breaths and all that. And I'd play merry hell about it. Then, dead. Oh, my God, what's going to happen to me? It's just beginning to penetrate it. And we were quarreling. We said some hateful things to each other. And those were the last words I ever spoke to him. Oh, Len,
Mrs. Angel, do any of the neighbors know you well enough to come and help a little?
No. Only parts of the building are occupied. The other rooms in the house are in the course of being adapted into flats.
Well, is there anyone? Friends, relatives we can call to be with you? You shouldn't be alone just now.
Only my friends. They'll stand by me. Ferdy and Johnny and David.
Well, give me their phone numbers and we'll contact them. I dare say we shall want to ask them a question or two anyway. Oh, this will be the police doctor. Show him in, Jeff.
Okay, Inspector.
Oh, one thing. How does one get to the roof, Mrs. Angel?
There's a ladder that swings down from the ceiling at the end of the hall. The trapdoor in the ceiling has a lock on it to prevent children playing around up there. But Len had a key. I told him it wasn't safe. I told him.
Now, come in, Doctor. Well, what's the verdict?
And the doctor's verdict was that Leonard Angel had died as the result of a fractured skull. He had multiple injuries also, as one would expect from such a fall. On the soles of the plimsolls he was wearing, there were signs of green, muddy slime. We went up on the roof, the trap door to which was open, and the ladder in position for ascending. Where the parapet made its join with the roof itself, we found a narrow line of this same muddy slime, which had collected over the years as rainwater had washed the mildew and dirt into the sides and corners of the roof. At one point, there were slide marks as though someone had skidded. These marks were right above the spot in which we found Mr. Angel on the concrete. A clear case of accidental death, one would say. But in view of what Mrs. Angel had said about a row, we thought it advisable to ask a few more questions. The doctor stated that death had occurred at about 12:30 a.m. The first person to arrive at the flat as a result of our phone calls was Mr. David Jenkins.
A terrible, terrible thing to happen. Poor Len.
You were a business colleague of his?
Co-director. Forward Plastics Limited is the company. We make all sorts of plastic materials. Indeed, if ever at any time you might be wanting some sheets of plastic, transparent or color-printed, we've got some very unusual designs.
Yes, I'm sure you must have. Mrs. Angel said you'd had a quarrel with her husband.
Yes. Pity. We all pitched into him, you see.
Why? What was the trouble?
We'd had a splendid offer for a takeover from one of the biggest plastics companies in the country. We all wanted to accept, but Len Angel wouldn't agree. And our legal agreement inside the company was that all four of us must agree to winding up the company or selling out. Otherwise, it didn't happen.
So now Mr. Angel is dead, you'll be able to go ahead and sell out.
Yes. If there's any bright spot in this tragic affair, that's it. I need the money.
Was the argument very heated?
Well, Ferdy and Johnny Tidmarsh and I did express ourselves pretty forcibly, you see.
What about Mrs. Angel? Whose side was she on?
Oh, on our side. Anything Ferdy Tremaine said, she'd support automatically.
Oh, like that, eh?
Laura's always had a soft spot for Ferdy.
Did Mr. Angel know about that?
Difficult not to know. She'd follow him round the room, looking all sheep's eyes at him. Got a bit embarrassing, I might tell you.
Would you say that Mr. Angel was jealous?
Well, naturally, he didn't like his wife playing up to some other chap, even if he was a co-director. Matter of fact, I reckon that the reason Len Angel was against the takeover was because Ferdy Tremaine organized it.
Now, tell me, Mr. Jenkins, have you ever been up on the roof?
The roof? Here, do you mean?
Yes. Apparently, Mr. Angel was in the habit of doing exercises up there, especially if he'd had a few drinks.
You don't say. Everybody to his own taste, say I, not my idea of fun. But then he didn't drink all that much tonight. Not as much as usual.
What time did the party break up?
Well, seeing that we were getting nowhere with Len, only saying rude things to him, it all broke up early, do you see? About midnight.
Where did you go then?
My home, of course.
You married?
No.
Housekeeper?
No. Woman keeps the place clean, comes in every day for a few hours. I eat out mostly.
So you went back to an empty house?
Empty flat, yes.
You didn't go back to the Angel's flat at all once you'd left at midnight?
Not I. Why do you ask? You're not suggesting that somebody pushed poor old Len and sort of helped him into eternity, are you?
Stranger things have happened.
Well, if it's a question of motive, I don't think you should be asking me questions.
No?
No. Ferdy Tremaine is your man. Why, he's got it always now. He's got the takeover as he wanted it. He's got Laura Angel. He's all right, Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. I think we'll have a word or two with Mr. Tremaine. This is a very sad business, Mr. Tremaine.
Oh, terrible shock. Awful thing. Poor Laura. But where? How? What happened?
We found him lying on a concrete yard. That's all we know.
The concrete yard? Well, had he fallen or something?
That's how it looks. But where did he fall from? Was he in another flat?
Why do you ask that?
It's obvious, old chap. If he'd fallen from the window of the spare room, he'd have been lying on the lawn, not on the concrete.
We think he fell from the roof.
The roof? Well, what the heck was he doing up on the roof after midnight? Oh, don't tell me he's got a girlfriend up there. A damned uncomfortable spot to choose for a romantic rendezvous.
Was Mr. Angel in the habit of having romantic rendezvous?
Oh, he had his fun, all right. Led poor old Laura a devil of a life one way or another.
You're fond of Laura, Angel, aren't you?
Oh, that Welshman's been opening his mouth, has he? Just because the chap behaves decently towards a woman who's having a raw deal, old Jenkins tries to make it into something it isn't. You know, he's a funny chap. Never quite sure about him. Never has anything to do with women himself, but always believes the worst of everybody else. Frustrated, I suppose.
You married, Mr. Tremaine?
Divorced, old chap. One of these marriages that don't work out. Mind you, no hard feelings. We're the best of pals still. Oh, but I say, this really is a pretty bad show, isn't it? I mean, did he fall, or was he pushed, so to speak?
What do you think?
Well, it's difficult to know what to think, really. The takeover's bound to go through now, which will save David Jenkins from the bankruptcy court. Makes you think.
We gather Mr. Angel was in the habit of doing exercises on the roof.
What, at midnight? With a wife like Laura? Oh, he must have been a nutcase. Exercises on the roof, I ask you.
You didn't know he went up on the roof to do exercises?
No, that was one of his peculiar little ways he never told me about.
How would you go about getting onto the flat roof of this place?
Well, never given it a thought. I suppose there is a way up there. Bound to be. There always is. But I'm not all that fond of being on the roof. Oh, you're not seriously suggesting that he went up onto the roof at midnight to do knees bend upward stretch? Oh, surely not.
Oh, we can only go by what Mrs. Angel told us.
And you think that he must have slipped or lost his footing somehow and fell over the parapet?
It's a possibility.
But what's the alternative? That someone followed him up onto the roof and then pushed him over? Oh, that's a bit far-fetched, that is.
Could have happened if anyone had sufficient motive. They might have attacked him in his own flat, then taken him up to the roof and pushed him over to make it look as though it was an accident.
Well, have to be a very strong man to get a chap like Angel up the steps and through a trap door, or whatever the arrangement is up there.
Yes, wouldn't be easy, I agree. Tell us, Mr. Tremaine, what did you do after the party broke up?
I gave Johnny Tidmarsh, he's our other director, a lift home. I went in, had a night
What time did you leave his place?
Oh, 12:15 or 12:20, I suppose. He only lived about a mile away.
Were he and Mr. Angel on good terms?
None of us were on good terms with him tonight. He was crabbing this wonderful takeover offer we'd had. We were mad at him, I can tell you.
Did you come back here at all for any reason after leaving Mr. Tidmarsh?
Come back here? What for?
Well, maybe to try and get Mr. Angel to change his mind.
No fear. If I'd come back here, I'd have socked him one. I'd lost patience with the man.
That's what we rather imagined. Thank you, Mr. Tremaine.
Thank you.
Now, Joe, let's have a word or two with Mr. Tidmarsh, shall we?
Mr. Tidmarsh, you left the party with Mr. Tremaine, we understand.
Good gracious me. Yes, I did. Ferdy Tremaine drives like a madman.
Did he stay long with you?
No, the little woman was still waiting up for me, so we had a quick nightcap, the three of us, and off he went.
And did you go straight to bed then?
No, I kissed the little woman good night and went for a turn round the garden. I was in rather a state of turmoil mentally.
You didn't go back again to see Mr. Angel?
Funny you should say that. I made up my mind to walk back and have another chat with him. I got about halfway there and then decided it was a waste of time.
Did you get within sight of the house?
Yes.
What time would that be?
About 12:30, I'd say.
Did you see anybody on the roof of the building?
No. Why, was Leonard Angel up to his rooftop antics again? Oh, I beg your pardon. I keep forgetting he's passed on. I can't somehow believe it.
So you knew he was in the habit of climbing up to the roof to do his exercises then?
Oh, yes, he tried to get me up there one night. But with my stomach, I found it far too difficult to squeeze through the trapdoor. In any case, I'm not the energetic type. I'm built for comfort rather than for speed of action.
So there's a low parapet running round the roof.
Is there? I wouldn't know.
Well, it rather looks as though he slipped and fell over the parapet onto the concrete yard.
In that case, it could only have been an accident. Couldn't possibly have been foul play.
Why do you say that with such assurance? How do you know?
Oh, because it would be a physical impossibility for anyone to carry Angel's body up a rickety makeshift ladder, through a ridiculously small trapdoor, and onto the roof for the purpose of pushing him over the parapet.
Why do you say carry Angel's body? Are you suggesting that he was killed in his own flat and then pushed overboard, so to speak?
Well, it's a possibility, isn't it? But not from the roof. That wouldn't be a practical proposition. Not for me, anyway.
Could Tremaine or Jenkins have done it?
Well, not unless they were up on the roof and they attacked him there and then pushed him over. What was the time of death?
About 12:30.
Funny. I didn't see him up there at 12:30, and it was a bright moonlight night.
Mr. Tidmarsh, forgive me for asking, but does the death of Mr. Angel solve any problems for you?
Oh, indeed it does. It means that I can now retire comfortably and take my wife to live abroad. The doctors have said that another winter in this benighted climate could kill the little woman. I was more anxious than anyone that the takeover should go through. Now it will. Oh, I know it may sound callous, but in all honesty, I'm not as upset as I ought to be.
Thank you, Mr. Tidmarsh. Well, Joe, this is a rum how-do-you-do, if you like.
And a rum how-do-you-do was a very good way of describing this particular case. We examined Mr. Angel's body again. In the breast pocket of his pajamas, we found the key to the trap door leading onto the roof. It really did look like accidental death. But was it? What do you think?
Our three experts have heard the facts in the crime play The Fallen Angel. Now they have the right to ask questions of the people concerned. The completely unrehearsed questions will be answered without any script or help by the persons interrogated, and they must tell the truth, except in the case of the guilty party, who can and will try to get out of difficulty if he or she is able to. Over now to John Arlott.
We'd like, first of all, Ted Mason, before we get to the suspects, to ask you one or two questions. Was the flat door open or shut?
It was a rim-tight lock, and it was on the latch.
In other words, anyone could push it open?
Yes.
How wide is this line of slime on the roof?
Quite narrow, about 6 inches or less.
Were the lights on in the Angel's flat when Macready and the inspector went to it?
The light in the spare room was on, and of course the other lights were put on later when they got in contact with Mrs. Laura Angel.
Right, thank you. Now I wonder if we might speak to Ferdy Tremaine. Sit down, Mr. Tremaine. Don?
Mr. Tremaine, have you ever had a really late party with Len Angel?
Oh, quite a few. Yes, he enjoys his booze.
Have you ever discussed hangovers with him?
Well, we both suffered terribly from them. I noticed that. I don't think it's actually come up in discussion very often.
Well, has he ever suggested doing some exercises after a party?
No, not by any means. It was a great shock to me when I heard about this.
Mr. Tremaine, do you live alone?
I do, sir, yes.
Where?
I have a little cottage just the other side of Bray.
Well, how far is that from the Angel's house?
It's roughly 15 miles, I think.
How often do you see Mrs. Angel when her husband isn't about?
Oh, occasionally.
How do you arrange these meetings?
Usually on the phone. I noticed that she doesn't have a very happy life, and very often I ring up and pop round and see her, or meet in town, have a coffee.
Does she ring you up?
She has done, yes.
Did she ring you on the night that this happened?
No, she didn't, no.
Tell me one other thing. What time were you rung to come to the Angel's flat?
Oh, dear. It was around about, I'd say 1 o'clock. I got home at about 20 to 1. It must have been about 20 minutes after.
Right. That'll do, Mr. Tremaine. Thank you. I wonder if we can now speak to Mr. Tidmarsh. Now, Mr. Tidmarsh, what put into your mind the idea of Angel being killed in his flat and thrown over the parapet?
Well, I suppose the fact that everyone's asking so many questions.
Angel once tried to get you onto the roof, didn't he?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Did you actually see him pull the ladder down?
Yes.
Open the trap door?
Yes.
What sort of a lock was on the door, you know?
It's a rim-type lock.
Had he got his pajamas on when he tried to get you onto the roof?
Yes, he had.
Yes. Do you recall, what did he do with the key after he unlocked the trap door on that occasion? Do you remember?
I think he put it in his pajama pocket, but I couldn't be quite certain.
This trapdoor, was it wide enough for a strong man to carry another through it?
No.
It wasn't. What would you say was Angel's weight?
About 11 stone, I should think.
Now, if your guess was right and his body was taken onto the roof, could one person have pushed it up and another have pulled it through?
Yes, I suppose so.
When you set out to walk to the Angel's flat, were you at any time within sight of the windows of their flat?
Yes, it was a bright moonlight night. I could see them vaguely.
Were the lights on?
There was one light on.
What room might that be?
I should think it was the spare room.
You think it was the spare room? All right. Thank you. Perhaps now we could talk to Mrs. Angel. Sit down, Mrs. Angel. Doc?
Thank you.
Are you feeling better now, Mrs. Angel?
Thank you, yes, very much better. Thanks for a lot of black coffee.
Good. Now tell me, have you ever discussed this habit of your husband's doing exercise on the rooftop with anyone?
Oh, good Lord, no.
Well, to be specific, have you ever discussed these exercises with Ferdy Tremaine?
Never mentioned it, Fred.
You never have?
No.
Have you ever heard him discuss these exercises with any of his partners?
No, I've never heard him discuss them with anyone at all.
Never been mentioned in your presence?
No, never.
How many keys are there to the trapdoor?
Well, there's one. Each flat has one.
You only had one?
We only have, yeah.
Where is it usually kept?
Well, it's usually kept under the clock on the mantelpiece in the living room.
Did he usually do his exercises on the roof in pyjamas?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Did you telephone Ferdy Tremaine this night?
No, I didn't phone Ferdy, no. Ferdy phoned me earlier in the evening, before the party, just to ask if we got enough to drink and could he bring some more.
Did you phone him after the party?
No.
Did he phone you?
No.
Did you see any of the partners again after the party broke up?
I did not. I was dead to the world.
That's all right then, Mrs. Angel. Thank you very much. I wonder then if we could speak to David Jenkins.
Mr. Jenkins, how was Lynn Angel when you left him?
Well, I think it might be said that he was soberer than I might expect.
Well, he wasn't very drunk. No.
How did you know how Lynn Angel died?
Well, I didn't know at all until I was the first to arrive, and I was told by two gentlemen who were there at the time.
The other officers, you mean?
Presumably, yes.
How did you get home?
By car.
Mm-hmm. Now, what would happen to Angel's holdings in the plastic company on his death?
Presumably they would be inherited by Laura.
She'd inherit the interest and the voting power.
Presumably, yes.
Mm-hmm. How much drink do you think Mrs. Angel had that night?
Well, it's very hard to tell. Quite a lot, I should say. I should say more than a husband.
What about any of the others? Would you say any of them were drunk?
No.
Would you say that either Tidmarsh or Tremaine was in a violent temper with Angel?
Oh, not a physically violent temper. No, I think they were just irritated by the fact that he wasn't prepared to sell.
Were either of them violent men?
I shouldn't have thought so, no.
Well, now, I'm sorry, Mr. Jenkins, because there's the signal for the end of our interrogation. Well, now, we're still satisfied that the clue is...
Oh, yes, it's difficult, a little...
Well, now, Ted Mason, we're satisfied that Ferdy Tremaine is, in the main, the guilty party. But we're sure there must have been some collusion with Laura Angel. The clue we're satisfied is that Tremaine knew that Angel was in the spare bedroom. But the only person who could have told him that is Laura Angel, because the row between her and her husband that caused him to go into the other room didn't happen until all the partners had gone. We think he came back to the flat intending to argue with Angel, knocked the door, and was told that Angel was in the spare room. We assume that he must have killed him in the spare room, got his body up the steps with Laura Angel's assistance, changed into his plimsolls, carried his body across the room, put the plimsolls back on his feet, and thrown him over the parapet.
That's a very good reconstruction of a crime. This crime isn't quite like that, but I'll give you 75% for ingenuity and for getting the main clue, which was, as you say, that Ferdy Tremaine knew that this man was in the spare room and not normally in the room with his wife. What exactly happened was this. You're quite right when you say there was a certain amount of collusion between Ferdy Tremaine and Mrs. Angel. Ferdy Tremaine asked Mrs. Angel to supply him with a key to the flat. And he also asked Mrs. Angel to insist upon her husband occupying the spare room. That's how he knew. And then he said to her, now forget everything else, have a lot of gin, and go into a heavy sleep, and don't think about anything, leave the rest to me. Then he came back. When he came back, our friend, Mr. Angel, was doing his exercises in front of the open window. Now, already, Ferdy Tremaine had got one of his large sheets of plastic material and spread it underneath the window of the spare room, so that when he walked in, hit our friend Angel over the head very hard, fractured his skull, in fact, pushed him out of the window. He landed on the plastic. Then later he removed the body from the plastic and put it round the corner on the concrete and wrapped up the plastic and took it away. He took off his plimsolls, went up on the roof, made the skid marks, but made a mistake and made skid marks on each foot, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Whereas normally 1 foot only would have been sufficient for him to slip on, wouldn't it? He then came back to the trapdoor, took off the plimsolls, went down,
and put the pencils back on Angel's feet, put the key back into Angel's pajamas pocket, and I think 75 to 80% you were right, and in fact it could have been done in the way you suggest, because you did get the guilty party and the fact that there was collusion.
John Arlott, F.R. Buckley, and Robert Fabian were the panel in The Fallen Angel, a problem in crime detection from the BBC series Guilty Party. The play was written by Edward J. Mason, and the program produced by Tony Shrine.
The First Nighter Program, a copyrighted feature coast to coast, presented by Campana, the makers of Solitaire, the new Cape Makeup, and Campana Balm, the famous hand lotion. Theater time, Broadway, and another premiere is scheduled for the Little Theater off Times Square. If you're a lucky ticket holder, you're due for one of the most exciting experiences in Theaterland, an opening night performance of a brand new play. This is the occasion that will bring out dramatic critics, movie scouts, and, of course, a packed house, so we'd better be on our way. It's just a short walk around the corner. Will you join me? Broadway and 42nd Street. The sidewalks are jammed tonight with theater goers. And up ahead is the Little Theater off Times Square. Well, here we are at the Little Theater off Times Square.
Have your tickets ready, please. Have your tickets ready, please. Good evening, Mr. First Nighter. The usher will show you to your box.
Thank you. We'll go right in. Well, here we are. And now that we're comfortably seated, let's have a look at the program. Tonight's brand new play is entitled Mother's Angel Children by Anthony Wayne. Barbara Luddy, our popular leading lady, tops the all-star cast. And opposite Miss Luddy is her guest leading man, Willard Waterman. The play is pure fiction, of course, and does not refer to real people or to actual events. Now, just before first curtain, let's listen to Eric Sagerquist and his famous First Nighter Orchestra.
Bellies. Flat. Hard to the ground. Hey, you. Lower the pitch on that tail of yours. I'm going to fan this field with machine gun bullets in a line 18 inches above the ground. Any part of you that sticks up higher than that will have a slice taken off it. Okay. Start crawling.
Major Bob, I made it. I made it.
Attaboy, Neville.
Me too, Major Bob.
Yes, good work, sir. You're a fine pair of commandos.
We're Rangers.
Oh, but Rangers are American. The British have commandos.
I don't care. We're Rangers.
Hey, what's going on? Just because you've been over here 4 years, you mustn't forget your own country.
But I want to be an American like you, Major Bob. Me too.
I think I'll have to speak to Grandma Davis. I don't believe Mr. Churchill would approve of the way she's raising you.
If it hadn't been for America, there wouldn't be any Mr. Churchill. His mother was an American.
Perhaps so. Yeah, come on. I've got to be getting back to the house. I'm due at Mitchell Field in 2 hours.
Look who's in front of the house.
Well, it's Cynthia. Say, maybe I'll get a lift out to the field. Hi there, Cynthia.
Hello, Bob, dear. Oh, and how's that dear little Sarah and her handsome brother Neville?
I'm fine, thank you, Miss Cynthia.
Me too, thank you. I thought I might be going your way, Major Davis.
Anywhere near Mitchell Field?
Why, right by their front door.
Oh, lucky me. I'll get my things and be right out.
You like Major Bob, don't you?
Why, yes, I think he's very nice.
You plan to marry him?
Well, no, it's just a little previous. Besides, it's for the man to decide.
That's what they say. But when it comes to marrying, I've decided that men are just putty in women's hands.
Neville, I'm afraid you've been watching some she-wolves in action.
All ready?
Oh, well, hop in.
Now, you mind your P's and Q's, children. Do as Grandma tells you. I'll be seeing you next weekend.
Goodbye, Major Bob. Bye. Grandma Davis?
Yes? What's eating you?
Grandma Davis, Do you like Miss Cynthia?
Why?
Major Bob likes her, I think.
He likes ketchup on grapefruit, too.
Well, if he likes her, I ought to like her, too. But I don't.
Now, don't let it keep you awake, lad. Strictly off the record, I think she's a little twerp.
Me, too. Good.
But now, sit down, both of you. I have some important news for you. Your mother sent you over here nearly 4 years ago, you know, so you'd be safe from the bombing in London.
Yes.
That probably was the hardest thing a mother could do. Part with her children. She's missed you.
You've missed her, too.
Yes, I know, son. But she didn't want to bring you back until everything was safe in England again for children.
You mean we're going back?
Better than that. Your mother's coming over for you.
Mommy's coming here? She's coming to America?
If all goes well, she'll be right here with us in 4 days.
Sarah, did you hear that? Mother's coming. Oh, goody.
She was lucky enough to get passage on the Clipper, so she'll be flying across the ocean.
Gosh, the lucky stiff. I can hardly wait.
We keep her here for a good visit before she takes you back to England.
Back to England?
You shouldn't go before your school term is up.
No.
But we'll all plan to meet her at the airport Thursday.
Stop. There go the steps. When do we see Mommy?
Come on, we're going out there if we have to rush this gate.
Neville. Sarah. Hello.
Hello, Mother. Neville, oh, Mother's little boy. Grown to be such a big boy. And my baby, Sarah. If you aren't a baby any longer, you're becoming a young lady. Oh, I want to squeeze you to death. Hello, Margaret, darling. Granny Davis. Give me a kiss. Now, if I can just find a handkerchief, blow my nose, it'll be all right.
How'd you like your trip on the plane, Mother?
Well, it was thrilling, Neville. But I wish you could have been along. I remember how you've always loved airplanes.
I still do. Me, too.
Oh, do you, dear? Well, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we'll all be going back by boat.
Is it all arranged, Mother?
Well, you can forget it if it is, because you're not going for a while. What do you mean? You're going to have a good rest, some real food, and a little fun at my house first. What a little man you've grown to be, Neville. You put yourself to bed and managed so wonderfully.
You forgot I've grown quite a bit since you saw me.
No, I don't, darling. I've grown every day, every minute with you. You don't know how much Mother missed her big boy.
I missed you too, Mother.
Your daddy would be proud of you, Neville.
He was killed in France, wasn't he?
Yes. He died early in the war.
Was the Blitz over England very horrible, Mother?
Well, I'm glad you and Sarah were on this side of the water.
You're a stout fellow.
Thank you, Neville. I like that. Makes me feel warm all over. Good night, dear.
Good night, Mother, dear.
All in bed, Sarah?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you don't know how happy Mommy is to be tucking her own little girl into bed again.
I'm very happy you're here.
So am I. And we'll never be separated again, you and Neville and I. Ever.
You like America. We do.
I'm sure I shall.
Mommy.
Yes?
I think you're very pretty.
Now, whatever made you say that, Sarah?
But I do. I guess I just forgot how pretty you are.
Flatterer, but I love it. Now to sleep with you, darling. Good night.
Night. Sarah? Yes, Neville? Shh. I want to talk to you. What about? About Mother. Isn't she nice? Sure. And I've been thinking. What? Well, she's all alone, isn't she? She has us. No, I mean she hasn't got a husband. Maybe she don't want one. She ought to have one. She's young and pretty. Yes. She ought to marry someone like Major Bob. Wouldn't that be swell, Neville? See? Then he'd be our father. I like that. Let's tell her. No. We gotta be secret like Indians. Because Major Bob likes Miss Cynthia. Oh, her. We gotta liquidate her first. What does that mean? Liquidate her. Fix it so Major Bob won't like her anymore. Then we fix it so he marries Mother. But how can we do that, Neville? Now I got a plan. Listen.
And the curtain comes down on the first act of tonight's play in the Little Theater off Times Square.
Smoking in the outer lobby or downstairs, please.
That lovely melody was inspired by a girl named Sylvia. Sylvia, whose face is so beautiful, it drifts through dreams. Smooth and adorable dream complexions, lovely enough to inspire instant admiration, are coming through from Hollywood to New York and right across the country, thanks to Solitaire, Campana's new cake makeup containing lanolin. So why don't you step out with a Solitaire complexion? Thrill to its even smoothness, its flattering natural color tones. You'll welcome its dewy, fresh softness of texture and the clever way it helps to hide small skin blemishes. Yes, indeed, you'll love Solitaire, and others will love it on you. See for yourself how kind Solitaire is to your skin because of its lanolin-rich base. Lanolin, you know, helps prevent skin dryness. And listen, these busy days, are you always in a hurry? Well, then you'll adore the way Solitaire sponges on in a jiffy. Stays smooth and even for hours and hours without retouching. It helps you look prettier longer. And let me impress you with this fact. Solitaire gives you one of the largest compacts of high-quality cake makeup on the market today for only 60 cents. Step up to your favorite cosmetic counter and insist on Solitaire in any one of 6 flattering shades.
Sarah. Mother! Maybe she's in the living room.
Your mother's not here, children.
It's Miss Cynthia. Yes. The time has come, Sarah. Let her have it. Hello, Miss Cynthia.
Hello, Neville. And how are you, Sarah, dear?
Very well, thank you. Where's Major Bob?
Oh, he's changing his clothes. He'll be down in a minute.
Oh.
I haven't seen your mother. What do you have there, marbles?
Yes. Miss Cynthia, don't you think my mommy's pretty?
Oh, yes, I do, Sarah. I think she's lovely.
That's what Major Bob said.
She's so young and... He did?
Yes, and a lot more, too.
Really?
Well, he said he liked her better than you.
Oh?
But he said you hung on to him like a bloodsucker and he didn't know how to shake her.
Now, just a minute. This is a little too thick.
What about it, Sarah?
That's what he said. I don't believe a word of it.
He said Mother's the kind of girl he'd like to marry.
So that's what's behind it all.
He thinks you're a big twerp.
No, Neville. A little one. Why, you impudent little... Listen to me, you little brat. I'll have you deported. I'll have you turned in as aliens if you dare.
What kind of talk is that? What's going on here?
Bob, these children have been positively rude.
Well, I don't see any reason for you to... Oh, wait till I answer that phone.
Look, Sarah. I can put both these marbles in my mouth.
Be careful. You might swallow them. Neville, what's the matter? He swallowed a marble. It's stuck in his throat. That's money fair. Yes, that's it. Yes, turn him upside down and slap his back. Come here, Neville. Now I've got your feet over the chair. Spit it out, you little demon.
Cynthia, leave that child alone.
What? She's beating Neville.
Yes, I saw it. I think this is disgraceful, Cynthia.
What do you mean?
For you to lose your temper to such an extent you'd beat a child, it's barbaric.
So, it's barbaric, is it?
Well, maybe they were rude, but they're only children. You might attempt to control yourself.
And you might stick your head in the mud puddle. You and these brats and the lovely Mrs. Boswell.
Well, why do you bring their mother into this?
I didn't bring her in. She came in on reverse lend-lease, and she's plenty reverse as far as I'm concerned.
That's a fine way for a lady to talk.
Who said I'm a lady? Of course I'm a lady. But one thing, Major Bob Davis, I'm not going to fight the Battle of Britain all over again. Goodbye.
Cynthia, wait. Oh, go on, then.
She did.
Women. They're the root of all trouble.
Pretty roots, though, don't you think, Major Bob?
I hope I never see another one again.
Hello, everyone. You didn't get your hope, Major Bob.
No. Hello, Margaret.
Hello, Mother.
Is something wrong?
Wrong? What could be wrong?
Well, Cynthia just whizzed by me, spurting flames like a Spitfire.
You're lucky she didn't dive on you.
when I said hello, she responded with a peculiar noise that I think was meant to be unpleasant.
Does it sound like this, Mother?
That's it? Whatever does it mean?
In a nutshell, Mother. Nuts to you. It's called a Bronx cheer.
Oh, I didn't realize she was cheering me.
Hello, everybody. Where's what's her name?
Who?
You know, Thingamabob.
Oh, you mean Cynthia?
She took a powder.
Oh.
Look, Margaret, I have 2 tickets for that new show, The Voice of the Parrot. Why not join me, and we'll go in town tonight and see it?
That dirty show, it's not fit for a lady to see. By the way, you got an extra ticket?
Granny, you're incorrigible.
How about it, Margaret?
I'd love to, Bob, but really I shouldn't leave the children here alone.
Alone? What do I look like? Banquo's ghost? Never mind, maybe I do.
But I don't think it's fair to ask you...
Stuff for nonsense. If that tightwad son of mine makes you an offer, take him up.
Hey, now, Granny.
Very well, I'll go. Thank you, Bob.
Mother?
Yes, Neville?
What makes people fall in love?
That's a very difficult question to answer, Neville.
Well, suppose you wanted 2 people to fall in love. How could you make them?
Darling, don't tell me you fancy yourself as Cupid.
Of course not. Cupid's just a little kid that goes around with no clothes on.
Actually, I've never been very good at matchmaking. One usually tries to arrange for the 2 people to be thrown together a lot, I believe.
But what if nothing happens?
I really don't know. They say that jealousy sometimes acts as a spark to love.
Jealousy, huh?
This is a very deep subject for a little boy. Why not bother yourself with marbles or cricket and let romance wait until you're older?
Yeah, maybe I better. By the way, you notice how much Major Bob hangs around here when he's here?
Oh, he's just being nice because I'm a guest here.
Oh, yes?
Major Bob is a gentleman.
Well, even if he is, he likes you.
Neville, your imagination is positively running away with you.
His imagination when he tells me so?
Oh, did he?
Certainly.
Well...
Hello, children. What's cooking?
Fried chicken. For dinner.
Where's your mother?
Over next door at Mr. Bancroft.
At Bancroft?
Oh, he's been seeing a lot of Mother lately.
That weak-kneed draft dodger?
Mother thinks he's nice.
She does, huh?
Yeah, and he's taking quite a shine to Mother.
Oh, it's incredible. I thought your mother had better taste.
He's very wealthy, too.
Now, never mind. Don't tell me any more. What do you kids think of him?
Us? I don't like him. Me, too. I just hope Mother doesn't marry him. But we want her to be happy.
Hey, wait a minute. Here comes your mother across the lawn now. You kids duck. I want to talk to her alone.
Okay, Major Bob. We won't listen.
Hello, Bob. Just get in?
Yes. Been visiting our attractive neighbor?
Tom Bancroft? Yes. No, I'm fascinated with him. He's growing orchids.
Lovely. Where's he growing them? In his hair?
Well, that's an odd thing to say, Bob.
Been seeing quite a bit of this Bancroft, haven't you?
No, just occasionally.
Charming moron, isn't he?
Bob, it isn't possible. You're not jealous.
Who's jealous? Why should I be jealous? Me, jealous.
Perhaps I was mistaken.
Perhaps I was, too. I gave you credit for better judgment than a guy like Bancroft.
Who, for instance?
Well, all right. Me. I might be in love with you.
Isn't it rather sudden?
Not more so than Bancroft. Of course, he's got plenty of spare time and plenty of dough. I'm just on army pay.
That's a rather ugly thing to say, Bob.
Well, it's true. A couple of million isn't to be sneezed at. But you might think of your children. You suppose they want Bancroft for a father?
Think of my children. Do you suppose I let them leave me for 4 years because I liked it?
Well, they don't like him.
They have nothing to worry about. I barely know Tom Bancroft. I tried to be pleasant because he's your neighbor.
Am I supposed to believe that?
Whether you do or not is a matter of complete indifference to me. But it's rather obvious that I've already overstayed my welcome here.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Please, Margaret. I didn't mean...
Let's forget it. But the children and I will be leaving just as soon as I can book passage.
And the curtain comes down on the second act of tonight's play in the little theater off Times Square.
Smoking downstairs and in the outer lobby, please.
Many of you ladies have been asking a question that I would like to answer. The question is, how can I keep my hands soft and smooth regardless of the extra work I'm doing? All right, here's the answer. Replace the natural oils your skin loses with lanolin. You see, when your skin loses its natural oils due to hard work, exposure, and frequent washing, it becomes dry and parched looking. The softness and smoothness is gone. So the answer is, keep your skin supplied with a substance which scientists say most nearly duplicates the functions of the natural oils of the skin. And that substance is lanolin. And lanolin is contained in Campana Cream Balm. So when your hands lose their natural oils and become dry and unlovely, turn first to Campana Cream Balm containing lanolin. Now keep in mind that Campana Cream Balm contains lanolin, in addition to all its other skin-softening ingredients. And you'll understand why this new lotion with lanolin is growing in popularity daily. Campana Cream Balm is lusciously creamy, instantly soothing, delightfully fragrant, and completely free of after-use stickiness. So don't let your hands lose their appeal to romance. Ask for Campana Cream Balm in the yellow and white carton. If your hands are extra sensitive and extra dry from spring house cleaning duties, you may prefer Campana's other lotion, Original Campana Balm in the green and white carton, an extra rich, concentrated lotion for extra busy hands.
Come downstairs, Mother.
Oh, I've some mending to do, and I'm more comfortable up here in the bedroom.
Maybe you don't want to see Major Bob either.
Why do you say that?
I heard him telling Granny that he acted like a heel.
He said that?
Uh-huh. He seemed awfully unhappy.
Well, he acted very badly indeed.
Are you mad at him, Mother?
Now, Neville, you mustn't bother yourself about this. We'll be leaving for home shortly. I shall be glad to get back to England.
This kind of seems like home to me.
Yes, you've become quite Americanized. That's only natural after 4 years.
Mother?
Yes?
Are you in love with Mr. Bancroft?
Oh, darling, I'm not in love with anyone except my own little Sarah and Neville.
Not with anyone?
Not with anyone. Now go along and play. My, but you're an old worrier.
Granny, are you busy?
I haven't been busy for 20 years.
Could I talk to you?
Why not?
Man to man? Me too.
Sit down. You interest me strangely.
Sit here, Sarah.
Now, why are the brows all furrowed with care?
Granny, I'm a dope.
Is that all?
We spoiled everything. Sarah and I wanted Mother and Major Bob to fall in love and get married. Then Major Bob would be our father. We'd be Americans and wouldn't have to go back.
Well, so far, so good.
Of course, first of all, we had to get Major Bob out of love with Miss Cynthia. So we liquidated her.
Why, you infamous, depraved, ruthless little rapscallions. Nice word.
But Major Bob didn't fall in love with Mother then, so we decided to make him jealous.
Go on.
And you know the rest. He got so jealous he got mad. Made Mother mad. Now they won't speak to each other. They've been mad for 3 weeks.
Yes, I'd say you loused things up in good shape.
It's all my fault, too.
What can we do, Granny? Everything would be fine if they just get married.
Well, let me put my thinking cap on. See if I can unravel this.
Yoo-hoo! Anybody home?
Oh, gosh, it's Miss Cynthia.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Davis. And there's those 2 darling children.
Hello, Miss Cynthia. Hello.
Bob isn't here.
Oh, too bad. I did want to see him.
You're not mad at us?
Mad at you? Why, Neville, I love you dearly. If it hadn't been for you, I'd still be going with Bob and would never have met Tom.
No? Who's this lucky fellow, Tom?
Tom Bancroft. Haven't heard? We're being married next week. Imagine me with all that money. I don't know what to do with it.
I don't suppose so.
Well, tell Bob, won't you? And the children's mother. Oh, I'm as happy as a bird. Goodbye.
Goodbye. A bird, huh? Probably a vulture.
Neville, everything's gone backwards. He's getting married instead of Mother. Yeah, I'm a fine Cupid.
Listen here. I think I've got a plan. You go out and play. And I'll call you when I have it all ready.
Hi, Mother.
Well, I haven't seen you since lunch.
Are we late for dinner?
No, it's only 5:30. Where have you been?
Oh, Margaret and I took a little walk.
Margaret and you?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you two were glaring at each other.
No, not anymore. We patched all that up.
Well, I'm glad of that.
You know, I think she's the most wonderful girl in the world, Mother.
You certainly run from cold to hot in a hurry.
As a matter of fact, I want to talk to you about her.
Yes?
I don't believe you're going to approve, but...
Bob!
Oh, what's the matter, Margaret?
Oh, Bob, the children. They've run away.
Run away?
Look at this note.
We wanted you and Major Bob to get married, so he would be our father. Margaret, do you hear that?
Yes, but read on.
But you're mad at each other, and we don't want to go back to England, so we're going west. Goodbye, Neville and Sarah.
We've got to find them, Bob. Perhaps something's happened to them.
Well, they can't be very far.
Oh, and to think I was afraid to tell them.
Tell them what?
That Bob and I were married last week.
You were married?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mother. I was going to tell you.
Well, I was afraid the children might not understand or approve of my marrying again. Neville, Sarah. Oh, my darlings.
You and Major Bob are really married?
Yes, really, dear.
We didn't run away.
Oh, I'm so glad you didn't.
Yes, but why did you leave the note saying you were?
We wanted you to get married, and Granny thought that might bring you to your senses.
Oh, Granny.
No, don't look at me like that. You ought to married her a month ago.
Gosh, yes. We had an awful time getting you two married.
Margaret, it seems we've been a little slow about things.
Well, kids, looks like you're a couple of Yankees now. How does it feel?
Hunky-dory. Boy, I'm right in the groove now. Oh, boy. Me, too.
And the curtain falls on another performance in the little theater off Times Square. Miss Lottie and Mr. Waterman are in front of our footlights. And now our leading lady, Miss Lottie, has a message for you from the government.
1944 is the year when we carry the war to our enemy. This is when we must throw into the fight everything we've got. So keep in mind every day that paper and cardboard are vital war materials. Save every bit of paper and all kinds of used cardboard boxes. Look in the attic or storeroom. Collect all you can. If you have any trouble getting your waste paper picked up, call the radio station to which you are listening.
Before we move out of the theater, let me invite you to be with us again next week at this same time, when Barbara Luddy will be starred in an original romance entitled Tall Like a Queen. Now we move out of the theater and into the street. What do you say we stroll down Broadway? Good night, Mr. First Nighter. Good night.
The First Nighter program is a copyrighted radio feature.
Listen, men. Tomorrow morning, right after you shave, try using Dress Skin, Campana's famous aftershave lotion. Makes your face feel cool, comfortable, refreshed, well-groomed. Yes, sir, Dress Skin, spelled D-R-E-S-K-I-N, is again available in limited quantities. Ask for Dress Skin at any drugstore. This is Mutual.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations,
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Guardian Angel of Genessee County, was written by Mark Siegel.
I don't like to gossip about another angel. But that Gabriel, really, there's a limit. Threatening to clip my wings and demote me to angel junior grade just for a thing like this. Well, all I can say is
Dr. Gale?
Yes, Gabriel?
Silence. I'm considering your case.
There, you see? An angel can't even think anymore, not even to himself. Next thing you know, there won't be any freedom of thought in heaven. It's undemocratic, that's what it is. It's
Dr. Gale, for the last time, stop that earthly grumbling.
Yes, sir. As I was saying, it was just a little thing, really. And now there's all this hubbub and commotion up here just because
Dr. Gale.
Yes, sir.
Can't you stop complaining?
Well, frankly, no, I can't.
Well, that's truthful at any rate. I think you'd better fly over here. I'm in the northeast quadrant. It's time for you to stand up and take your punishment like an angel.
The working conditions up here are really getting intolerable. Choir practice 3 times a day, wing inspection every 20 years, throne duty every century, and then you make the slightest mistake and Gabriel has you on the carpet. I'd like to tell you what I think about Gabriel. I really would, but I can't. I'm sorry. Angel's present.
Well, what's your explanation this time?
Well, it's like this, Gabe.
Don't call me Gabe.
I'm sorry, Gabriel. It's just that every few centuries or so, I get restless. You know, idle hands. I mean, it was only a minor miracle.
Zagzagale, I don't know what to do with you. You're full of the... you're incorrigible. I'm afraid you'll have to stand a departmental trial.
A, departmental trial?
There's nothing else left to do. But first, we'll have to decide what to do with him.
With him? Who?
Oh, please, Zagzagale, don't act so innocent. With that rabbi. Don't you think I know he's in the southwest quadrant on a cloud?
Gabriel knows all about it, of course. But he just has to have his little game. He knows perfectly well that I was assigned as guardian to this rabbi 45 years ago. He ought to. He assigned me to the job. It was quite a demotion, too, an assignment in Genessee County. Who ever heard of Genessee County? I could tell you the name of the rabbi and the community, but I'm not going to. There's absolutely no privacy in heaven. The least I can do as a self-respecting guardian angel is to see to it that there's a little privacy on earth.
All right, Zagzagale. Now let's review the facts.
But you know them all already.
Please, there are procedures. You take it on yourself to bring a live rabbi to heaven. No authorization, no coordination with the Department of Heavenly Records. No precedence for the case. Now, what's your defense?
There are mitigating circumstances.
Name them.
Oh, do I have to go into all that, Gabriel? I mean, really...
Zagzagale, this is a pre-trial examination. Now, don't test my infinite patience. Recite the facts.
I'm not going to burden you with all the facts I gave Gabriel. It's enough to say that I told him that being guardian angel to the rabbi was a very boring assignment right from the beginning. I watched him grow up. I watched him become a good student. I watched him lead his class at a theological school. Oh, I admit I had a flicker of pride the day he was ordained. But then he went and took that pulpit in the dreary little town in Genessee County. Really, the assignment was a bore. There wasn't a thing for me to do. That's about what I told Gabriel, but he wasn't satisfied, not Gabriel.
And you call that a mitigating circumstance? That you found your assignment boring?
Well, it's just that there was nothing to do, Gabriel, nothing at all. So I began to devote my attention to details, little details. I just wanted to be helpful.
What little details, Zagzagale?
Well, that matter of the congregation's talking.
Talking?
Talking. Every time the rabbi got up to deliver a sermon, someone in the congregation would be talking. It got so I couldn't stand it. Every Saturday morning for 20 years, I've watched. And just as the rabbi gets into the pulpit, during that little pause between the service and the sermon, some man leans toward his neighbor and says, "Want to play golf tomorrow, Joe?" Or one of the women whispers,
"I've been thinking about it, Sylvia. Not a theater party this year, a strawberry festival."
And the rabbi, what does he do when this happens?
Nothing, Gabe. Absolutely nothing. He just stands there and waits for them to quiet down. I tell you, Gabriel, that rabbi, he's an absolute angel.
Oh, very good, Dr. Gale, but now we're up to this morning and your indiscretion.
You're prejudging me.
Nothing of the sort. What happened this morning?
Ah, yes, this morning. Well, it's a beautiful spring day down there in Genessee County this morning, Gabriel. If you take your nose out of that record book, you could see it. You see plants pushing up through the soil, birds singing, sap rising in the trees.
Please, Dr. Gale, I'm familiar with the awakening of nature. What happened inside the synagogue?
Well, just about half an hour ago, I was watching as usual. The rabbi walked to the pulpit when it came time to deliver his sermon. Now, he's particularly proud of this sermon. Worked on it since last Tuesday night, in fact.
And?
When he stood up, there was the most infernal gabble going on.
My friends, my sermon today...
It was the worst infraction in 20 years. It must have been the weather or something. They just wouldn't stop talking.
My dear friends, I would like to begin my sermon.
Nothing would stop their talking. Really, it annoyed me terribly. You know how I hate people who talk too much.
I hadn't noticed.
No, it doesn't matter. Finally, the rabbi tried a third time.
My friends, I must ask you to allow me to proceed with the sermon.
But they went right on. Really, it was just too much for an angel to bear. Even the rabbi, after 20 years of suffering in silence, seemed just a little annoyed.
Did he tell the congregation that?
No. But a thought crossed his mind. Of course, I knew what it was. Angels can hear even the littlest thoughts, you know.
I'm familiar with the phenomenon. What was the thought?
Well, the rabbi listened to the buzz of the congregation for another moment. And then he thought,
I wish to heaven I had a quieter congregation.
That's reasonable.
Of course it's reasonable. And the second he thought it, I said to myself, at last, Zazagale, something to do. So I reached down, and faster than you can say Genessee County, I brought him up here for reassignment.
Well, I must say you've got yourself into a fine mess, Zazagale. A very fine mess indeed.
Well, look, Gabe, I'm sure we can find him another congregation. Someplace interesting, maybe? San Francisco or Paris, maybe?
Silence!
Yes, sir.
I am not concerned about the rabbi. We can straighten out his situation. It's you I'm considering.
Me?
You forget that this is a pre-trial examination.
I'd like to, but you don't let me.
Nonetheless, it is. And your defense is weak, to say the least. Boredom is no excuse for an angel. Angels are not bored, Zagzagale.
They're not?
They are not. The only possible defense you have when you come to judgment
is the goodness of the rabbi?
Precisely.
Gabriel, for your own good, I advise you to drop the entire proceeding.
What's that? What's that you're saying?
If my case rests on the goodness of the rabbi, I've won it. Really, Gabe, as a friend of yours, I'd advise you to drop the whole matter like a hot potato. Now, you know, you may have seniority, but...
I'll worry about myself, Zagzagale. Just now, we'll concern ourselves with... I'm ready to take your testimony. And please...
Please what?
Please, no ethereal poetry. Just the facts, the plain, unvarnished facts.
Well, now, point one.
Yes?
Point one, the rabbi's congregation needs him.
The congregation needs him. And that's your defense for bringing him here for reassignment? Oh, that's completely illogical.
Now, Gabe, 1 point at a time. I'm trying to show that the rabbi is so good that any angel might have made the same mistake. The fact that the congregation needs him is a material argument.
Completely illogical, Dr. Gale. But for the sake of peace, I'll go along with you. Now, what's the proof?
Lots of proof. May I use your special events receiver?
Oh, if necessary.
I'll just tune back to the minute I snatched him. That is, the minute I brought him up here. There it is. Now listen.
The rabbi. What's happened to the rabbi?
He's disappeared. He's completely disappeared.
Now, just a minute, everybody, please. As the president of the congregation, I ask for order. Now, did anyone see the rabbi leave?
Leave? He didn't leave. He evaporated.
Now, just 1 minute, please.
Well, I know.
Let me have a look at the pulpit. There's not a sign of him here, except His shoes.
His shoes? The rabbi's shoes are there?
Right where he was standing.
Well, what are we to do?
Do? There's nothing to do except go on with the service.
Well, Mr. President, don't you think we should call the police?
Maybe. After the services. I don't think the police are very effective in cases of evaporation of rabbis. Maybe the services themselves are more effective. I think we should pray for the return of the rabbi.
All right, then let's pray.
Before we start, there's something I want to say.
What's that?
I notice one of the rabbi's shoes has a hole in it. When he gets back, maybe we should consider a raise in his salary. Not very convincing, Zaxagale. Not convincing at all.
Well, that's just the way they are in Genessee County, Gabriel. Pretty cool-headed folks, that's what they are. But they sure need the rabbi.
They seem to be able to go right ahead with their services.
Doesn't that prove they need the rabbi? He's taught them that they can pray without him, but they're praying to have him back, aren't they?
They sing very nicely in Genessee County. Better than some folks I know up here, in fact.
Oh, please, Gabriel, no personal remarks.
No, but I don't think singing is admissible evidence. Now, if you look here at the code book...
Never mind, I take your word for it. You want further proof that they need the rabbi?
Anything you have to offer will be considered. That's as far as I can go.
Do you mind if I borrow your thought receiver?
Not at all. All facilities are available for your defense.
All right, then. Listen. Aha, there. We're tuned in to Mrs. Zinman.
At a time like this, he has to leave. Just when Marilyn finds a nice boy with the caterers ordered and everything. All the invitations out, too. This is terrible. Absolutely terrible. If the rabbi doesn't come back, who's going to marry my Marilyn?
Here, Gabriel, here's the president.
2 bar mitzvahs scheduled for next week, 3 the week after. That rabbi is so undependable.
And here's the president of the sisterhood, a very practical woman.
Now, let's see. Who can we get to take the rabbi's place at our next Bible study class?
You see, they really need the rabbi.
Zaxagale, every congregation needs a rabbi to perform marriages and officiate at bar mitzvahs and conduct Bible classes. Oh, you're in bad shape, my boy. Very bad shape.
I didn't say I was through, did I?
You never do.
You know, this rabbi has interested several young men in Genessee County in studying for the rabbinate.
Interesting, but not too material.
He's built them a beautiful synagogue. Do you care to have a look?
Prayer isn't a matter of steel and stove, Zaxagale.
He's very active in community organizations.
So are many men.
And in the pulpit. Such wisdom, such eloquence.
I've warned you already. No poetry, please. Give me another fact.
A fact? All right, a fact. He's an understanding man. He understands children. Now, you take that time he had a boy who was a problem in the Hebrew school. The teacher didn't know what to do with him.
Rabbi, he's impossible.
No child is impossible, Miss Lerner. A child is a child.
You don't have him in class.
Yeah, that's true. But I expect to see him more often from now on. I've made him an offer.
You're appeasing him?
I've offered him a job.
What kind of a job?
As my special assistant. I think it'll give him a sense of importance.
Fine, Rabbi, fine. What's he supposed to do?
You know those back issues of study guides I have in my bookcase?
Of course I know them. There are hundreds of them.
I've asked him to file them for me. In order.
But, Rabbi, I spent hours filing those guides. They're in perfect order.
Don't you think I know that, Miss Lerner? Now hurry, get in there and mix them up.
Very nice, Zaxagale. I must admit, very nice, but a little on the light side. Oh, you'll need something more substantial for your defense.
Well, now, perhaps the day he talked to the president of the congregation is what you're after. It was at a meeting of the men's study group. The rabbi had just finished his lecture on the sayings of the fathers, and there was quite a good attendance.
Rabbi, I want to congratulate you. That's one of the finest classes I ever attended.
I agree with the president, Rabbi. It was one of the best.
And one of the most unsuccessful.
Gentlemen, listen to this.
After a brilliant lecture like that, the rabbi says he's unsuccessful. You see, it's what I've been telling you. He's not only learned, he's modest, too.
Rabbi, I don't understand. What do you mean unsuccessful?
You have to ask the president. He's the only one who can answer your question.
I can answer it, Rabbi? How?
You own a large business, don't you?
What's that got to do with what we're talking about, Rabbi?
I hear your employees want you to help them set up a pension fund.
Rabbi, we're talking about our study group. I'd be glad if you'd keep my business out of it.
I told you it was a very unsuccessful lecture.
Now, look here, Rabbi. What are you getting at?
All right, here. I'll show you. In the portion of the sayings of the fathers we've been studying, Simeon, the son of Rabban Gamaliel, said, "Not learning, but doing is the chief thing."
Did he also say I have to give my employees a pension fund?
No. No, he didn't say that. That is, not if you don't care if my lecture was unsuccessful. And the employees got their pension funds, Oxygale?
They got it, Gabriel.
Oh. I shall make a note. Courage. But that's still not quite what I'm after.
The young couple he persuaded not to get divorced?
Noted. To try again.
His appeal to the mayor for better schools.
All very good, but not good enough. Now, look. I'm trying to do the best I can for you. Haven't you got something more dramatic? Something to capture the imagination of the court?
As a matter of fact, Gabe, I do. And when you hear this one, old fellow, if you're any kind of an archangel at all, you should promote me to the ranks of the senior seraphim. When the rabbi first came to Genessee County 20 years ago, things were pretty bad. The county was in the grips of the Depression. You know, the sort of thing we used to call a famine. Well, he'd hardly got settled in the little house the congregation had provided for him when one day a man came to his door. The man's clothes were shabby, but his face looked more threadbare than his overcoat.
Are you the new rabbi?
Yes, I'm the rabbi. Come in, won't you?
I won't take long.
Oh, that's all right. Please, here. Sit down. I'm afraid I don't know you. What's your name?
The name doesn't matter.
It doesn't? What can I do for you?
Rabbi, I've come to make my peace with God.
Your peace with God? Oh, you're in trouble.
Real trouble.
A crime? Have you committed some kind of crime?
No. No, I haven't, Rabbi.
Oh, you can talk to me in confidence. I can advise you. I don't have to reveal anything, not even on the witness stand. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I know it, Rabbi. But I haven't committed any crime. I haven't done anything dishonest.
Well, then I don't understand. What do you mean you want to make your peace with God?
Rabbi,
Oh, don't be afraid. Go ahead. Tell me.
Rabbi, I'm planning to take my life.
The rabbi looked at the man that he'd never seen before. And the man looked at the rabbi he had never seen before, and for a moment, there was a silence between them.
My friend, do you consider yourself a religious man?
Rabbi, why do you think I came here?
But you can't make peace with God for committing suicide.
Why not? Won't he understand?
Well, he understands everything, but to destroy a life, even your own, that's a violation of the very fundamentals of Jewish law.
I can't help it. There's no other way.
Maybe you'd better tell me why.
I'm beaten, Rabbi. Beaten and broke, that's why.
What do you mean, beaten and broke?
I have no job. I have nothing to eat. I have no home.
There are others in the same terrible condition.
You don't understand, Rabbi. You haven't been here long enough. I had a big business here in this town until it failed.
Well, that's no reason to take your life.
I've gone on as long as I can. I can't stand it anymore. I sleep on a mattress on the floor in a friend's house. I and my wife on the floor.
You and your wife?
I can't stand it. I can't stand seeing her suffer anymore.
You can't stand seeing her suffer. You're married and you can't stand seeing your wife suffer.
Not another day.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you and I'm sorry for your wife. But I'm sorrier for her. Why don't you love your wife?
Don't love her. I adore her.
How dare you say you love your wife? You hate her. You despise her.
Don't say that, Rabbi.
I'll say what's true. You're willing to expose your wife to further poverty. You're ready to let her bear what you can't take.
That's not so.
Now, I don't want to say this, but I have to. I've never put eyes on you before. But you're a coward.
Nothing but a coward.
I should have known better than to come here.
If you were any kind of a man at all, you couldn't do this thing.
I've told you the story. What do you expect me to do?
What did you say?
I said, what do you expect me to do? What can I do?
Good. Good. That's what I wanted you to say. If you're ready to do something, everything will be all right.
It worked out all right, too. The rabbi saved that man's life. And as I keep telling Gabriel, although he doesn't seem to be listening, if he who saves one life is as one who has saved the whole universe, why should his guardian angel be punished for bringing him to heaven for reassignment?
Because it's not done that way, Zaxagale. It's just not done that way.
He wished for a quieter congregation, didn't he? I still think he deserves one.
Perhaps he does and perhaps he doesn't. Why didn't you quiet the congregation then?
Oh, Gabriel, you know better than that. I'm the rabbi's guardian angel, not the congregation's.
Oh, true. Yes, that's true.
Well, that's my defense.
Noted.
But there's just one other point I'd like to make.
I'm listening.
In that whole noisy congregation, in that whole gabbling group.
Yes?
The one who talks the most, the one who's always asking his neighbor about a golf date.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Is the man whose life the rabbi saved.
Oh.
Gabriel looks thoughtful. That last point, I'm pretty sure I scored with that one. I tell you, when an angel's right, he's right.
Rabbi.
Hadn't you better use the voice of authority? You know, the one you use with me?
Not with the rabbi, Zaxagale. Rabbi, do you hear me?
I hear you, Gabriel.
Oh, Rabbi, as you've probably gathered, there's been a slight mix-up here.
Oh, I don't mind, Gabriel. It's been a very enjoyable trip. Very unusual.
Yes. Your guardian angel, Zaxagale, is in some small difficulty over his error. But that needn't affect you.
Well, if there's anything I can do for Zaxagale...
Oh, you've done a great deal already. Now, there may be some merit in his notion of
reassigning you. Where would you like to go? Well, if you don't mind, Gabriel.
Anything you say.
Genessee County. But that's where you've come from. And it is rather a noisy congregation. Noisy or not noisy, foolish or brilliant, bad or good, Gabriel. It's my congregation. Genessee County, please, Gabriel.
I begin to understand Zaxagale's mistake, Rabbi.
Thank you, Gabriel.
We would appreciate your discretion in keeping this whole matter private, Rabbi.
Huh? Oh, you have my word, Gabriel.
Oh, that's more than enough for me, Rabbi. Well, ready?
Quite ready, Gabriel.
Goodbye, then. And, oh, yes.
What, Gabriel?
Keep up the good work in Genessee County. And I'm sure you'll have a good trip back. Ready?
Quite ready, Gabriel.
Goodbye, then. And, oh yes.
What, Gabriel?
Keep up the good work in Genessee County. I couldn't do better myself.
I can see that Gabriel agrees with me that I have a pretty strong defense. But he is a stickler for the rules and regulations. All that I can try for now is a postponement of the trial. I'd like to get this thing put off for, 120 years. You see, that rabbi from Genessee County, he's a very effective witness, and by then, he's sure to be back.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting General Melvin Krulowitz of the United States Marine Corps Reserve. General Krulowitz.
You all know that rabbis have their troubles and tribulations, and I'm sure it's true of all gentlemen of the cloth. From our script today, we can see that it sometimes is true even for angels. On this occasion, a time of year when we're all mindful of the celebration of Memorial Day, as a Marine, this is a fitting time to be reminded of the influence that spiritual leaders have had upon my life. I was brought up under the benign influence of the Jewish Theological Seminary and celebrated my bar mitzvah in that great American ecclesiastical institution. When I read the Bible portion, on that fateful day of my confirmation, I had to run the gauntlet of the greatest minds in Judaism, all sitting in the pulpit and each one giving me the sergeant major look. There was Solomon Schechter, its president,
who was called to the seminary from Cambridge University to become the great American leader of conservative Judaism, Louis Ginsburg, the world's greatest scholar in Talmud, Alexander Marx, under whose inspired leadership the library of the seminary grew to be the world-renowned repository of Semitic literatures, and their distinguished colleagues, all scholars of the highest standing. I was no angel, but to read my stint before them almost made me feel qualified. Now, after participation in 4 wars, I must say that the warming influence of the seminary's rabbis and chaplains in our military service has been a source of comfort to me and to thousands of servicemen of all religions throughout long years of service. I spent some time in the Hawaiian Islands and visited Lahaina, where the mountains meet the sea. There's a school located in that village which was established over 100 years ago by the visiting missionaries. That little country school, nestling in the mountains, has a most significant motto, which in English may be translated as, "The strongest winds from the mountains cannot extinguish the torch of our learning." So it can be said of the great centers of religious, cultural, and spiritual values in our glorious land. No ill wind of adversity from any quarter can ever extinguish their effectiveness in giving real purpose and inner security to our lives. Thank you, General Krulowitz. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Guardian of Genessee County, was written by Mark Siegel. Cantor David Puttiman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Mandel Kramer, Mercer McLeod, Betty Kane, David Gothard, Raleigh Bester, Roger DeKoven, Norman Rose. This is Mel Brent. The Eternal Light is directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
It was the maddest, gladdest, damnedest existence ever enjoyed by mortal youth. A newspaper reporter in those days had a grand and gaudy time of it, and no call to envy any man. And yet I have marveled that the human race did not revolt against the imposture, dig up the carcass of Gutenberg, and heave it to the buzzards and hyenas in some convenient zoo.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Bring On the Angels, an affectionate revival drawn from his own book newspaper days of the early life and times of Henry L. Menken. The man in the bed has had a stroke, a being full of gusto and sour joy. He's paralyzed. A master's master of words. He'll never speak sense again. He's 68. His eyes are open, but there's no fire there. They see instead inward. What the sudden grab of thrombosis is left of his brain now gropes in the swirling mist of reversing time. Seeks, finds, remembers.
I remember my father died on Friday, January 13th, 1899, and was buried on the ensuing Sunday. On the Monday evening immediately following, I presented myself in the city room of the old Baltimore Morning Herald and applied to Max Ways, the city editor, for a job.
Mr. Ways, sir?
I was 18 years, 4 months, and 4 days old. Wore my hair longish and parted in the middle, had on a high, stiff collar and an ascot cravat, and weighed something on the minus side of 120 pounds.
Sir?
What's the problem, Sonny?
I'd like a job, a reporter's job.
Got any experience?
No, sir.
Been to school?
Baltimore Polytechnic Institute, but I've done some writing.
Poetry.
Well, yes, sir.
What makes you think you want to be a newspaperman?
Well, I think it'd be exciting.
Huh. You working?
Yes, sir, for my Uncle Henry at Menken and Brother, the cigar factory.
What's your name?
Menken, sir. Henry Lewis Menken.
Well, I'll tell you, Henry Lewis, we don't have any opening right now, but you drop in now and then evenings, say between 7:30 and 7:45, something might turn up. Hey, boy.
The next night, precisely at 7:31, I was back. Max waved me away without parley. The third night, he simply shook his head. The fourth, fifth, sixth. Well, to make an end, this went on for 4 weeks, night in and night out, until Thursday, February 23rd, 1899. I found Max reading copy. For a few minutes, he did not see me. Then his eyes lifted, and he said, casually,
Go out to Governorstown, see if anything's happening there. We're supposed to have a Governorstown correspondent, but he hasn't been heard from for 6 days. What'd you get, Henry?
Well, there were only 2 lights burning in town, so
The news.
The Imperial Order of Red Men have postponed their oyster supper to March the 6th.
Stop the press. Anything else?
Yes, sir. A horse was stolen.
Give me a stick.
Sir?
A stick is 1 paragraph. Pen and paper over there.
I was up with the milkman the next morning to search the paper. And there it was.
A horse, a buggy, and several sets of harness, valued in all at about $250, were stolen last night from the stable of Howard Quinian near Kingsville. The county police are at work on the case, but so far no trace of either thieves or booty has been found. He didn't change a single word.
I was hooked. I was in print. I was a reporter. I was hired.
Sonny, I'm going to give you a start. I'm going to put you on the payroll at $7 a week. If you make good, you get a raise.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mr. Ways.
To $8, and the name is Max.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't long before I had a typewriter, a spittoon of my own, and a beat. Oh, those were the days. The happy days. The days that chased each other like little kittens chasing their tails. The very first week, I landed in court, on the witness stand. The reformers had blithered up a crusade against the bawdy dance halls, and I became an unwilling witness against 2 cops who had been aware of what was going on.
Well, I was there in my official capacity, and I presume the police were.
Answer the question. Did you see the defendants there?
Well, I spoke to many officers of the law that night. I may have
The
seen...
poor flat feet were guilty, for I talked with them there many times. But I managed to sophisticate my testimony with so many ifs and buts that it went for nothing, and they were acquitted. That was my first and last experience as an agent of moral endeavor. I made up my mind at once that my true and natural allegiance was to the devil's party. And it has been my firm belief ever since that all persons who devote themselves to forcing virtue on their fellow men deserve nothing better than kicks in the pants. Hence Menken's law. To wit,
whenever A annoys or injures B on the pretense of saving or improving X, A is a scoundrel.
I learned my trade from veterans who had seen Lincoln clear. Sometimes, for instance, it would be a matter of legging it to the iron wilds of Locust Point. But De Becker was more experienced than I and had a beard to prove it.
Come with me, Menken.
Where are we going?
Never mind, come with me. Two beers, dark. Again. Henry, why should we walk our legs off trying to find out the name of a stevedore kicked overboard by a mule?
Yeah, but my city desk wants
The fact, my boy. That another poor man has given his life to engorge the interests is not news. It happens every 10 minutes.
Well, kicked by a mule.
That is the story. Men are not kicked overboard by mules every day. That is the story, not the name. Therefore, I move you, my esteemed contemporary, that the name of the deceased be Ignaz Karpinski. That the name of his widow be Marie. That his age was 36. That he lived at 1777 4th Avenue. And that he leaves 11 minor children. Charlie!
And so the sad facts were reported in all 3 Baltimore papers the next day, along with various lively details that occurred to DeBecker with successive beers. This labor-saving device was in use the whole time I covered South Baltimore, and I never heard any complaint against it. Every one of the 3 city editors, comparing his paper to the other 2, was surprised and pleased to discover that his reporter always got names and addresses right. But we never stooped to faking. Well, hardly ever.
Henry, my boy, that was a fine story on the judge and the wife beater. Did he actually... Where's that copy? I quote, "The crime you're accused of committing, thundered Judge Grannon, is a foul and desperate one, and the laws of all civilized nations prohibit it under heavy penalties. I could send you to prison for life, I could order you to the whipping post, or I could sentence you to be hanged. But inasmuch as this is your first offense, I will be lenient. You will be taken to the House of Correction and there confined for 20 years. In addition, you are fined $10,000. Henry, did Gene Grannon actually say that before he suspended the sentence on the poor boob?
Well, not exactly. In the bar next door to court, he said he wished...
All right, Henry. Nice story. Nice color. Writing. That's the thing, my boy. From now on, $16 a week. But never forget, my boy, that the newspaper business builds its profits on the life, blood, and ambition of youth.
By this time, I had begun to reflect upon my trade. It worked me too hard. More than once, I produced 5,000 words of copy between noon and midnight. Not in a single story.
Why?
But perhaps 12 or 15, every one of them requiring some legging. But there were compensations. Max put it best, I think, one night at the Stevedores Club.
Who touches the hair of John Greyhead dies like a dog. Henry, my boy, you're a good writer. Too good for this trade. Someday you'll get out.
Well, I'd like to do a novel or a play.
That's right. But where else, my boy? Where else can you see the show from a reserved seat in the first row, huh?
You mean light?
I mean humanity.
2 beers?
Light for me, dark for my nephew here. Humanity, Henry. The rest of the boobs have to wait in line and shove for places, but we get in by the side door. Here's to the Fourth Estate. Long may it slave. Integer vitae scelerisque puris, non egit
The Stevedores Club. Max proposed me for membership. I shall be grateful as long as my vital juices flow and tongue shall wag. I learned to drink a potion called handset whiskey. The linotypers throve on it.
Now, don't tell the other boys the secret, see? You mix wood alcohol, snuff, tobacco sauce, and coffin varnish. It's the varnish gives it the body.
The Stevedores Club. A professional society it was. Met at Frank Junker's saloon opposite City Hall. Max explained the rules to me.
Guests are allowed to remain only if they treat the house. Guests are not to include musicians unless they bring actors, to whom guest privileges can be accorded by majority vote.
How about that fellow over there? What's he?
Him? Oh, he's a street cleaner. They're allowed in on Saturday nights if proof of bath is furnished.
You see him to know you. He's coming over.
Never saw him before in my life. Now, another privilege here. Reporters get special rates on double crabs, 5 cents apiece.
Hey, Max.
Now, the 25-cent businessman's lunch is good
Max,
here, but...
Max.
All right. Henry, meet my esteemed colleague, Mr. Walters, city editor of the opposition paper, whose dastard name shall never pass my lips in the company of callow youth.
Listen, Max, that story about the two congressmen who got into a debate in Miss Nellie's music room.
Oh, yes, I've been wondering about that one.
Well, it's accurate, Max. One of them dented the other's skull with a spittoon.
Yeah, that's the way we got it. Max, are we going to print that? Now, Miss Nellie's got a nice reputation. Do we want to run her music hall down?
Oh, I wouldn't want to do that, Chuck. Miss Nellie's an awfully good news source.
Of course she is. Now, if it's all right with you, I thought we might put the accident up in Mount Vernon Place.
The most respectable neighborhood in town. Fine. All right, I'll go along with you.
Now, about the spittoon.
Well, let's say one was opening an umbrella and the other turned suddenly.
Oh, we can do better than that. Say they got kicked by a runaway hack horse.
Excuse me.
What is it, my boy?
Why not make it sound reasonable? Say they slipped on the icy pavement.
On the icy pavement? That's all right with me.
Fine by me, Chuck. Ice it is, Mount Vernon Place. Set them up all around, Frank.
Thus, the cooperation of the press to protect a respected establishment, Miss Nellie's Music Hall. Scoops, beats, there were plenty. But when the city editors agreed on the facts, that is how they appeared. Nor ever did one break his word. There is honor among thieves, editors, and sometimes even editorial writers, giants of the embellished fact, the expanded truth. Like Jones, our telegraph editor, claimed to have been a church organist once.
Well, there was the baby in the bank vault.
What was the baby doing there, Jonesy?
Why, Henry, the mother, being wealthy, had just forgotten about it in her eagerness to get the coupons over to the teller's window. So they sent for me. I set up my organ in front of the vault.
Where did you get an organ, Jonesy?
Borrowed it from a nearby sailor's vessel. Now, I fooled around until I found a note that would vibrate steel and shook the time lock to pieces.
Whatever happened to the baby?
Grew up to be a congressman, I believe. Should have left him be. Boy!
Jonesy had one failing. He took to Handset whiskey on the job and began scouring the world for ancestors. Whenever the AP would announce the death of some eminent man, he'd stagger into the city room with the flimsy, sobbing piteously.
What's the matter, Jonesy?
Terrible thing, Max. Terrible.
What is it, Jonesy? Let's have it, man.
Bismarck is dead.
Well, what of it? What do you care about him?
You don't understand, boss. He was my father.
When, in the course of one day's international wire, Jonesy had claimed for his parents a Confederate general, a Boston suffragette, a Marshal Lieutenant Hung Chang, that was November 7th, 1901, Max had to let him go. We were amazed when word drifted in that he was actually working as an organist in a Presbyterian church in a poor suburb, claiming to be a son of both John Calvin and John Knox. Giants and sinners, all of us. What we did with great gobs of gusto. It was a time of thoroughness, anyway. I was sent to the Patapsco to cover a suicide one day. The unfortunate had been a bar owner. The cop couldn't even spell his last name.
Kuno, all Kuno. The boob made the deal with the artist for free meals and beers that they do him a mural on his wall.
What happened?
Well, it drove him to self-destroyal, Henry. At the end of a month, they give him 8 square feet of beautiful bims and peekaboo chemises. But it run him 120 meals and 500 some beers.
We got him.
Let's go, Henry, and take your hat off. Now, the way we make it out, he climbed up on the rail, tied a rope to it looped around his neck, swallowed a dose of arsenic, shot himself through the head, then fell or jumped into the river. You always want to say it like that, my boy. Fell or jumped. Respect the family's feelings.
Sure, we worked sometimes and hard. Rewrite men were unheard of. Every reporter came back to the office and wrote his story himself. But the Herald City Room was the most modern in Baltimore. It had 2 telephones. Occasionally somebody would get the right number.
Harold Menken.
Henry, this is Miss Nellie.
Yes, Miss Nellie. How are all the girls?
Fine, fine, but you'd better get down here. The most extraordinary thing has occurred.
Miss Nellie, I will take a hack immediately.
Miss Nellie had appreciated my part in moving the cuspidorian congressman out of her precinct, so she'd called me on this one. Her story was succinct.
Peebles, the hack driver, brought her. He says she gets out of the train, climbs into his cab, and says, "Take me to an establishment for fallen women."
So he took her here. Did he say why?
Because she was so young and innocent, he didn't know what to make of her. So with that, she tells me she comes from somewheres near a burg called Red Lion, PA.
What's her name?
Emmeline Baron Blicker. Her father's one of them old rubes with whiskers.
Very strict people.
Yes, sir. Now, Emmeline had a beau in York, PA, name of Elmer. Whenever Elmer could get away from his work as train butcher on the Northern Central, he'd come out to the farm and they'd do a little hugging and kissing. Well, one day, old Whiskers caught him at it and hollered Emmeline out of the house. Now, Emmeline was a great one for reading books, so while she packed her carpet bag, she remembered what girls in books done when they lost their honest name. They rush off to the nearest city and take up a life of shame, and their name is rubbed out of the family Bible.
Well, why didn't she go to Philadelphia?
Henry, nobody in their right mind goes to Philadelphia.
What do you want me to do, Miss Nellie? Print the story and ask Papa's forgiveness?
Oh, no. This ain't for printing. I just want you to give the little girl some advising. I got her under lock and key upstairs. Now, would you, Henry? You're a writer. You can do it.
Presently, Miss Nellie fetched in Emmeline. She was no Lillian Russell, but she was far from unappetizing in a country sausage, smear case kind of way. Miss Nellie set her at her ease, and soon she was retelling her story to a strange young man with a celluloid collar. Then, out of my worldly wisdom, I spoke.
My dear Miss Baron-Blicker, you have been grossly misinformed. I don't know what these works of fiction are that you have read, but they are wrong. The world no longer burns men for heresy nor women for witchcraft, and it has ceased to condemn girls to lives of shame and death in the gutter for trivial derelictions such as those you acknowledge. The only thing that is frowned upon nowadays is getting caught.
What do you think Emmy should do, Mr. Menken?
I advise you to go home, make some plausible excuse to your pa for lighting out, and resume your faithful ministrations to his cows.
Now, you see, honey, Mr. Menken says go home.
Yes, and at the proper opportunity, take your beau to the pastor and join him in indissoluble love. It is the one safe, respectable, and hygienic course. The primrose path, my dear, is not for you. It is beset with thorns, heartburn, and corset stays.
All the ladies of the resident faculty wept copious tears, took up a collection to which I added $1, the coachman another, and Miss Nellie ordered a box lunch for the triumphantly repentant return to the parental pastures. Emma promised to send Miss Nellie a picture postcard of Red Lion showing the new hall of the Knights of Pythias, but it never arrived. Yes, we were sinners in the days of giants. Giants. Giants everywhere. Huge drinkers, vast eaters, cheerful sinners, honest geniuses. Men, women, and fools. They were all bigger those days. And the stories, too, bigger and better. I shall never forget my best. At midnight on Saturday, February 6th, 1904, by which time I was city editor, I put the Herald to bed, then joined the exercises of the Steve Dawes Club until 3:30. Catching a Nighthawk trolley, by 4 o'clock, I was snoring on my celibate couch in Holland Street. But at 11 a.m.,
how dare you disturb the peaceful Sabbath?
Well, Mr. Menken, there's a fire down in Hopkins Place.
Let it burn.
Well, sir, it looks like a ding whistler.
Well, then let the ding thing whistle. This is my day off.
Well, Mr. Menken, sir, the fire department's talking of sending to Washington for apparatus.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Send a hack up while I dress.
I hoisted my still malty bones from my couch, and 10 minutes later I was on my way to the office. That was at about 11:30 a.m. on Sunday, February 7th. It was not until 4 a.m. of Wednesday, February 10th, that my pants and shoes, or even my collar, came off again. What I had walked into was the great Baltimore fire of 1904, which burned a square mile out of the heart of the town and went howling and spluttering on for 10 days. I can remember the 8-column streamer head I wrote when 3 days later, Burned Out, we finally printed in Philadelphia.
Part of Baltimore wrecked by greatest fire in city's history.
We had a story, I'm here to tell you. Was there ever one that was fatter, juicier, more exhilarating to the journalists on the actual ground?
Apparatus from Washington, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, New York, every block in Midtown on fire. I need men. Cliff, get on the phone, check the bars and the poorhouses, find me printers and reporters. If you need 20 pages, take them. If you need 50, take 50.
They're dynamiting in the next block.
All right, everybody out, everybody.
Where are we going, boss?
Out of here. We'll operate out of the Sloan Hotel. Everybody out!
I went into it a boy. When I came out of it at last, I was settled and indeed almost a middle-aged man, spavined by responsibility. When it was all over, I returned to the ruins of the Herald. It was easy to find the place where my desk had been. The desk itself was a heap of white dust. My clippings were gone, my poems, rejected short stories, spare collars, and trolley passes. Even my collection of pieces of hangman's ropes, I had always intended to present it sooner or later to the Smithsonian. I did find my old copy hook, twisted as if it had died in agony. I took it with me. I was a man. I was 24 years old. 2 years later, in 1906, by then managing editor, I was to read to my staff a notice from the publisher.
Notice. Tomorrow, the property of the Herald Publishing Company will pass into new hands, and there will be no further publication of the Sunday Herald, the Evening Herald, or the Weekly Herald.
In my desk, I had a volume of stories by a new writer named Joseph Conrad. The man could write. His people were sailors, not newspaper men, but they spoke for me.
I remember my youth and the feeling that will never come back anymore. The feeling that I could last forever.
Outlast the sea, the earth, and all men. Youth. All youth. The silly, charming, beautiful youth.
The man on the bed has had a stroke, but he shifts his eyes. They fall on a twisted, agonized, old-time copyhook nearby on his desk. The eyes find fire somewhere, perhaps purloined from the past. He, a writer who is to be paralyzed, who is never to speak sense again afterward, opens his mouth and speaks. Yes, Mr. Menken, what is it?
Bring on the angels.
The angels will treat him kindly. Why? Simply for this alone of all his writings.
If, after I depart this vale, you ever remember me and have thought to please my ghost, forgive some sinner and wink at a homely girl.
Henry L. Menken, 12 September 1880, 29 January 1956. Newspaperman. The CBS Radio Workshop has presented Bring On the Angels from the notes of Henry L. Menken, as dramatized by Alan Sloan and produced and directed by Paul Roberts. The music was composed by Ben Ludlow and conducted by Alfredo Antonini. Louis Van Ruten was heard as the elder Menken, Mason Adams as the younger Menken, Ed Prentice as Max Ways. Others in the cast included Ethel Owen, Daniel Ocko, Jackson Beck, Walter Kinsella, John Gibson, Joe Helgeson, and Ian Martin. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week for the CBS Radio Workshop. And remember, America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn in Lost Angel. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The entire company of the Lux Radio Theater has been under a magic spell this week. We've fallen victim to the charm of Miss Margaret O'Brien, age 7. We have wooed her favor with ice cream cone and peppermint candy, and she has rewarded us by treating us as equals. That's about the greatest compliment that a child can pay to adults. Co-starring with Margaret are James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn. They were all with her in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Lost Angel, the drama that takes the spotlight in this theater tonight. This week, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer is celebrating 20 years of fine picture making with a new one that's been much talked about, The White Cliffs of Dover. During those 20 years, the studio has discovered a distinguished line of famous artists, but none, I think, more promising than our little Margaret O'Brien. Lost Angel is a delightful story of a very small girl who feels a certain responsibility for the affairs of her friends, particularly affairs of romance. I believe tonight marks rather a special occasion for the Lux Radio Theater, because it's the first time we've had a star who wasn't born, even, when the first play was presented in this National Theater by Lux Toilet Soap, which means that a whole generation has more or less grown up with our program. The first birthday party, the first date, graduation day, in all of these, our product has played its own little role. Needless to say, we're firm believers in the theory that beauty is never too young to learn about Lux Toilet Soap. Now our cast is on the stage, and here's the curtain for Act One of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien as Alpha, James Craig as Mike, Marcia Hunt as Katie, and Keenan Wynn as Packy. His name is Mike Regan. Mike's a reporter. He doesn't wear his hat on the back of his head, cigarettes never dangle from the corner of his mouth, and he has never considered writing a novel. But in spite of these handicaps, Mike Regan is the most promising news gatherer on the New York Morning Transcript. Right now, in fact, he's promising something to a very bewitching young lady.
And I'm awfully sorry, Katie, but we can go next week, huh? That's a promise.
Well, if you have to work, chum, you have to.
It's that Packy Roos case. The cops just grabbed him, and I've got to do a follow-up story.
Okay, next week then, huh?
Katie, you're a wonderful girl. You know what I like best about you?
Sure. I have a pretty good voice that pays off with a pretty good salary from a pretty good nightclub. I don't cost you much.
You'll find it hard to believe, but that's not it. The thing I like most is that you're not one of those whiny, clinging vine dames who squawks when a guy's got work to do. Oh, hiya, Katie. The boss wants to see you, Mike. Tell him I'll be right there. Okay. Oh, hey, I almost forgot. About tonight, Mike, you bring the beer, we'll get the dame. Oh.
All right, worm. Squirm.
Honest, Kate, that's just a rib. There aren't any dames. It's just a poker game.
Oh, just a poker game.
Well, it's not that I want to play poker, but I took $400 from those pigeons last Tuesday night and...
Tuesday night?
Yeah. Oh.
Yes. Oh.
Oh, look.
Last Tuesday night, you stood me up because the rewrite man was sick.
Katie, in this racket, there are a lot of things a guy has to do. There are obligations.
Obligations to what, Mike? You have only two real obligations. One is to your job, and the other is to me.
And he seems to be plopping in both of them. Didn't Al tell you I wanted to see you, Mike?
All right, please. Look, Katie, you're absolutely right, darling. Look, have dinner with me tonight. Really let me have it.
And while I'm making speeches, you'll be figuring out how you can get away early and still make that poker game.
Oh, no, Katie. I'll be listening. I'd be a heel if I didn't. You will come, won't you, darling? It means a lot to me.
Well,
Oh, that's wonderful, baby. You won't be sorry, Katie.
Oh, all right. Pick me up at 8:30.
8:30? You're an angel.
I'm a sap. Goodbye, Arthur.
So long, Katie.
Bye.
Brother, the things you get away with.
Now then, you wanted to see me, Art?
Yeah, when you went to Harvard, did you know a professor there named Vincent?
Vincent? Oh, sure, psychology. He's in town now with the Pickering Institute.
Then drag yourself down there and see him. They've got a baby genius. Get an interview.
But, Art, I'm all tied up with the Packy Roos case.
Packy's in jail. The case is over. Now quit stalling.
Listen, will you? I'm in no mood for the patter of little feet and the clutch of little hands.
No? Okay. There's a poultry show that has to be covered.
Pickering Institute?
Pickering Institute.
Yeah. That's what I thought you said. I'm on my way.
I'm delighted to see you again, Regan. But as far as the child is concerned, impossible. We're by no means ready to contact the press.
Oh, I understand your point of view completely, Professor Vincent. Imagine the cheap, sensational stories that might be written. Professors grow genius in hothouse, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
But after all, you know me, and you know I wouldn't...
Very well, but the article you write must first be submitted to us for our approval.
Oh, sure. Now, where's the kid?
Just a moment. There are certain facts I first wish to make clear. For years, the Pickering Institute searched for a child upon whom we could make certain experiments that may revolutionize the entire educational system.
Yeah.
6 years ago, when Alpha was 3 days old, she was brought to us by the Foundling Home.
Any records of her parents?
None whatsoever. We chose her because we found her physically and mentally perfect for our purpose. Since then, the Pickering Institute has been Alpha's home. Here she has had every attention, every kindness.
And you've given her the works, huh?
We have been her teachers and her friends. Alpha knows nothing of the outside world, but her knowledge of such subjects as music, geometry, Chinese, and history may startle even you, Regan.
I'm ready to be startled.
Very well. Go inside and strip.
I thought you said strip.
I did. Dr. Woodring will examine you. If you're in good health, you may then have a short interview with Alpha.
Gee, thanks.
This is her room, Regan. I'll leave you with her. Hello, Alpha. Oh, geometry, I see.
Did you remember to bring the slide rule, Professor Vincent?
How about me? Will I do instead?
This is Michael Regan, Alpha, representative of the press.
How do you do?
How do you do? Not too long, please.
Won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks.
What paper are you from?
A transcript.
Oh, reactionary, isn't it?
I suppose you read it every day?
Just the editorials. I go over them with Professor Richards.
And what do you think of our editorials?
We find them amusing. Have you prepared a list of questions you want me to answer?
Well, I thought we'd just...
We could begin by my giving you the schedule of my day.
Well, that's fine.
Well, I have English first, then history, economics, algebra, Chinese, semantics, and beginning tomorrow, philosophy, because I'm 6 years old.
Oh, congratulations. If you'll pardon my asking, what do you do just for fun?
Well, I play chess and the harp and the piano.
And of all the jolly things you do, Professor, what do you like best?
Reading. I think I like reading best.
Sure. When I was your age, I liked reading best, too. You know, kid stuff, fairy tales.
Oh, I've been told about them.
Oh, what's wrong with fairy tales?
After all, there's no point in wasting time on things that aren't true.
And just what isn't true about fairy tales?
Are you serious? Dragons, flying carpets?
They're not true?
Hardly.
Well, I guess I'll have to tell the leprechaun I had breakfast with that he isn't real.
A leprechaun? What's that?
It's a little man about so high. Irish. Shoemaker by profession.
You had breakfast with such a man this morning?
Yes.
What did he eat?
Pratters and stirabout. Oh, the stirabout's a special kind of cereal. No lump.
What about dragons? Do you believe in them?
Why, certainly.
You've never seen one.
Now, if that isn't just like a woman. Look, do you know what a zebra is?
Of course. It's an mammal of the equine group. Black with white stripes.
How do you know?
Well, because I do know.
But you've never seen one?
No.
Still, you believe there are zebras, don't you?
Yes.
All right, then. I believe there's a whole world of magic. Outside all kinds of magic.
You do?
Sure. Of course, some people will tell you that it isn't true. But if you know in your heart what you're looking for, and you believe it, then it is true, and you can find it.
Can you?
Certainly. Time for your
I'd
music
like to.
lesson. Elsa?
Oh, but Professor, we're having such an interesting discussion.
Well, go on, kid. And thanks. I'll be sure to tell my leprechaun you said he wasn't real.
Goodbye, Mr. Regan.
Come along, Alpha. Professor Caddy's waiting for you.
I'm afraid we'll have to start again, Alpha. The note is D, not D flat.
I don't believe I'm concentrating, Professor Caddy.
Well, we'll try it again, dear. Ready?
Professor Caddy, do you believe in magic?
Magic? Well, there's always the magic of music.
Oh, but that's not what I mean. Oh, well, let's get back to Beethoven. Come in.
I just wanted to say good night, my dear.
Good night, Professor Vincent. Where is Mrs. Caddy?
Mrs. Caddy seems suddenly to have contracted a slight fever. Dr. Woodring has sent her to bed. Now go right to sleep.
I'll try, but I have so many things on my mind.
Oh? Did you have a nice supper tonight?
Farina with lumps.
Lumps are merely grains of cereal adhering.
Obviously, but sometimes I'd like to have pratters and stirabout.
What on earth are they?
I don't know, but that's what I'd like to have.
Well, I'll consult Dr. Woodring.
Professor Vincent?
Yes?
If somebody told you something is true, and you don't think it is, but you're not sure, what you do?
You demand that they prove their statements. Everything true can be proved.
Thank you. Good night, Professor.
Good night, my dear. You've been a fine, good girl. Outside, Alpha. Outside. There's all kinds of magic. Flying carpets, dragons, enchanted forest. Demand that they prove their statements. If you know in your heart what you're looking for, and you believe it, then it is there, and you can find it.
everything true can be proved.
Then prove it. Prove it to me, Mr. Regan.
Outside, all kinds of magic. Outside.
All right. Outside I'll go. Very well. Outside I'll go. Dear professors, I am going out. Do not worry. I have dressed warmly. I have to find out something else.
Well, young lady, what can we do for you?
I'd like to see Mr. Michael Regan, please.
Is this guy with you, this Chinese gent?
Oh, yes. The traffic confused me somewhat, so he volunteered to escort me.
Huh?
Oh, she got the Kaoli, she give the June Jindiao.
Then we knew the way at the bug one.
Oh, me wangi, oh, she got the.
Hey, what goes?
Oh, pardon me. My friend Mr. Min Jang said the Korea was taken by the Japanese in 1912. It was 1910, August 1910.
1910, huh? Oh, now, come on. Now, what do you want to see Mr. Regan for?
He's my father.
Your father, though.
What? 19.
Jagan, that means goodbye. My friend Mr. Min Jang is very kind to bring me here, but he certainly is stubborn.
Who's the little doll, Eddie? He's looking for Mike Regan. Says he's a father.
Mike Regan's her. Oh, boy. And she wants to see her father, does she? Well, I think that can be arranged.
You know where he is?
Sure. He took his girl to the fights, and that's just where I'm taking this little lady.
One at a time, please. One at a time.
Yeah, that's better. Now, which one of you professors called headquarters?
It was I, Sergeant. I'm Professor Vincent.
Okay. Now, you say you saw the little girl at 10 after 8.
As a rule, my wife goes in to see if the child is properly covered.
Why didn't she go in tonight?
Because I ordered Mrs. Ketty to bed. She's ill.
Oh, I'll be all right. If only we can find Alpha.
Hey, Sarge.
Yeah, Charlie?
I checked them all. Mercy Hospital, Good Samaritan, Bellevue, no kid.
Are you sure you described her correctly? Navy jumper, white blouse, black
But
shoes.
what made her run away?
What made
You
her...
heard me.
Oh, we don't know.
What's the matter with you, lady?
My wife is suffering from a slight cold.
Don't look like no cold to me. Hey, look, Sarge, this here lady's got the measles, right? The father of 9 kids.
This is terrible. Measles. Why, bless me, I believe you're right.
Oh, this is calamity.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be all right in a few days.
But you don't understand. Tell them, Doctor.
When we find Alpha, she won't be able to come back here. This place is quarantined until Mrs. Catty recovers from the measles.
Having fun, Katie?
What? But I'd be happier if my man hadn't been knocked out.
The next bout will be on in a minute. I'll give you a chance to win your money back.
Okay, but I have to be back at the club pretty soon.
Oh, relax. I'll go over with you. After all, Attention, please. Mr. Michael Regan is wanted in the press room. Your baby is waiting for you. Mr. Michael Regan, your baby is in the press room.
Well, what are you waiting for, Mike?
Katie, you know I haven't got a baby.
Mister, I've never seen you before in my life.
Oh, there's some mistake. Look, just wait, will you, honey? I'll be right back.
I'm leaving, but you'd better hurry and see if that baby will wait for you.
Right in the press room, Mr. Regan. Your boss brought her here and ducked out. Thanks.
Hello, Mr. Regan.
Since when am I your father?
Mr. Regan, I'd like to talk to you.
And I'd like to talk to you.
When you came to see me, you made certain statements. You said that there were dragons and flying carpets and, well, magic. And you said not everybody could, but you knew how to find it. That's what you said.
So?
Show me. But of course, if it wasn't true, please don't feel bad. Of course, all men lie. Even if they don't mean to lie, they don't always know the truth about things.
Tell me, why is it so important to you, this magic business?
Well, the professors say everything can be explained. But if things happen like magic, I don't know. I just thought it would make everything seem different.
Listen, I didn't lie to you. There is magic, all kinds. It's what makes people laugh and have friends and be happy.
And if I told you I could find it, well, I'll find it for you.
Now? Right now?
Yeah, but we've got to find Katie, too. Oh, it's Miss Mallory. She's my girl.
Oh, why don't we just go look for the magic? Why do we have to see her?
Well, because she's very angry with me. And since you're the other woman in this case, well, you have to help me fix it.
All right, how do I do it?
You do it by being exactly 6 years old.
That appears very simple, Mr. Wiggins. Shall we proceed?
Yeah, we shall proceed.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn in Act 2 of Lost Angel. And now, here's a young soldier home on leave. A soldier and his girl.
When your heart goes bumpity-bump, it's love, love, love. When your throat comes up with a lump, it's love, love, love. Why, Joe, you're not singing.
I'd rather watch you, honey. You're so pretty. Where'd you get that $1 million complexion, Sue? It makes my heart go bumpity-bump. Well, it's love, love, love. Sometimes at first sight, when admiring eyes come close to a smooth, lovable Lux complexion. Pretty Lux girls are clever. They never neglect the care that really makes skin softer, more appealing. Here's what they do.
Every single day, I give my skin an active lather facial with Lux soap. I smooth on lots of the creamy lather and work it in gently but thoroughly. I rinse with warm water and splash on cold, then pat my skin dry with a soft towel. That's all. But that quick, easy facial really does things for my skin.
In recent tests of Lux toilet soap facials, actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time. Lux soap's rich, creamy lather agrees with delicate skin. No wonder 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars depend on it for daily complexion care. If you haven't tried this fine white soap, why not get Lux toilet soap tomorrow? If you find your dealer is temporarily out of stock due to wartime conditions, he's sure to have more soon. Remember, Hollywood's beauty soap is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien as Alpha, James Craig as Mike, Marcia Hunt as Katie, and Keenan Wynn as Packy. While the New York police and professors of the Pickering Institute frantically search for a 6-year-old brain trust, Mike Regan and Alpha are on the search of their own for magic. Under a dazzling canopy of animated electric signs, a slightly bored Mike and a saucer-eyed little girl amble through the wonderland of Times Square.
Professor, I believe you wanted to see a flying carpet. Just take a look up there.
Looks like an airplane to me.
And just what is an airplane?
Well, it's the thing that you sit down on and it flies away.
Correct. Now, that plane up there, you sit down on it, it flies away. A flying carpet, no matter what you call it.
Goodness.
Hey, take a look down there. See that man all dressed up? Swallowtail coat, silk hat? Now look at his shirt.
It lights up. My shirt lights up with electric light.
Certainly.
It says, Bell Terrace Cigars, the Smoker King. My, that's wonderful, Matt.
Strictly minor league, Professor, minor league.
Nice fresh corn. Hot peanut.
1 bag, Mac.
1 bag, 1 dime. Here you are.
Keep your change.
I remain obediently yours.
What's this, Mr. May?
Popcorn, kind of food. My leprechaun's crazy about it, but it gets in his teeth. He has a lot of trouble with it.
My teeth are very good.
I see. Have some popcorn?
Thank you.
Wait. Here we turn the corner. And look, the great white whale, full of magic.
Mr. Regan, look. There's a dragon.
Where? Oh, sure. All lit up like a Christmas tree. Dragon Chinese restaurant, full course dinner, 70 cents.
And look at that.
A leprechaun.
Looks like a monkey to me.
Now, if this were just a monkey, he wouldn't be all dressed up, would he, and asking for money with one hand and popcorn with the other?
If he's a leprechaun, he shouldn't have popcorn. It's bad for his teeth.
Yeah, but you can still give him the nickel.
You're leprechaun, but no popcorn. It's for your own good.
Come on, Professor.
We got to go to a nightclub and see Katie.
I hope the leprechaun doesn't think that I didn't want to give him any popcorn.
I'm sure he doesn't. Now, if you keep your eyes open, you'll see a machine that makes donuts and a giant I know named Stilts. You see, Professor, on every street, behind every door, wherever you look, nothing but magic.
Naughty, naughty.
Yeah. But before we go another step, I'm going to call Vincent and tell him where you are. Well, that was fast, wasn't it?
Did you telephone Professor Vincent?
The line's still busy. We'll just sit at this table, and in a minute, Katie will be through singing. Hello, Chris. A glass of milk for the professor here, and the usual for me. Yes, sir.
Mr. Regan, this Katie, what makes her your girl?
Well, I like her.
How do you know when you like people?
It's because you want to be with them, I guess, and do things for them.
Do you do things for her?
Well, not very much, I guess.
Then you don't like her very much.
Sure I do.
Then I don't understand.
Yeah, you're too young.
Well, Mike, and where did you borrow her?
You can apologize now or later. She's the baby I was paid for. Sit down, Katie.
You bet I will.
Katie, this is Alpha.
How do you do?
Hi.
Alpha's a business acquaintance of mine. She's being educated by a lot of professors, and they're doing a very good job, except they left out what goes on outside their classrooms. You know, magic and stuff like that. So she looked me up at the fights to find out more about it.
Magic, huh?
Yeah.
Milk for the child and the usual for you, sir.
Thanks.
What's in that bottle, Mr. Regan?
This? Oh, it's, cough medicine.
Then why does it say Irish whiskey on the label?
Because he forgot you could read, Alpha.
May I have some?
No. It makes you feel awful. Well, sick, sort of.
You know it's going to make you sick before you drink it, and you drink it anyway. That isn't intelligent, Mr. Regan.
Okay, Professor, you win this round.
Mr. Regan, what is that man eating?
Over there? Oh, he's eating spaghetti. I'll get you some.
No, better not, Mike. She'll get sick.
I am never sick.
Okay, kid, you're on your own.
Some spaghetti for the young lady, Chris. Coffee for us.
Yes, sir.
I can see I'm going to have to watch my IQ around here.
Do you have a high intelligence quotient?
No, I'm a middle grade moron.
That's too bad. Does it worry you?
You think it should?
Well, it would be a matter of concern to me.
Excuse me a minute. I've got to find out about my next number.
Are you going away?
Yes, but I'll be right back.
She's pretty.
She's beautiful.
Do you like her better than you like me?
Well, look at you.
Don't laugh at me.
Professor, you're getting younger every minute.
You like me.
Why?
Because I like you.
Why?
I don't know.
Hey, what's the matter, Professor? What did I do? Now, you can't do that. Now, look.
What did you do to her?
I beat her. What do you think I did?
He likes you better than he likes me.
Oh, come here, darling.
What's the matter with her?
Judging from my past experience, I'd say she's in love. Hey, where do you think you're going?
To telephone the Institute. And if that line's still busy, I'm going to cut my throat.
Look, Alpha, Mike doesn't like me better than you. Honest, just differently. People can like lots of people. People with big hearts, that is.
Is Mike got a big heart?
Well, it's bigger than his head. Well, here's your spaghetti. I'm still against the idea, but if you've got to eat spaghetti, I guess you got to. Well, how was your spaghetti, Alpha?
I found it very palatable.
You did, huh? Oh, look, here comes Daddy.
I got the Institute all right. Finally.
Mike, your face. What's the matter? Are they having you arrested for kidnapping?
I wish that was all.
Do I have to go right back? I'm sorry I cried.
No, you don't have to go right back. Not for a couple of days, Professor.
A couple of what?
Look, Professor, you're a little bit tear-stained. How about washing up? Oh, Miss.
Cigarette, yes, cigar.
Oh, Miss, would you mind showing my friend here where the powder room is?
I'd be glad to. Come on, honey.
You come with me.
I better stay here. You come back beautiful and surprise me.
She will. All right, now what's the big mystery?
The Pickering Institute extends its unbounded gratitude for finding Alpha.
That's nice.
They practically kissed me over the phone, but I can't take her back there.
No?
The joint's quarantined. Mrs. Caddy's got the measles.
Oh, Mike.
It's not funny. They want me to.
Oh, Mike, that's so wonderful.
I tell you, they're going to stick me with that kid.
Much as I love you, darling, I can't say you're the guardian type.
It seems Professor Vincent knows me from Harvard, the rat. Hey, Katie, look. Now, your place is close by, and you know...
Not a chance, Mike, not a chance.
But why not?
Well, you're her fairy godfather, my friend. You're the fellow who said outside there's magic and excitement and wonderful people. Well, you've got to show her, Mike, no one else.
Oh, but it's only for a little while. I'll spend a lot of time with her,
Oh, no. Did you see her eyes when she looks at you? Well, you've got to pay for that look, chum. And that means that you're going to sit up with her tonight if she gets sick on that spaghetti. And in the morning, you're going to fix her breakfast. Yep, this time one of your pigeons has come home to roost. And, speaking of pigeons...
Well, goodbye, Alpha.
Goodbye, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
People are very interesting.
People are just den to get your coat.
Are we going?
Yes.
Isn't Katie coming?
No.
I'm sorry if I was rude when I first met you. I hope I see you again.
You will, darling.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Michael.
Oh. Okay, Professor, this is my apartment. My bed's in there. It's yours.
Are you angry, Mike?
Not at you, at Katie.
But you like her.
Who says you can't get angry at people you like? Anyway, I don't like her. I love her.
How?
Well, you get madder at them that way.
I'm glad I'm going to stay with you.
Oh, you are, huh? Now, look, I'm a busy man. I don't mind you staying here, but you've got to play ball and stay out of my hair.
Oh, you mean if I cooperate?
Exactly.
Very well, I will cooperate. And if you wish, I will play ball with you.
Oh. Well, now you go in there and get out of your clothes. You can sleep in one of my pajama jackets.
I'm accustomed to washing before I retire.
Well, that's the door over there.
Thank you.
Hey, wash good now and all over. Who is it? Oh, sure I'm still working for the paper. What? He broke out of jail. Packy Roos broke out... Well, I was out with that kid story. But I can't forget it. I've got the kid here. I can't. Art, listen. Hello. Oh.
Mike, I feel peculiar.
So do I.
My stomach hurts. I'm going to be sick.
Well, get back in there. Hurry. Now, don't get scared. It's just... Grand Hotel. Oh, yes, Professor Vincent. More instructions? Oh, yes. Oh, she's been in bed for hours. Look, Vincent, I'll call you back in the morning. Oh, yes, Vincent. No, Vincent. Yes, Vincent. No. Yes, Vincent. I will. Bye. How you doing, kid?
I just did.
Good. Just pretend you were a little seasick.
I feel humiliated.
Humiliated.
I never had occasion to use the word before.
You don't have any occasion to use it now. Now, come on. Into bed with you. Now, look, Professor, I've got to go out for a little while. You won't be afraid if I leave you here alone, will you?
Why, no. That wouldn't be intelligent, Mr. Regan.
Score one for Vincent. Well, now you go to sleep, and when you wake up in the morning, I'll be right here.
Thank you. Night.
Good
Goodbye.
night. Good night, Professor. Regan?
Mike? Is that you, Mike?
Get in there. Who are you?
Alpha, who are you?
Where's Regan?
I don't know.
When'll he be back?
Soon. What do you want?
What's it to you?
Obviously, you've been very badly brought up.
Hey, who are you?
I told you my name was Alpha, but you didn't tell me yours.
Well, it's Packy. Packy Roos. You belong here, huh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not angry with Mike, then whom are you angry?
Oh, I ain't angry. I ain't angered nobody.
So why have you got that revolver?
What is? Oh, that's a water pistol.
It's a deadly weapon. If you're not angry with Margaret, whom are you then?
Now, look, will you please go back to sleep?
You're just trying to change the subject.
Look, maybe you'd like me to read to you, huh? You got a book around here?
There's a book on the table.
Oh,
Mike bought it for me.
Fairy Tales. Yeah, you see that, sister? That there says Fairy Tales. Okay. Now, if there's any word you do not understand, you leave me know and I'll explain it to them.
Very well.
Now, this here's a story about a Chinese nightingale. You see? It's a bird.
Go on.
Once upon a time in China was a wonderful bird called a nightingale. They said it was the greatest thing in all the vast empire.
Empire.
Empire. But one man had never heard of him. That was a Cavalier, whatever that is.
Cavalier.
Okay, Cavalier. All right, then why ain't it empire?
Oh, Packy, it isn't the same at all. You see, the noun cavalier is a French derivative that... Oh, well, go on with the story.
Okay. Well, this Cavalier went to the palace, and he said, Princes of the realm, from all points of the compass, tidings come to me of a wondrous bird, a certain nightingale that wobbles the most beautiful song.
A poor little girl in the kitchen said, "The nightingale, I know it well. It can sing gloriously."
Keep going, sister. Ain't a bad story.
Every evening when I finish my work, I go into the garden and wait for him under the elm tree. Packy, are you asleep? Well, it's about time. Mike? Is that you, Mike?
Hey, what are you doing up?
A friend of yours came in. He's sleeping in that chair.
Oh, fine. Yeah, I chased all over New York looking for Packy Roots, and my friends come barging in at 4 o'clock in the morning.
But, Mike, that is Packy.
Who?
Packy Roots. I've been reading him a fairy tale.
Fairy? Oh.
Mike, speak to me.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn for Act 3 of Lost Angels. And now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. My, Libby, you look positively starry-eyed.
Who wouldn't, Mr. Kennedy? I've just been talking to Sonia Henny.
What a break for you, Libby. With or without her skates, she's certainly lovely to watch. Is she as tiny as she seems when she's skimming over the ice?
Here are the exact statistics, Mr. Kennedy. 110 pounds, 5 feet 2, and eyes that are sparkling brown. In fact, a sparkling person.
She must have a great capacity for hard work. How does she do it, and yet look so fresh?
All that grace and quickness is the result of talent and lots of hard work. Besides being the world's foremost figure skater, she's an accomplished ballet dancer. I watched her practicing. She's just beginning a new picture, you know. And she seems to be tireless.
I've heard she goes into rigid training before every ice show and every picture.
Yes, a careful diet and as much rest as she can get. And, Mr. Kennedy, of interest to all Lux girls...
Being smart as well as pretty, of course Sonia is a Lux girl.
Yes, she is a Lux girl. A girl who depends on Lux toilet soap for exquisite complexion care and for a luxurious beauty bath, too. She says a really soothing, refreshing bath is very important to her. Here's what she told me. A Lux soap bath gives me a wonderful kick-up. Leaves me so refreshed.
You might say a Lux soap beauty bath makes a girl feel perky as well as pretty.
So many screen stars recommend it for a quick beauty pickup. They're keen about the rich, creamy Lux soap lather. Leaves skin really fresh and sweet. And they love the nice perfume Lux leaves on the skin.
Well, Libby, a Lux beauty bath is a little luxury we can recommend to everyone these strenuous days. Lux toilet soap is thrifty, too. Being hard milled, it lasts down to the thinnest sliver. So for women everywhere, here's a Hollywood tip. Make Hollywood fragrant white beauty soap your daily bath soap, too. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We'll have a whole quartet of stars for a curtain call after the play. And here's the curtain for the third act of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn. After combing the city in search of Packy Ruth, a weary Mike Regan has staggered home to find Alpha entertaining the escaped gunman in his living room. Packy had dozed off, but Mike's arrival brings him to his feet with a very mean-looking gun in his hand.
Hey, what's the idea of busting into my place? Everybody in town's looking for you.
Ah, shut up.
Oh, Packy, put down that firearm.
Well, I'm sorry. Now, look, Regan, I ain't guilty of that murder rap. They're trying to hang it on me.
I never said you were guilty.
There's only one guy who can clear me. Lefty Moran.
That jerk?
Yeah, Moran's seen the whole thing. I gotta find Moran quick or I wind up in a chair. Now, I can't go looking for him. But you can. So you're gonna find Moran for me, get it?
Well, you hide out here.
You got it, Regan.
I'm sorry, pal. I got my hands full with the professor here. And I'm not making myself an accessory.
Brother, harboring a felon makes you an accessory. And you're harboring me.
I think you should help him.
You stay out of this. Why?
'Cause I like Packy.
You're getting to like an awful lot of people.
Yes, it's getting easier and easier.
All right. I'll try to find Lefty. But if I do, I get the whole story, exclusive, pictures, everything.
Oh, sure, but you're wasting time.
I'll start in the morning. I'm dead tired.
Brother, you don't know how dead you can be. You're starting now.
Don't worry about Packy. I'll read to him some more.
Oh, murder.
What did I do to this?
What's the big idea coming back here if you didn't find him?
Because I'm tired. I'm very tired.
You told me that yesterday. Now listen to me, brother. You better go out and find... Hey, what's that?
Oh, stop being so jumpy. It's just Katie with the groceries. You heard me, phoner. Hello, Katie.
Well, good morning. Oh, who are you?
This is Packy. Packy, this is Katie. Nice girl.
Well, I'm very pleased to meet you.
I don't mean to be inquisitive, but aren't the police looking for you?
Sort of.
Oh, yes. It's all a misunderstanding. You see, the police have gone on the assumption that Packy is an antisocial type. But, of course, they're all wrong. You can just tell that by looking at him, can't you?
Look, kid, let's you and me lug these groceries into the kitchen, huh? Hey, Regan.
What?
You gonna stand around here all day? Get going.
Oh, why don't you stop, you big, bad man?
Mike, the telephone is ringing.
Oh. Hello. Oh, hello, boss. No, I'm not going to sleep all day. I'm just going out. Yes, sure. Right away. Oh. Oh, yes. It's awfully funny. My paper's yelling. I got to play nursemaid. And this character is turning my place into an Alcatraz annex. Oh, fix some breakfast, will you, Katie?
I want to watch you.
Then at least get the professor started with the lessons. Vincent sent up all her books.
What? And reveal my ignorance still more?
Well, somebody's got to help. Packy, go on. Help the professor with the homework.
Me? Oh, gee, I didn't bring my thinking cap with me.
Packy, you heard him, didn't you?
Oh, gee whiz,
And so if Napoleon had better equipment, and if the French people hadn't been discouraged by the length of the war...
Well, go on, go on.
You're not listening.
Where's Regan? Him and that dame left here 6 hours ago.
Mike said he'd bring Lefty back and will.
I never should have let that dame leave with him. How do I know what she's up to?
You've got to relax.
Oh, now, please. I heard all your lessons, didn't I? I even promised I'd let you lend me the harp. So now I can't relax. Will you have a heart? I'm jumpy.
Now, Packy, the very wise men in India worked out a theory which will help you to relax. It's called yoga, and I'm going to show you.
Who is it?
It's me. Hey, give me a hand, will you?
Hey, it's Lefty. What'd you do, croak him?
I don't know where I could get him here. Had to tap him a little on the head.
Come on. Drop him in his chair.
There. Hey, he's coming too.
Oh. Mike, is the gentleman hurt? Is he?
All right, close the door and get that kid out of here.
Oh, where? The Packy.
Yeah. Take a good look, sweetheart.
Hey, what's going on here?
I had to see you, Lefty. You wasn't just a witness to that shooting, was you, chum? You was the kid himself. Well, no one's framing me.
Oh, wait a minute, Packy.
Are you crazy? He's no good to you, Dad. Make him sign a confession. Then we can call the cops. But if you pay him off with a load of lead, then you're just buying yourself a one-way ticket to Sing Sing.
Oh, Packy, don't do anything that will make you go to jail. I wouldn't be able to see you anymore. And besides, you'd promised me that you'd show me how to shoot dice and shuffle cards and...
Well, all right. Get out that typewriter, Regan. There's a nightingale here that wants to wobble.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Vincent? Yeah, she's fine. Huh? Oh, that's great. Well, I can't do it right now, but... Oh, sure. That'll be okay. In about 2 hours? Oh, you better make it 3. I got a little business to take care of. Yeah, okay.
Now what?
Alpha. Vincent's coming to get you in about 3 hours. Quarantine's been lifted.
Oh.
You ready, Regan?
Yeah, shoot.
Okay, Moran. Start singing.
I'll talk, Packy. I'll talk.
The apartment's slightly untidy, Professor Vincent, but they've been entertaining some unexpected guests here.
Why, this place is a shambles.
Professor, we caught a gangster, and the cops came, and now Packy won't have to go to jail, and...
Regan, what is this child talking about?
You'll find the whole story in the morning transcript, exclusive with pictures. Lefty Moran confesses murder. Cops rush down. Packy Roos goes free. And I get the hottest break in 6 months. You should have been here.
You unprincipled man. Is this the care with which you watched over Alpha? Gangsters, criminals. Oh, you know better than one yourself.
Don't you dare talk that way to Mike.
I hope it gives you some satisfaction, Mr. Regan, to realize that you've probably ruined years of work. But believe me, you haven't heard the last of this.
Oh, yes, I have. The very last. Get out of here.
Alpha, dear, they're all waiting for us downstairs, all the professors. We can go home now.
But I can't leave, Mike.
I think you'll have to, Alpha.
But I can't.
Look, Professor. You came to me so I'd show you magic, didn't you? Well, I showed you lots of magic, didn't I? Now you've got to go back. The professors are your friends. You've always liked the Institute.
But I never got to go outside it.
But you will. Just as soon as you're old enough. And there'll be more magic. And more people to like.
But, Mike, it's different when you love people. It's not the same as liking them.
But you don't have to be with people to love them.
Oh, Mike, yes, you do.
Regan.
Yeah?
If I spoke harshly, I'm sorry. Perhaps I was...
Will you please get out of here?
But, Mike, yes, you do. Tell him, Katie.
Come, Alpha. Come, my dear.
Mike.
So long, Professor.
You going to let her go, Mike? Just like that?
What else could I do?
I didn't hear you tell the kid you'd be by to see her or anything.
I thought it'd be easier if I didn't.
Easier for whom? For whom, Mike? For you or Alpha?
All right, easier for me. Katie, you know I'm crazy about that kid. But a punk like that, she's a responsibility.
Yes, I know.
Katie, let's get married. Let's go someplace where it's nice and quiet. Let's just...
Oh, I've been wanting you to ask me that for so long. Now, well, the answer's no, Mike. You see, I think I'd be a responsibility, too. I'd complicate your life, too, darling.
You know I love you.
Sure. But I don't like the way you love people, Mike. You run out on them.
Katie, when my boss was here, he offered me a job in Washington. A job I'd been after for years. I told him no, I wouldn't leave you. Does that sound like running out?
Mike, when you love people, you owe them something more than just turning down a job. You've got to give something. A little of your freedom, maybe. Your time. Yourself, maybe. I don't know. But whatever it is, you're not willing to give it. I saw that when Alpha walked out that door. Just as I'm doing now. So long, Mike.
Alpha, Miss Mallory has come to visit with you. Now, if something hurts you, if you don't feel well, won't you tell us what it is?
But I'm not sick, Doctor.
Measles. Do you suppose she caught Mrs. Caddy's measles?
Oh, if it were only that simple. No, Alpha's been back with us now for nearly a month. It's something else. I don't just know what.
I have an idea, Alpha. Let's show Miss Marlowe how you do problems. You just put those blocks into their proper spaces as fast as you can. Now, I'll time you. Ready?
I'd rather not.
Oh. Would you like to have me read to you?
No.
We could go out, Alpha. Take a nice walk, you and I.
No, thanks.
Darling, would you like to see Mike?
Yes, but he doesn't want to see me.
Alpha, just what was the nature of the magic Mr. Regan showed you?
Oh, there were lots of things. There was a fine carpet, and there was a man whose shirt lighted up, and there was a leprechaun. Oh, but that wasn't the real magic. That was just the little kind.
Well, what was the real magic, darling?
Loving people.
The way you love Mike?
Yes.
Excuse me, Professor Vincent.
Yes, Mrs. Caddy?
There's a person here asking for Alpha. A Mr. Roos. Packy Roos.
Oh, Miss Marlowe and I'll see him right away.
Just a minute, Vincent.
Yes?
This child is really ill, Vincent. If this goes on much longer, I can't be responsible.
Yes, I know.
Packy.
Hey, is this where the little babe lives, in this joint?
How do you do?
Katie, what are you doing here?
Oh, she's sick, Packy. She's awfully sick.
Oh, ain't anybody going to do something about it?
We are doing everything we can.
Oh, I was just in the neighborhood. I brought her a couple little presents.
Hey, Jake, back up the truck.
Packy, have you seen Mike?
Yeah, I just left him.
We've got to get him here right away.
I don't think he can make it.
He must make it. The child won't eat. She won't sleep.
She misses him so, Packy.
Well, I left him at Grand Central, Katie. He was getting on a train for Washington.
Oh, no.
Well, he had no good heel. Running out on her, trying to tell me she wasn't his kid.
Washington.
Now, wait a minute. You got a phone here, Jack?
Certainly. Come in my office.
Packy, what are you going to do?
I sent a telegram. Or call a railroad station. Stop the train. I don't know. But we got to do something and fast.
Mike, you did come back. Oh, I knew you would.
My dear fellow, I'm so delighted to see you. Huh? What goes?
You got my wire, huh?
What wire?
What'd they do, page you on a train? Well, they stop the train or what? Hey, what's the matter with you? What are you all looking so funny for?
Look here, Vincent. I want to talk to you about the professor.
Mike, you came back here all on your own.
Of course I came back on my own.
Yeah, but the train, I seen you taking the train.
I did a little thinking on that train. By the time we got to Trenton, I was through thinking. I got off and took the next train back.
And you don't know what's happened?
What do you mean?
Hey, what is this? What's wrong? Has something happened to Alpha? Well, she's been rather ill. We've been...
What's the matter with her? Don't you know how to take care of a kid? Can't I go out of town without something happening to her?
Oh, Mike.
Hey, where is she? I want to see her.
Come with me.
Hey, Professor.
Yes?
It's me, Professor. Mike.
Oh, Mike. I'm so glad to see you.
Hey, what kind of monkey business are you up to? What's this I hear about you not eating or sleeping, huh?
Oh, Mike.
A fine thing. A fine reputation you're giving me. You stay with me a couple of days and you come back here and you're no good to anyone.
Handkerchief, Packy?
No, it's just hay fever. You getting in Dutch with the professors and Katie's sore at me. And I just walked out on a new job.
You can have me if you'd like, Mike.
Me too, Alpha. if he'll have us.
You bet I will. Well, Packy, what do you say?
It's a lovely day, ain't it? Of tonight's stars, only James Craig has visited us before. And now Margaret O'Brien, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn join him in a curtain call.
It's swell being here, Mr. DeMille. Say, Marcia, did you know that Keenan Wynn has a wonderful name?
Well, both he and his father have made it famous, Margaret.
Tell me your whole name, Mr. Wynn.
No, I don't think we have time. This is only an hour program.
We'll start on it anyway.
Well, Francis Xavier Aloysius James Jeremiah Keenan Wynn.
Gee, I always wondered, if yours name's that big, how long is your daddy?
Ed.
We have a couple of fine athletes here tonight, too, Margaret. Did you know that James Craig used to be a prize fighter?
Were you as good as Joe Louis, Mr. Craig?
Well, I don't know, Margaret. I never fought him. He might have a slight edge.
And then Keenan Wynn is a champion speedboat racer. I believe he holds the record for circumnavigating Manhattan Island in 39 minutes.
I guess that's even faster than Columbus did it.
By a slight edge.
Why aren't you in the history books?
Well, there are lots of things that aren't in the history books, Margaret. Good things. There's Lux Toilet Soap, for instance, the product behind this program.
Oh, I know all about Lux Soap. My mother makes me wash with it.
Well, I knew you had a wise mother.
I agree with Margaret's mother, too, Mr. DeMille. Lux Soap is a grand way to take care of your complexion.
Well, after seeing you two, who could doubt it?
What have you planned for next week, Mr. DeMille?
A delightful comedy, Marcia. The Paramount screenplay, Christmas in July. And our stars will be Dick Powell and Linda Darnell. Christmas in July is the story of a boy and a girl in love. And that's not likely to go out of style soon. But this particular drama has a gaiety and charm that make it a perfect way to welcome the coming of summer.
I remember the picture had a lot of surprises, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
That was a four-star performance, if ever I heard one. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Dick Powell and Linda Darnell in Christmas in July. This is Cecil B. DeMille from Hollywood.
And now, here's a question from Uncle Sam to housewives everywhere. If you had roast or stew or soup for dinner tonight, did you make sure that every drop of waste fat was poured into the salvage tin? Even the burnt or black drippings from the roasting pan? That fat turned into your butcher tomorrow will be made into war materials and rushed to our fighting men. Perhaps it'll help to make the sulfa drug that eases a wounded soldier's pain, or the tannic acid needed to treat his burns. There are countless other military uses for that waste kitchen fat of yours. It's needed for synthetic rubber, parachute material, and many life-saving medicines. Right now, the heavy fighting in France makes the need more urgent than ever. Before you throw away a single drop of used fats, think of that boy fighting in faraway lands whose very life depends on a constant, unceasing flow of supplies from home. To help shorten the war, to bring more of our men home safe, save all the waste fats you can. Put them in a tin can. Rush them to your butcher. Remember, he gives you 2 free red ration points and 4 cents for every pound you turn in. Save meat drippings, table scraps. Every bit counts. Save every precious drop now, while our fighting men need your help so urgently. Heard in tonight's play were Stan Farrar, Griff Barnett, Norman Field, Regina Wallace, Ed Emerson, Lal Chandmira, Charles Seal, Herbert Rollinson, Ferdinand Mounier, and Catherine Lewis. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Lois Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Dick Powell and Linda Darnell in Christmas in July.
The makers of Campbell Soup present the Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Our offering for tonight deals with those fabulous creatures who are rapidly becoming a race apart, the professional flyers of the world. While not exactly unheralded and unsung, not that is in regard to their spectacular conquest of the air in which they span whole continents and oceans without pause or stop, but in such everyday routine affairs as getting the mail through, no matter how inaccessible a destination, how menacing the elements. It's a fact that their achievements are taken much too much for granted. But tonight we deal with such a group of men. In this instance, flying all over a South American republic whose capital is here called Barranca, who themselves see nothing more unusual or heroic in what they're doing than if there were so many radio producers. Only Angels Have Wings is the title of our offering. It's still remembered happily by those who saw it as a Columbia Picture production with Cary Grant, Gene Arthur, and Richard Barthelmess. Our guest star tonight is the beautiful and animated young lady from Hollywood who has rapidly worked her way into the affections of all of us with a number of distinguished and memorable characterizations, Miss Joan Blondell. But before our story begins, Mr. Ernest Chappell would like a word with the ladies especially. Chappell, sir.
Thank you, Orson Welles. And I'll be direct and to the point. Tell me, do you still go to the trouble of making vegetable soup at your house?
Frankly, Mr. Chappell, I do. When it comes to the other soups, I serve Campbell's, but my mother and her mother before her.
I understand, madam. Making vegetable soup is a sort of a tradition in your family. Is that so?
Why, yes, you might call it that.
And I respect that tradition. But that's just the reason I'd like you, particularly, to try Campbell's vegetable soup. Quite apart from the kitchen time it will save you, you'll find when you taste it that Campbell's vegetable soup has the same slow-simmered, rugged beef stock as yours. And in it, 15 different kinds of vegetables, wholesome and tender and flavorful.
15 different vegetables, did you say? Well, that's many more than I ever think of using.
Yes, I guess it is, but that's what helps to make Campbell's vegetable soup so extra tempting that when home cooks try it, they decide then and there to let Campbell's make their vegetable soup for them.
Well, I'm going to try it, Mr. Chappell. It certainly sounds like the kind of vegetable soup I want my family to have.
I think you'll find it so. And I hope that every woman listening who hasn't tried vegetable soup as Campbell's make it will do so, too. Will you? Soon. And now, Only Angels Have Wings, starring Orson Welles and Joan Blondell.
Oh, Purser.
Yes, Miss Lee.
How long do we stay in Barranca?
The ship sails at 4 a.m. We're sorry,
From the looks of this place, that'll be long enough. Where's a good place to go?
there's only one place, the cafe at the airport. It's called the Dutchman.
If I had a quarter for every time I've been in a dump in the tropics called the Dutchman. How do you get there?
Just up that street, miss. It's the only one.
Cut off my legs and call me Shorty. Yeah, I'm going to talk to that dame, Les. Right off the ship like that, I got a notion she'd like to meet up with a nice guy like me.
Yeah, the last time you had a notion like that, Joe, you got your jaw broken.
Yeah, well, how was I to know she was a female heavyweight champion of the Argentine? Hey, hiya, babe.
If you banana cowboys don't go away and leave me alone.
Hey, we're not the banana
What do you
cowboys.
guys want?
It ain't fair to ask us that quick. We just want to buy you a drink.
Are you American?
Beautiful, we're so American, we don't even know the words of the Star-Spangled Banner.
Oh, I'd just say so. I'll buy you a drink.
Fair enough.
Oh, it sure sounds good to hear something that doesn't sound like pig Latin. Where you from?
Well, I'm Les Peters.
Yeah, and I'm Joe Southern.
Yeah, New York and Kansas, that's us.
Hey, what's your name?
Bonnie Lee.
Well, boys, I'm glad you found some social life for yourselves, but where's the mail?
We dropped the mail bags in your office, Dutchie.
That's good, Les.
That's where we first spotted you, Miss Lee, down at the boat when we was getting the mail.
Dutchie, this is Miss Lee.
How do you do?
You. Miss Lee, this gentleman here is postmaster and leading banker of Barranca.
Also the owner of the general store, when you're right, eh?
Manager, cook, waiter, and general staff of the hotel and restaurant you're in right now.
And outside of that,
I'll pay no attention to them, Miss Lee. My name's John Van Ryder. Shake.
Hello, Dutchie.
Hey, Dutchie, bring us a bottle of scotch, huh?
Sure. Wait, just wait, Miss Lee. My scotch is marvelous. My scotch is marvelous.
Want to have a drink with us, Dutchie?
Sure, thanks, I will, but I'll have bourbon. I'll bring it right away.
Yeah, he makes his own peanuts, too.
Say, what are you fellas doing down here?
Yeah, same as everybody here. Working for the Dutchman.
Working at what?
We fly a little mail.
And things.
Here and there.
Who'd ever think there was a flying field in a place like this? Where is it?
What, the flying field?
Yeah.
Outside the door.
Yeah,
Dutchie owns that, too.
Yeah, you see, Dutchie owns the flying field, and we thought it
Muchas gracias,
Hello,
Senor
Dad.
Dutchie.
Well, what you doing down here, Miss Lee? On your way back to the States?
Yes, if I don't get a job in Panama.
Ah, professional, eh?
I quit a show in Valparaiso.
Hey, Dutchie, leave that bottle on the table.
Hey, you boys, better go easy.
Yeah, what for? Why?
One of you has to fly the mail tonight.
Hey, I thought Tony was first out.
Now, Tony's got a touch of fever.
Hey, can you
Either
beat
you
that?
or Joe.
Hey, he's right about drinking. If you boys are worried about...
We're not worried about who's going
Yeah,
out.
what we're worrying about is...
Who is going to take you to dinner?
Yeah. Who said anything about staying for dinner?
Well, we'll send you a formal invitation later.
Yeah. Say, how do you like your steak?
I don't know. You mean real American steak?
Well, I don't like to brag, Miss Lee, but how do you think I keep those boys down here?
Then I guess I'm staying for dinner.
I hate that noise. Ooh.
Joe Southern, you're up next. Hey, Joe, stand by. Check this clearance.
Not me, Jeff. I'm having dinner with Miss Lee.
What?
What's going on here? This is Miss Lee, Mr. Jeff Carter.
How do you do?
Hello, Miss Lee. I'm sorry, Joe. The mail goes on schedule instead of the pilot.
Now, since when, Jeff? Anyway, Les can take
I want Les to go to the warehouse and check over that stuff that came in on the boat.
Hey, that's an all-night job. What'd you think that up?
Just now. Come on, get going, Joe.
Yeah, but what about Miss
Don't
Lee?
you worry about Miss Lee. I'll be glad to take up where you left off.
Look here, mister. I got something to say about this, you know.
Chorus girl?
No. I do a specialty.
So much the better. Pick up that stuff on your way back from Las Cruces, Joe. See you later, Miss Lee.
Oh, you will you? Hey, who does that guy think he is?
You don't have to think who he is.
Yeah, he's the boss.
Well, he's not my boss.
Don't you bet on that.
Well, so long, Bunny. I'll be seeing you.
Goodbye, Joe.
Now, be careful, Joe. No chances.
How can he fly in this fog?
No, it's just on the ground. It's only 200 or 300 feet thick. And what he's waiting for is the heavy stuff piled up in a pass.
Sounds like double talk to me.
The only way of getting inland from here is through a deep pass. It's about 14,000 feet in a low spot. We keep a lookup out there all the time to tell us when it clears.
Call in Barranca. Call in Barranca. Call in Barranca.
Okay, Tex, go ahead.
That's the lookout I was telling you about, Bonnie.
How's it look up there, Tex?
Jeff, you better hold Joe down there for a while.
I can't. He's already gone. You ought to be able to see him by now.
I can't see the tip of my nose. Jeff, it's closing in again. You can't tell what this stuff will do.
Okay, Tex. Les, you better stand by and put out a flare in case I don't get hold of him.
Never mind the flare, Jeff. Little Joey heard every word. What'll I do, come back?
Yeah. Look, Joe, it's pretty thick down here. Start letting down. You get over the fog. I'll line you up and talk you in.
Say, Jeff, What? Will you tell that beautiful blonde I'm still in the running, huh?
Will you stick to business, Joe?
Well, all I want to do is order 2 steaks for dinner.
Come on, everybody, out in the field.
Hey, Jeff, I said all I want to do is order 2 steaks for dinner. How about it, Dundee?
Everything's okay, Carter.
Okay, Joe. Let's get going, kid.
Whatever you say, Jeff.
Plug in that field set. Get the big light ready.
Already done,
Turn it
Jeff.
straight up.
Straight up it is. Awful cold out here.
Light the bulbs.
Okay.
Joe Souther, Joe Souther.
Okay, Jeff. Coming down. On top of the fog is 1,500.
He's higher than I thought, Jeff.
You too. Watch carefully, Joe. We're turning on the lights.
Here they go.
There you are, Joe. Can you see him?
No, not a thing. Can't even see the glow.
Must be thicker than it looks.
It's pretty thick, all right.
Hey, pipe down on that piano. Cut it with a knife, all right, if you can see through to find a knife.
Cut that out!
I know just how Joe feels.
Now, look, Joe. Joe, pay attention. It's all closed in down here. You're west of the field. Joe, west of the field. You fly due east. Fly due east. Joe?
Fly 1,500 due east. Due east is 1,500.
Blink your motor, Joe. All right, Joe, you're passing over the field. Now go 1 mile, turn 180 degrees, and start letting it down. Watch for the lights.
He sounds a little south, Jeff.
Joe, you're a little south. A little south.
Okay, Jeff. Turning north.
I'll switch the light, Jeff.
Here I go. 1,200. 1,000. 800. 600.
Hey, Joe. Joe, you're coming in too high. You overshoot the field. Hey, it's good, Joe. Joe, make a turn. Go further back. Try it again.
Okay. I'm turning.
Look, Joe, can't you see the lights?
Nothing that even looks like a dim candle.
His line was okay, Jeff.
Yeah. Joe, your direction was perfect. Be sure to keep the same line.
All right, Jeff. I'm turning. Here I come.
Cut him 100, then.
500. 400.
Take it easy, Joe. Take it easy.
Shut up, Dutchie.
300.
Go now, Joe. Cut her.
I'm down to 100 now, Jeff.
Jeff, that doesn't
Joe,
sound...
pull her up. Pull up. You're heading for the tree.
Don't cry.
Look, Joe. Joe, you had the wrong line, Joe. You're way off.
Okay, Jeff. Jeff, it's all the lights. I'll get it next time.
Nothing doing, Joe. Don't take any more chances. You got 3 hours gas, so you better stay up there and cruise around.
In 3 hours, oh, Jeff, you'll be almost on the boat by then.
Listen, I told you to stick to business. Now get up on top and cruise around till it opens up down here.
That's right, Jeff. Don't let him do it.
Oh, Jeff, give me one more chance. Hey, Jeff, I think I see a hole. Yeah, I do see one.
Joe.
I'm coming down, Jeff.
Listen, Joe, you got your orders. Stay up there and quit worrying about that blonde.
It's all right, Jeff. I see the light. I'll make it. I'll make it easy.
Listen, Joe. Joe, pull up. Pull up. You're heading for that tree. Joe. Get the wagon. Come on, there, in case you have to cut him out.
Okay, Jeff.
Dutchie, telephone the police. Tell them to clear the field and keep it that way. Hurry up.
Jeff, right away. You don't know you called you could, Jeff.
Yeah, Mr. Wise Guy, all right.
Do something. You mean you're alive. Don't stand there. How can you stand there doing
Cut it
nothing?
out. Haven't you caused enough trouble?
Call in Miranda. Call in Miranda.
Go ahead, Tex.
Hey, Jeff. It's all cleared up now. Hey, Jeff, the pass is clear. Jeff, did you get Joe down all right?
All except for one tree that's stuck up too high.
Oh, Mr. Carter.
Yeah?
Mr. Carter, do you think it was my fault what happened out there?
Sure, it was your fault. You were going to have dinner with him. The Dutchman hired him. I sent him up on schedule. The fog came and a tree got in the way. All your fault. Forget it. Unless you want the honors, come on, let's eat.
I will not.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi, Les. Where you been?
Down at the warehouse, checking up on those spare parts for you, like you told me. I hear I missed all the excitement around here.
You sure did, Les. Gonna eat?
Sure.
Are you going to change your mind, Miss Lee?
Certainly not.
Here is your steak, miss. Here's the other one who wants it.
Put it right here.
Eating, yeah.
Hey, coffee.
Will you have some coffee, miss?
No.
And the steak looks fine.
How can you do that?
Do what?
Eat that steak.
Hey, what's the matter with it?
It's his.
Look, what do you want me to do? Have it stuffed?
Haven't you got any feelings? Don't you realize he's dead?
Who's dead? You know anybody around here who's dead, Les?
News to me. Who's dead?
Joe.
Joe?
Joe who? Anybody know a Joe?
What's the matter with you? You were sitting here talking with us and laughing just a few minutes ago, and
Well, how do you like that? Don't say I told you, Jeff, but she slapped your face.
I know. Hey, you. You little fool. Why don't you use your head? Come on, stop it.
Oh, I don't know how you can act like this. Why, that poor kid.
Yeah, I know he's dead.
Yes, he's dead.
That's right. He's been dead for about 20 minutes. And all the weeping and wailing in the world won't make him any deader 20 years from now. If you feel like bawling, how do you think we feel?
I know how I feel.
If you go on outside and walk around, stay there until you can pull all that together. If you can't do it, don't come back at all.
Hi, lady.
Oh, I didn't mean to make a scene, but
Don't call me mister. Call me kid.
Oh, okay, kid. You see,
I know. That's why I followed you out here. I kind of figured...
Kid, can you kick real hard?
Well, maybe you don't need it.
I think I'd feel better. You know, all my life I've hated funerals. Fuss and the bother that never brings anybody back and just spoils them, remembering them as they are. And yet when I see people actually facing it that way, I'd act like a sap. You know, this flying business is all new to me.
Oh, you'll learn, or you won't, and then it won't make any difference.
This sort of thing happens very often.
Well, that depends on the weather and the luck. We've drawn spades twice in the last 3 months, not counting this one.
Suppose you'll be at it again tomorrow.
Tonight, if it clears.
You must love it. Flying, I mean.
Oh, why do you think we came to this kind of a place?
Just like being in love with a buzzsaw. No future in it. What is there about it that gets you?
Huh?
I said, what is there about it that gets you?
Oh, I've been in it 22 years, and I couldn't give you an answer that make any sense.
That's funny.
What's so funny about that?
My dad used to say.
Flyer?
No, trapeze, high stuff. He would use a net.
Not much future in that, either.
We found that out. So tell me about this head man, this Jeff over here. Does he go up too?
Well, only when he thinks it's too tough for anybody else.
Well, that just goes to show you how wrong you can be.
Well, I've been Jeff's closest friend ever since he was old enough to have friends. And you can take it from me. You got no idea how wrong you can be about him if you're a girl. He's the greatest guy in the world, but he's an awful good guy for a gal to stay away from.
I'll remember that. Thanks.
But stick it on if you want to. If you want a drink or two, help yourself. Good night, Miss Lee.
Bye, Dutchie.
Drop in again sometime when you come this way.
Thank you, I will.
All finished?
All finished.
Yeah.
Goodbye, mister. Too bad Barranca's so far from Brooklyn.
What's your hurry? It's only a few minutes after 12. Your boat doesn't sail till 4 o'clock.
When are you going to get some sleep?
After your boat sails. How about a drink?
Aren't you just wasting your time?
Well, that's a point that's open to argument.
What I'm afraid of.
What?
Those arguments.
What's the matter with them?
Oh, they're too one-sided.
Well, no hard feelings.
Your apologies accepted. Say, tell me something, will you? What was she like, anyway?
Who?
That girl that made you act the way you do. Still carrying a torch for her, aren't you?
Got a match?
Don't you ever have any?
No, don't believe in laying in a supply of anything.
Matches, marbles, money, or women?
That's right.
No looking ahead, no tomorrows, just today.
That's right.
Is that why she gave you the air?
Who?
That girl.
Listen to me. I wouldn't ask any woman. Did you ever know a woman who didn't want to make plans, map out everything, get it all set?
Well, if
I
that's
don't
a
blame them,
crime.
I guess. It's the only way they can operate, run a home and have kids.
Didn't you ask her to?
Who?
That girl.
I told you I wouldn't ask.
What if she was willing to?
That's what they all say. Women think they can take it, but they can't. The minute you get up in the air, they start calling the airport. When you get down, you find them waiting for you, so scared they hate your insides.
Oh, girl.
No, if there's anything else you'd like to know about me, I'd... Be only too glad. Would you like to go over to my room? Got some letters from home. Pictures of my father and mother. Pictures of me the first time I went up in the air. Pictures of my first crash.
Pictures of you when you were a baby?
I don't remember. Want to go and look?
Sure.
Okay. See that door?
Uh-huh.
Okay. We'll open it. Keep right on going. Just follow your nose, and it'll take you right back to the boat. And take care of yourself, you silly kid.
To take care of myself. I've been taking care of myself since
Jeff. What is it, kid?
Tex just called from the lookout. He says the pass is cleared.
All right. Wind up number 7, put some coffee in it.
Already did.
So long, Bonnie. Have a nice trip.
Hey, wait a minute. Going up yourself?
Sure.
When will you be back?
Next week, 2 o'clock.
What is it now?
Just gonna kiss you goodbye. There.
What do you want me to say? Thank you?
That's what you feel like saying. Let's try it again. I kind of like it. So long.
Things certainly happen fast around here, kid, don't they?
Uh-huh.
You are listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Only Angels Have Wings with Joan Blondell. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
¿Quién sabe por dónde andaba? ¿Quién sabe qué aventura tendrá que lejos está de mí? Si puedes tú conmigo saber, pregúntame si yo alguna vez he dejado de
This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of Only Angels Have Wings. But first, if you want to know what people eat, ask your grocer. I have a grocer friend I see quite a lot of. I like to check my ideas with him, sort of get his ideas about the things I tell you from week to week. The other afternoon, I was chatting with him, and I asked him, among other things, if he had noticed that more and more of his customers were giving up making soup at home. He nodded and pointed to the shelf where he keeps his Campbell soup. Every morning, he said, I'd stock that shelf full. Well, look at it now. That's the best answer I can give you. And you know, to me, that seemed a pretty good answer, too. Now, I'm wondering, perhaps you are drawing regularly on the Campbell soup shelf at your grocer's. Perhaps you're enjoying your favorite soup as Campbell's make them. Fine-flavored, nourishing, really home-like soups. But if not, if you haven't yet turned your soup making over to Campbell's, won't you try them? I believe your family will enjoy them so keenly that, well, you'll decide then and there to let Campbell's make all your soups for you. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Only Angels Have Wings, starring Orson Welles and Joan Blondell.
What are you doing, Jeff? Setting records? That was a pretty quick trip you made.
Shut up, kid.
I still say it was a pretty quick trip.
What do you mean quick?
Well, it wasn't slow.
When you're in a ship, you go as fast as the ship. You ought to know that by now.
Sure, and a ship's got to go as fast as you want it to. I know that, too.
All right. Let's have a hot cup of coffee. Come us a hot cup. What do you say? A prisa, pronto.
Ya voy.
Have some, kid?
Nope, I had already. But if you're looking for company for breakfast, that table right back of the post...
What do you mean, that table? Oh. What are you doing here?
Having my breakfast?
Is your boat still in? I don't see it from here.
No, you don't.
Aquí está. Margaret. Happened to get left behind.
No, just...
Yeah, well, go on.
Well, I told the man to put my trunk on the dock.
Why?
Well, I couldn't stay over without having anything to wear now, could I?
It's been done.
That's funny. Here, by all rights, I ought to be sound asleep on that boat, far out to sea, and yet...
She's not so far out to sea as you think, lady.
What isn't?
The boat. Hey, kid.
Yeah.
Put some more gas in number 7. Call up Santa Maria and have them hold the boat till we get there. Where's your luggage?
Over there.
Good. Well, what are you waiting for, kid?
That boat doesn't stop at Santa Maria this trip.
Why not?
They have no bananas.
They have no bananas?
Yes, they have no bananas.
Look, mister, you don't have to bother about me.
James, not me. I don't get burned twice in the same place.
There's another boat leaving next week. I'll be on it.
Good. I gotta get some sleep. See you later, kid.
Well, Barney, if you're going to be here for a week, we better find some place for you to park.
Thanks, kid. I won't need a parlor, just a nice room with a bath.
To tell you the truth, Barney, I know we ain't got a room with a bath. I hope I can find you one with a room.
Hey, Dutchie.
All right. I'm only the owner. What is it?
That's what I mean. You're behaving like a guest.
Oh, I got to go someplace, eh?
Right. You gotta meet the southbound boat, Dutchie.
Why don't you send less?
It ain't polite to send less. We got that new flyer coming in. Go on, Dutchie. Make him feel good. You know, go and meet him in person. You kind of get the idea you care. See what I mean?
You sure you ain't just sending me down because I look comfortable?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons.
Oh.
What's that new guy's name, Les?
Byfield, eh?
Yeah, that's it. Byfield.
Well, who is he? What's the...
what's the difference, Dutchie? As long as he can fly, we can't afford to be too fussy down here. Go on down and meet the boat, Dutchie.
All right. The owner should go. The owner should sweep out, too, and the owner should make the drinks, and the owner should...
Number 7, calling Barrancas. Number 7, calling Barrancas.
Go ahead, kid.
Let me talk to Jeff, will you?
Hello, Grandpa.
Say, Jeff, you need an elevator to get down in this place.
I told you nobody could set down that canyon, Jeff. It don't make sense.
Makes sense if you do it. What's the matter? The wind bad?
Man, did you ever sit down in here, Jeff?
Yeah, once. It's about as easy as getting a piano over a transom. Come on back if you can make it.
Okay, I'm coming back.
Well, here's the mail.
Hello. Where's the new pilot?
He's putting his things in his room.
I'll give you a hand with those bags in a minute, Dutchie.
All right.
Don't strain yourself.
No, sir. Yes, sir.
Quite all right, Dutchie. Quite all right.
Your room all right, Mr. Byfield? It'll do. Well, let's get you acquainted around here. This is Mr. Byfield, our new flyer.
Welcome to our fair city.
Les Peters.
How are you?
Hello. Pete Shelton.
How are you?
How are you?
Too early to buy a drink? Yeah, I guess not. Let's sit down. Hey, where you from?
Mexico City.
What kind of stuff are they using up there?
Oh, some old Fokkers and Fords. Oh, Jeff.
Yep.
This is Mr. Byfield.
Yeah. Glad to see you, Mr. Byfield.
Well, gents, drinks?
No, we won't be drinking with this guy.
What's this all about?
Your name isn't Byfield at all, fella. It's Ashton Stevens.
Did you say Stevens, Jeff?
That's what I said, Les.
Bat Stevens?
That's right. My name's Stevens. Bat Stevens.
Well, what of it, Les?
He's not the first guy that came down here under a different name.
No, Pete, but he's the first pilot who will have bailed out of his plane and let his mechanic crash.
Oh, that's the way you tell it.
Yeah, that's the way I tell it, Stevens. If you like to make anything out of it...
Cut it out, Les. Stevens, did you know the kid was working down here?
What?
He is.
No, I didn't know it. Look, Jeff, maybe you tell poor old Dutchie what this is all about. He doesn't know anything. What's the kid got to do with it?
Nothing. Except that it was the kid's younger brother that was killed when this guy took to his parachute.
What? Yeah, I've had enough of this guy.
Me too. Come on, Les. Let's find another tape.
Right. Come on, Jeff.
That's good enough for me.
Oh, you're not so particular, huh?
No. I don't think even you could spoil my breakfast.
Thanks. I'm not used to these small favors.
Sorry I said it. Not used to being around people like you. As long as I got to talk to you, Stevens, here's a piece of news for you. That was the kid that come in on that ship just now.
What? Jeff, what are we going to do? What are we
Quiet, Dutchie. Better make yourself scarce, Stevens, because for your information, the kid carries a gun.
Say, you're getting kind of careful of me all of a sudden,
I'm not worrying about you. I just wouldn't like to have the kid doing it. It'd be kind of inconvenient for me right now if they slapped the kid in the hoosgown.
Well, I'll have to meet him sooner or later, won't I?
Yeah, maybe you're right. Anyhow, it's your funeral. Might be, too, at that.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, kid.
Whew.
It's hot down here on the ground. Give me some cold water, Dutchie.
Okay.
Who's got a match? Hey, what's the matter? It's like walking in the graveyard. Oh, hello there. You the new guy?
He's the new guy.
Well, welcome to our city.
Hello, kid.
Hey, wait a minute. I know you.
Yes, I think you do.
Yeah, sure. Long time no see, Stevens.
That's right. Take it easy, kid.
Okay, Jeff, okay. You know what I think of you, don't you, Stevens?
Let's go ahead.
2 years ago, I'd have broken your neck.
Well, there's nothing I can say, I guess.
That's right. Just you keep out of my way. I might still do it.
It's none of my business, Jeff, but I don't know why you stopped.
You're right, Les. It's none of your business.
Carter, listen, you got to believe me. I had no idea that
Nothing
he was
you
down
can say that I'll believe, Stevens. As long as you fly where I tell you, all right.
Jeff, you're not going to put this guy to work.
You remember we was talking about things that were none of your business, Les?
Now, wait a minute, Jeff. I'm not going to allow
Who's
you...
running this airline, Dutchie?
Wait. You are.
That's what I mean. Come on with me, Stevens. You do some pretty queer things, Stevens.
Byfield's the name.
Yeah, Byfield, that's what I'm talking about. What made you think you could get away with coming
Let's
down?
get this over with. When does the next boat leave?
Got enough dough for your passage?
No.
That's swell. Wonder if I could...
Could what?
Cram you down their throats.
That bunch out there? Well, I wouldn't mind choking a few of them.
Well, here it is. Every now and then we get a job around here that I wouldn't send a friend of mine out on, see? Wouldn't even go myself. Well, it looks like that might be a spot for you.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Kind of nice for me, having someone I can send out in any kind of weather. Any kind of job and only worry about the ship getting back.
Yeah, some of those ships aren't worth much.
Mm-hmm, it's just it. Still want the job on those terms?
I don't know any other way I'd want it.
Hey, Jeff.
What is it?
Well, they're loading number 8 with nitroglycerin.
I know. Taking it to the oil fields on your way out.
Say, Jeff, we aren't supposed to fly that stuff with the mail?
I know we aren't, Dutchie.
There's nothing in my contract that says I'll fly nitroglycerin.
You're getting $1.50 a mile for doing
Not me.
What?
Jeff, I saw a guy blow a tire once. I was way down on the other end of the field, and it broke a bottle in my hip pocket.
Give me a map, Pete. Byfield.
If you're figuring on me flying nitroglycerin...
That's just exactly what I'm figuring. You took this job with the understanding...
Okay. Only nitroglycerin. Well, you weren't kidding me, were you?
I never kid people I don't like. Hey, Dutchie.
Yeah?
Figure out Pete's time. You're through,
Hey,
Pete.
what's the matter with you? Wait a minute, Jeff. You can't blame that boy.
I'm not blaming him, but he's fired, that's all. Sorry, Pete.
Jeff, I don't like the way you're...
You better clear the field before Byfield takes off, Dutchie. It's nitro, you know.
My goodness, yes. I didn't think of that at all.
It'd be a little late to think of it after he hits the nitro.
Hey, don't come in. Don't come in.
Who's that?
Me. I'm taking a bath.
Now, this is my room.
Take it in my room if I could. Can't bet take a bath in a wash basin, you know.
All right, hurry it up.
I'm hurrying.
What's that?
What's what?
All this cooking.
Oh, that's coffee. Don't touch it. It's hot.
Yeah.
You'll burn yourself.
Boiling. Wait a minute.
Ouch! I told you so. Let me see this. That is a burn. I'll put some butter on.
I don't want any butter on
My
it.
grandmother always used to use
You
butter.
kid. I want you to take this coffee pot out of here.
Ooh. I thought you never did that.
Did what?
Get burned twice in the same place. Where do you keep those pictures?
What pictures?
Those pictures of you when you were a baby.
Yeah, we're right back where we started, aren't we, Bonnie?
Oh, that was a million years ago. I know you a lot better now.
Oh, hey. Oh, your foot.
I just slipped on the porch.
You little chump, don't go walking around on it. It's right.
Nothing's the matter with it. I just...
Hey, here, let me put you down somewhere. Here on the...
sprained. I just lost the heel off my slipper, that's all.
Now, why'd you say so?
Don't I have a darndest luck losing one heel right after another?
You're a queer duck, Bonnie.
So are you.
Hey, Bonnie. I want to ask you something, Bonnie.
Go ahead.
You want me to kiss you like this, carrying you, or you want me to put you down on your feet first?
Well, you can kiss me like this, and if you put me down, that way you'll get another chance.
Thanks. I just got no vision, I guess.
Jeff, you don't have to be afraid of me anymore. I'm not going to tie you down. I don't want to plan. I don't want to look ahead. I don't want to change anything. I love you, Jeff. There's nothing I can do about it. I just love you, that's all. I feel the same way about you the kid does. Anything you do is all right with me.
The kid?
Yeah. He doesn't ask you for anything or get in your way or bother you, does he?
He drives me nuts.
Hey, Jeff. Oh,
Come in, kid.
Well, the boys are ready to test those motors, Jeff.
Okay, kid. So long, Bonnie.
You don't mean you're...
There you go. I told you. I'm a sucker for telling you this, Bonnie. I'd go anyway, but right now it's more important than ever. Dutchie's got a test contract with the government that expires tonight. If we make this flight okay, everything is Jake. If we don't, forget I explained it to you, will you, please?
Okay,
I didn't say
I'll
it.
forget, only...
Only you won't. What a sap I am.
That's something I'll remember.
Oh, by the way, Bonnie, take a look through this box. Maybe you'll be able to find it. It's somewhere in there.
What is?
That baby picture we were talking about. It's kind of cute. I'm nude on a bare rug.
I can't wait.
And keep the coffee warm, will you?
This kind of a storm, I thought sure that she'd be a little bit late.
Yeah, let that be a lesson to you, kid. Even you can be wrong. Calling lookout! Calling lookout! Calling lookout! Go ahead, Jeff. Stand by, Tex. The boat's in, number 4, taking off as soon as the mail gets up here.
Jeff, you can't get through this stuff.
I don't expect to, Tex. Gonna try to go over the top.
That doesn't sound so good to me.
Me either, only I ain't sounding it, I'm flying it.
Okay, Jeff.
Thanks for that ship, kid.
All set, Jeff. Can't do any more. I took out all the seats and stripped it clean.
Well,
got out almost 400 pounds. You know, that's just more than twice what I weigh.
That's all you can do.
Now, look here, Jeff.
I heard you the first time.
But, Jeff...
You're not going, kid. Forget it.
Why not?
Forget it because I am. I'm not asking anybody to go out on a night like this.
You don't have to ask
I'm not letting anybody else go but me either.
I'll toss your coin for it. Heads, I go.
All right, we'll toss. Only heads, I go.
Oh, let me have heads, will you, Jeff?
No, heads, I go.
But I'd rather have heads. I'm superstitious.
Give me that coin.
Oh, Jeff,
Oh. You're superstitious about heads, are you? Heads on both sides, that's all it is.
Well,
no wonder I've been buying you drinks all year.
Well, what do you know about that?
Dutchie, you went down to meet the boat.
Well, why ask me, Mr. Carter? What have I got to do with it? You are running this airline, aren't you? Stevens going to pick up the mail, Jeff.
Thanks, Joe.
For your information, Mr. Carter, I want to ask you a question. Don't you think you're crazy to try to fly in this kind of weather?
Get the lights ready on the field, kid.
Okay, Jeff. I've told you so many times that whatever... Oh, Jeff, whatever you do, don't think you have to do it for me. I know what it means, but I'd rather be broke. I don't care whether we get the contract or not. Understand?
Don't strain yourself, Dutchie. I'm flying. You're using my room to take a bath once, but if you're starting in housekeeping...
I thought you might want a little coffee. Be careful. Boiling hot when I put it there. Don't burn yourself again.
Thanks, I won't. Anything else?
No. Oh, have a nice trip, Jeff. We'll see you in the next week. 2:00.
Where you going?
Back to the States tonight.
Hey, isn't that the outfit you came to shore in?
How'd you remember that?
I got systems for remembering things. Got a match?
Hey, don't you think it's about time you started carrying some?
Pretty late to begin getting new habits,
You
isn't
never
it?
carry matches. No matter what anybody says to you, you never carry matches.
What's wrong?
You think you carry matches now and then,
What's
Jeff?
all this?
Oh. I'm sorry to be so silly. I wanted to do this just the way you'd want me to. And I was all right up to the time I see that match, wasn't I?
Yeah, you sure were. Say, Bonnie, are you sorry about anything?
You...
No, I'm not. So long, Bonnie.
Aren't you going to kiss me?
Sure.
Oh, Jeff, I can't let you go.
No, but give me back my gun.
No, I won't.
You're crazy. Give me that gun.
You're not going to go, Jeff. You're not going to
Hey,
say
put that down.
I want to see yourself.
Bonnie, you're just like all the rest, aren't you? Every other day.
You intend to go.
Yes,
Jeff!
Oh.
Go away, Bonnie. Go away.
I didn't mean to. I just didn't want you to go.
You don't aim good. All you got was my shoulder.
Hey, what's going on, kid?
Shot.
Where's the first aid? Over in the corner. Out in the cupboard there.
Send for a doctor, somebody. Who did it?
I did.
You? How did it happen?
I didn't want him to go.
Well, he's not going now. Now, Barney, put some water on the stove. What about the bullet, Blair?
It didn't come through. It's still in there. How's it look, you lad?
It's all right. But you're not going to do much flying with it.
Hello, Bat. Oh. Hey, Bat, it's almost too much to ask you, Bat, but I guess you'll have to do it.
Yeah, I always arrive in time for good news. How were you going to get through all that stuff?
Over the top, the new tri-motor.
Will she go that high?
I'll see. You find out.
I'll see what you find out.
You want to take the kid with you?
Anything you say, it's orders. Well, let me alone. Let me go alone.
Now, kid. You don't have to go Byfield. It's not that kind of a job.
That's fair enough. I'll see you out on the field in 5 minutes, kid. What's our altitude, Stephen? 2,500. Don't you think we ought to get a radio check? Yeah, give me the mic. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca.
Go ahead, kid.
Hiya, Jeff. Radio check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wait a minute, kid. Wait a minute. You're calling. Try it again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's better, but there's a lot of half, kid. You may have to repeat everything.
Okay. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. We're 3,500. 3,500. Still on instruments. Still on instruments. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. 8,000. 8,000. On top first layer. On top first layer. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. 14,000. 14,000. Picking up a little ice. We're to climb 320. To climb 320. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. 15,600. 15,600. Near ceiling. Near ceiling. I don't think she'll take much more. Yeah, she's beginning to mush. Hold your hand. Here she goes. You all right, Stephen? I'm all right. What do we got under it? You'll save for 6,000. I'll wait till the air gets heavier, then I'll straighten her off. Yeah. I never saw one of these things yet that could sail through the side of a mountain.
I wonder what's wrong with the kid. There he is. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. Go ahead, kid.
Jeff, we can't make it. Got almost 16,000 and the bottom came out.
All right, come on back.
Well, not a chance, Jeff. We're not coming back. We're going through the pass.
Listen, kid. Tech says it's closed in tight. Turn around, come back. Those are orders. You hear?
No dice, Jeff.
I order you.
Well, I haven't heard you for the last 5 minutes. Signing off.
Get Tech's left. Tell him to look for them. Calling lookout. Calling lookout.
Go ahead, lad.
Now watch for number 4, Tex. They're going to try the pass.
They can't make it. It's close in thicker than glue.
We're not going to make it, Stephen. Get in one of those chutes and jump. Is there any reason I can't stay with the ship, too? You don't have to. Which way is the path from here? 10 degrees north and 3,000 up. Okay. To the left.
Calling Barranca.
Go ahead, Tex.
They just went by here throttle down and feeling their way. I tried to talk to them, but they wouldn't answer.
Keep trying.
Okay.
How you coming, Stevens? Okay, only I don't like these big birds around here. Oh, the pass is full of them this time of year. Condors. Hit one, she goes right through the windshield. I don't like them. It's tough enough not knowing your direction without... Oh! Are you all right, kid? Are you all right?
Yeah.
Get out
Yeah.
quick, jump!
Well, I must have broken my... I can't move. You'll jump yourself.
No, not this time. We'll get down.
Go on, jump, you fool.
I made my last jump. We're turning back, and we're making it if we can.
Oh, if I could only move, I'd pick you up and... Hey, we're burning.
Yeah, we've been burning for over a minute.
Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca.
Go ahead, Tex.
Jeff, number 4 is on fire. Left outboard, nose motor. They're headed back to you, and I don't think they can make it.
Out on the field, everybody. Plugging that outside set. Listen, kid.
Yeah, their receiver's no good at that burner, Jeff.
Kid. Calling number 4. Calling number 4.
Look, Jeff, there they are.
There's a big torch. I don't see how they...
They'll never get it down.
Kid. Stevens, number 4. Jump. Sail out.
Hey, grab the speech. Go on this way.
Keep on pulling. Get him on.
Come on now.
You all right, Stevens?
I'm all right. But the kid's hurt pretty bad.
Let me have him. Take him over there, boys.
Okay, easy now. Come on.
Look out, he's hurt bad. Easy. Take the kid inside, boys.
What's this?
Huh? Just a pat on the shoulder.
I'm all right, I tell you. Yeah, this doctor'd only quit them. Oh, Jeff, tell this guy to quit fussing with me, will you? I'm all right.
I'll leave him alone, Doc.
Oh, Jeff, give us a cigarette, will you?
Yeah.
How's the other guy?
Hands burned. One side of his face is on.
Stephen's all right, Jeff. He could have jumped, but he didn't, even after we was burning. He just sat there and took it like it was an ice cream soda. So, Jeff, buy him a drink for me, will you?
Sure, I'll buy him a drink.
Oh, God, if it hadn't been for those birds, we'd have made it.
Sure you would.
Yeah. I might design a windshield at an angle, then they'd bounce off.
Not a bad idea.
I'll make you a present of it, Jeff. And, when I get on my feet, we'll work it out. Or will we?
Your neck's broken, kid.
Well, no wonder I couldn't feel anything. Well, I guess this is it, huh?
Always a chance.
Sure. Hey, Jeff, don't let anybody else in here, huh?
Whatever you say.
Oh, you see, I don't want them to see me. I'm not afraid, Jeff. I ain't scared, but I don't want anyone else to see me.
Sure, I know.
It's like doing anything new. It's just like my first solo. I didn't want anybody watching me then either. You see, Jeff, I don't know how good I'll be at this.
You want me to go too, kid?
Well, Jeff, I'd sure hate to pull a boner in front of you.
Sure, I know. I'll go. So long, kid.
So long, Jeff. Hey, Jeff. Jeff, I think I'm going to take it fine. Yeah, I think you're going to be proud of me, Jeff.
Lookout, calling lookout.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Let me know the minute it clears, Tex. We're all set to go down here.
What about the kid, Jeff?
Broke his neck. Took off a few minutes ago.
Oh.
Hello, Pete.
I took care of everything on the field.
Thanks. Give me a drink, will you, Dutchie?
Yeah, you better make me one too, Dutchie.
What is it, Stephen?
Somebody said you wanted to see me.
Yeah, the kid asked me to buy a drink.
Oh, thanks. Hey, Dutchie, put it over on the table here, will you?
Well, wait a minute.
What is it now?
Why not have it with us?
Sure. Why not?
Have a cigarette, Stephen.
How are the hands coming?
Oh, not bad.
Here's your drink.
Careful with those hands. You got it?
I'm all right.
Well, here's how. Here's to you, Bat.
Here's to you, Bat.
Thanks.
Well, so long, Les.
You going, Bonnie?
Nobody asked me to stay.
Well, but aren't you going to say goodbye to Jeff?
Why?
Well, I think you ought to.
You do?
Yeah, I think he wants you to.
You sure?
Well, he might not act like it, but I think he would.
Well, if you think I ought to...
Yeah, I think you should.
I don't mind doing it if you say so.
Yeah, I do say so.
You do? Well, guess I better go ahead and do it then.
Hello, Bonnie.
I thought I ought to... Well, Les said that he thought that before I'd go, I'd better... Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, then.
Well, all I wanted to say is that... Well, he said that you'd like it, but I don't know. You know.
I know. You want me to carry matches from now on. Well, Bonnie, I make you a promise. I'll carry matches all the time.
Jeff.
All the time.
Jeff, you're crying.
You're crazy.
You're crying, Jeff. Oh, please don't. I'd never be
You'll never be able to what, honey?
I'd never be able to say it.
Say what?
I was going to say goodbye.
Well?
Jeff, do you want me to stay or don't you?
Well, Bonnie...
Call in Barranca. Call in Barranca. Say, what's the matter down there? Call in Barranca.
Go ahead, Tex.
Say, Jeff, the storm's breaking up.
Yeah?
The wind's dropping down to a whisper.
Okay, how's the pass?
Clearing up faster than a cat can lick up cream.
Okay, left.
Yeah, what is it, Jeff?
Wind up number 7, the pass is clearing.
The moon's breaking through.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay.
Here she comes. She's shining harder than $700.
Yeah?
On your way, Jeff.
Well, Dutchie, what do you say to that?
What can I say? Nobody cares.
The pass is clearing. We just got time to make it.
Well, who's going to fight?
I've got one good arm, haven't I? Dutchie, your contract's as good as in the bag.
Come on, Jeff.
So long, Bonnie. Keep that coffee warm. I'll be back for breakfast.
I won't be here. Going on the boat.
What?
Nobody asked me to stay.
Oh, they haven't?
No. You wouldn't ask anybody to do anything, would you?
That's right. Here, we'll flip a coin. Tails, you go. Heads, you stay. It's heads. Hey, you're not going to renege on this, are you? It was the kid's coin.
I won't stay that way.
You won't? It's got heads on both sides.
No, I got... What? Oh, Jeff.
That's better.
Well, aren't you going to kiss me?
When I get back. Yeah, maybe if I was to kiss you now, I wouldn't, Yeah. When I get back, Bonnie.
I guess it'll always be like that. When you get back.
You have been listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Only Angels Have Wings with Joan Blondell. Mr. Welles will be back with us in just a moment, and in that moment, something of moment, particularly to the men among our listeners. Let me ask you, doesn't old-fashioned vegetable soup fit in with your idea of a hearty good eating? Picture a piping hot plateful of Campbell's vegetable soup at your place at the table. Its inviting look and the rich aroma in the curling steam sharpen your appetite. You dip in and bring up brimming spoonfuls of the deep-flavored beef stock and tender, luscious garden vegetables. And as spoonful follows spoonful, you continue to enjoy this vegetable soup of Campbell's down to the very last. And now tell me, isn't that a picture that appeals to you? Then don't you want to remind your wife to have Campbell's vegetable soup at supper tomorrow? And now, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Miss Joan Blondell.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Orson Welles.
It is, ladies and gentlemen, with a slight feeling of presumption that I venture to introduce Miss Blondell this evening because, as you know, Miss Blondell, in private life, is the wife of Dick Powell, who was master of ceremonies on this very program for many months.
That's right. That's when Dick and I were married.
Yes, well, we all not only happily remember Dick, but also your own appearances on the program. And while I'm about it, let me thank you for your distinguished performance tonight, Joan.
I'm always delighted to appear here.
It must be a lot like coming home, what with Dick having been a master of ceremonies for Campbell's and you having been a guest star for Campbell's.
Say nothing of the two children eating Campbell soup every day.
Soup. Isn't that nice of you? Thank you.
Don't forget that.
I'm not likely to. You've certainly earned the right to regard yourself, Joan, as being one of the most important members of the Campbell soup family.
Right, I'm very proud of it.
We're very glad you are, and thank you again, Joan Blondell. Please come back to us very soon again. Miss Blondell, of course, Bonnie Lee. Here's the cast. Regis Toomey was the kid. Mr. Toomey's most recent picture, incidentally, is Northwest Passage, which he gives a distinguished performance as Mr. Webster. Edmund MacDonald is Les Peters. Edgar Berrier, known to all Mercury fans, is Ashton Bat Stevens' alias Ernest Byfield. George Coulouris, another pillar, played Dutchy. William Allen is Joe Salper. Richard Bear Tex, the voice on the talkback. Richard Wilson was Pete, the piano player, and special hot piano effects were the responsibility of Mr. Ivan Ditmars, who was conducted and in part composed by his maestro Bernard Herrmann. Mercedes and Carlos Rufino were the Spanish singers, and Jeff Carter was your obedient servant. And now, as to next week. There's been in recent years a pleasing revival of public interest in the field of fiction for stories dealing with our beginnings as a nation. Easily the most distinguished worker in this field is Kenneth Roberts, whose series of early American novels has become a bestseller. High among these, along with his Northwest Passage, his Rabble in Arms, a fascinating chronicle of General Burgoyne's defeat at Saratoga by the desperate revolutionists under the inspiring leadership of a beloved officer, later to become even better known in American history as Benedict Arnold. Our guest star, we're pleased to announce Miss Frances D., happily remembered for her performance a few weeks ago in Come and Get It. She'll be with us again, as she promised. And so until then, until next Sunday in Rabble in Arms, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obedient to yours.
The makers of Campbell Soup join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we present Kenneth Roberts' Rabble in Arms. And as our guest star in Rabble in Arms, you'll hear Miss Frances D. In the meantime, if you've enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's vegetable soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, Mystery Theater.
I'm E.G. Marshall. I would like to ask a question to which I tell you in advance I expect no answer. What is genius, and where did it come from? Genius is very rare. That much we do know. It is elusive and not immediately recognizable. It cannot be purchased, nor can it be cultivated. So, rare, intangible, and not to be acquired by any means, then when is it, and what is its source? Aware that I've asked the unanswerable, I present you now with the words of the Roman writer Plutarch, half a century before Christ. Genius is a deity.
Where is my angel, Doctor?
Your what?
My angel. I'm lost without my angel.
I don't think I quite understand.
I thought I saw her sitting on my typewriter. But when I sat down to work, Doctor, she wasn't there at all.
Our mystery drama, Fallen Angel, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Ralph Bell.
Something special.
Our story concerns a writer. His name is Lawrence Maitland. Many think he's a genius. He thinks so himself. But genius or no, at the moment Lawrence Maitland is in serious trouble.
What went wrong? Something went wrong. What? What am I doing here? What kind of a place is this? How did I get here? I can't remember a thing. Oh, good Lord. What's happened to my memory? I can't live if anything's happened to my memory.
Yes, come in, please.
Dr. Kramer?
Yes?
I'm Jack Brody.
Oh, yes, Mr. Brody, come in. You wanted to talk to me about Mr. Maitland?
Yeah. Well, it all started in my place, you know, and Mr. Maitland ain't just a customer. He's like a friend, too.
Mm-hmm. Did he come to your place often, Mr. Brody?
Yeah, all the time. He never went no place else. Well, when I say all the time, I mean when he was drinking, you know. But he wasn't always drinking. But there was months at a time he didn't drink at all.
A periodic drinker.
Yeah, well, he went on benders, you know, 2, 3, maybe 4 times a year.
And always at your place?
Yeah, right.
Well, why was that, do you suppose?
Well, I don't know. He wouldn't be recognized there. Not very likely. It's near the waterfront, you know. We don't get people from Mr. Maitland's kind of background as a rule.
Mm-hmm.
Well, him and I got to be what you might call friends. I mean, he knew I'd look after him.
How?
Well, when he'd get himself really boozed up, I'd call his taxi for him.
His taxi?
Yeah, it's the same one every time. The driver's a guy named Ivan Kaplan. He was like a friend of Maitland's, too. Ivan would take him home and get him to bed. And lots of times I'd even wake Mrs. Maitland up. He just knew what to do.
Yes, Mrs. Maitland told me. Would you care to tell me just what happened that night?
Morning. It was in the morning. About 11 o'clock, that's when I opened up. And, well, the place was empty when he come in. I hadn't seen him in some time, but I wasn't exactly surprised. I knew sooner or later he'd show up.
Hi, Jack.
Hey, Mr. Maitland.
I thought you'd never open up.
Well, never before 11, you know that. Well, what's your pleasure?
You know damn well what I drink. Make it a double.
Right. Water with it?
Beer on the side.
Well, it's your liver.
What's that? Who came in?
Customer. Yes, sir?
Beer?
Jack?
Please. Hey, Jack. I need another drink here.
Yes, sir. Be right with you, Mr. Maitland.
Now. Right now.
You want the same?
The same exactly. No, wait. I still have some beer left.
Double?
I said the same, didn't I? Who's that man?
Enter the bar with a beer.
Him? I think his name is Jones.
You know him?
Well, just over the bar.
He keeps staring at me.
Huh? Well, maybe he knows you from someplace.
Impossible. I never do anybody like that.
Well, maybe he's seen your picture in the paper. I've seen it a few times. Hey, maybe he caught you on the TV, huh?
Cheap publicity. My publisher thinks it's important.
Well, sells books, probably.
My books sell themselves.
Yeah, well...
Jones. Is that his real name?
Yeah, that's what he told me. I think he said Jones.
Don't you know?
Oh, it's none of my business. He says his name is Jones. As far as I'm concerned, his name is Jones.
Well, tell you Jones to stop staring at me.
No, I don't think he's staring at you, Mr. Maitland. Look, what if he is? It don't mean nothing.
That's what you think. He's getting up.
Occasional beer's all he drinks.
He's coming over here.
Now, Mr. Maitland, come on.
He thinks he's going to start anything.
He wouldn't do that.
Well, how do you know? You don't even know him.
Excuse me.
Mr. Jones.
Get him away from me.
I was wondering if you'd care to have a drink.
No, Mr. Jones,
you
come on.
dirty little punk.
I just want to
tell me. I know what you want. I know all about you.
Please.
Disgusting.
Let go of me.
Mr. Maitland, come on. Come on, break it
I
up.
want to kill you. Please. You don't deserve to live.
Hey, what's that? Are you crazy? What'd you do that for?
I had to hit him. He's a maniac.
Well, he didn't hurt you, did he?
I'm calling the police. Guys like that, I know their type. I'm getting the police. You keep him right here.
He ain't going no place. He's passed out cold. Well, the Jones character was back in a flash with a cop. Mr. Maitland was okay by then. Well, pretty okay.
Mm-hmm.
He'd taken a cockeyed swipe at Jones, and Jones swings back, and he fell and hit his head. He talked plain enough, but he repeated himself a lot.
Kept asking what happened?
Yeah, just like in the movies. And where's my angel?
Angel?
Yeah. Naturally, I thought he meant his wife, so I went and phoned her. And meanwhile, they booked him at the station house for disorderly conduct, and Jones said he was going to sue for assault and battery. So Mrs. Maitland showed up. I thought she'd take him home, but she didn't. So she brought him to this place.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think she did the right thing.
Yeah, well, why not a hospital?
He doesn't really need a hospital at this point. He's better off here.
I can't get over the yellow sheets. Buttercup yellow. And with the sun shining on them, very cheery. Very... It's hard to be depressed on yellow sheets. Is that the idea? Am I in some kind of asylum? A mental institution? Oh, Lord. That'll make some kind of a headline. Lawrence Maitland, America's foremost novelist, confined to a mental institution. But how? Why? Who did it to me? Who put me here? Pauline? Oh, why would Pauline do that? She's got no reason. No reason. Except to get rid of me. Oh, yes, there's always that. That would be the reason. Yes? Who is it?
Good morning, Mr. Maitland.
Who are you?
I'm Dr. Kramer. Max Kramer. How are you feeling?
I feel fine. What is this place? Some kind of a nut house? Who put me here?
It's a sanitarium. Your wife brought you here after a minor fracas in a barroom and a brief appearance in front of a judge.
I've been in jail?
Only very briefly.
For what?
Oh, creating a disturbance and assaulting a man who threatens to sue you.
What man?
I only know his name is Jones.
How do you know that much?
The bartender told me.
Jack Brody, you talked to Jack?
He seems to know you quite well.
I do all my drinking at Jack's.
Why? There are more attractive places.
Jack's my friend. He looks after me.
Why should anyone have to look after you?
Sometimes I drink too much. Not often, but sometimes. Rest of the time, I don't drink at all. I'm not an alcoholic, in case that's what you're kicking around in that candy little brain of yours. I do not. have a drinking problem. It's just that once I take a drink, I can't stop.
Oh, I see.
What are you smiling at?
Well, you've just handed me an accurate description of an alcoholic. One for whom a single drink is too much and 100 not enough.
Well, that about sums it up, I guess. Well, go ahead, ask me.
Ask you what?
Why do you drink, Mr. Maitland? You who have everything, talent, even genius, success, acclaim, looks, charm.
Do you have charm?
Well, a certain amount. Don't I? Well, women seem to think so.
That must be very gratifying.
Not that I take advantage of it. I don't. Because I happen to have a very beautiful, very exceptional wife. You'll see when you meet her.
Mrs. Maitland and I have already met.
You have?
Yes. She's the one who put up bail for you and brought you here. She's been here every day.
Well?
Well, what?
Isn't she everything I said? And very clever, besides?
Well, we've only talked, she and I, half a dozen times, and mainly about you.
Well, she could tell you a lot, if she wanted to.
About why you drink too much?
About lots of things.
I'd rather you told me.
I drink when I can't write. When my angel deserts me. When she's with me, I write. When she won't come near me, I don't. I drink.
Your wife didn't give me that impression at all.
Well, what does my wife know about it?
Well, you said when she's with you.
My angel isn't my wife, Doctor. Is that what you thought?
Oh, well, the way you talked about her, I'm sorry.
My angel... Well, she's my angel. Created by God. Or don't you believe in God?
Well, let's keep talking about what you believe.
Well, angels are not necessarily created by God. Actually, I doubt that mine was. Some angels are beings elevated to their celestial status by their intelligence. With extraordinary intelligence. But they are composed of heavenly matter. There's no doubt about that. They mediate, at least mine does, between me and the God force. I do believe in the God force. Don't you? And my angel puts me in contact with the God force. And I write. I write like an angel. You've probably heard that said of me. Or read it someplace.
I don't do a lot of reading outside my own specialty.
And what specialty is that, pray tell?
Psychiatry.
Oh. Would you like to analyze me, Dr. Kramer?
Would you be interested in being psychoanalyzed?
Not if it would take away my genius.
No, I don't think it would do that.
Well, it's supposed to make you normal, adjusted, able to integrate with the group. Isn't that the idea?
No, it's supposed to help you make the best possible use of whatever abilities you have.
I have the ability to write. And I write. Like an angel.
Sometimes.
When my angel is with me.
Other times you drink to excess.
And you think you could find out why I do that?
I think together we might be able to find out.
I'll think about it. If it worked, I wouldn't need my angel anymore,
Perhaps not. Or perhaps you'd give her another name.
I'd like to be able to write whenever I felt like it. Write well, I mean.
Would you like to have a typewriter sent up to your room?
What good would a typewriter do till my angel comes back?
Well, perhaps I should have one sent up anyway, just in case.
If you want to. No. By the way.
Yes?
You said my wife had been to see me?
Yes, every day.
Today?
She's downstairs right now. Would you like to see her?
I think so.
Well, I'll ask her to come up.
Oh, Doctor.
Yes?
Are you in love with my wife?
Am I what?
It's a simple question. Are you in love with Pauline? That's my wife's name, Pauline. Are you in love with her?
I'll ask her to come up.
He is, of course. But is Pauline in love with him?
Genius penetrates to the essential truth of whatever it concerns itself with. Genius does not stop with description, but goes on to revelation. It paints or composes or puts into words truths that lesser mortals could never discover by themselves. Is our protagonist, Mr. Lawrence Maitland, a genius or no more than a talented writer? I'll be back shortly with Act Two. Mr. Lawrence Maitland, you may remember, discovered himself in a large, airy room not his own, which he rightly deduced to be one of many in a mental institution to which he had been brought after assaulting a stranger in a bar. Dr. Max Kramer, chief psychiatrist of the asylum, after a friendly chat with his new patient, was startled to be asked if he, the doctor, was in love with the patient's wife.
Doctor.
Mrs. Maitland?
How is Lawrence today?
Better. Much better.
Oh, I'm so glad.
He can go home if he wants to.
Really?
Only I hope he doesn't want to.
Why do you say that?
Because I couldn't guarantee that what happened in Jack's bar wouldn't happen again. And perhaps again.
But why did it happen? I mean, to hit a man who'd never done him any harm, a man he didn't even know.
Mrs. Maitland, there are no easy answers.
Oh, I know that.
Everybody says I know that, but everybody goes on looking for easy answers.
Yes, I'm sure that's true, but still
But still, you'd like an easy answer.
You're reading my mind, Doctor.
Is your mind so different from other minds?
No. But his is, Dr. Kramer. Lawrence has a mind that is, well, it's quite different. He knows things that other people don't know.
Like what?
Haven't you read his books?
Well, I have meant to, but there's so much reading I must do. I haven't got around to it.
Oh, but you must. They're like revealed truth. Like the best parts of the Bible, if I'm not being profane.
Not to me, you're not.
Well, I'd read all his books before I met him, all those that had been published up to that time, and then when I met him, I felt like a schoolgirl sitting at the feet of a master. Just to be near him was to be near the fount of all wisdom, all truth.
How old are you, Mrs. Maitland?
Why, I'm 37.
How long have you and Mr. Maitland been married?
10 years.
And do you still feel like a schoolgirl? Are you still sitting at the feet of the master?
Well, yes, I do. I am.
I don't think that's a very healthy way for a woman of 37 to feel. I think a woman of 37 should have formulated her own thoughts about wisdom and truth.
Well, I never thought I never tried. I mean, I don't really know anything.
You know a great deal.
I don't know why you say that. Really,
Because everyone knows a great deal. I'm not trying to flatter you. Everyone knows a great deal until he or she starts taking the word of someone else on faith. That's when the intelligence falters, when we start believing what's told us instead of what we feel to be true.
Right. I think I see what you mean.
Well, now, we were talking about your husband, weren't we? He can go home if he wants to.
Does he want to?
He seems somewhat interested in being psychoanalyzed.
Really? We've never been interested before. Quite the contrary.
Well, I can't say how serious he is about it now. But the incident in the bar, the fact that the man, Jones, I think his name is, His suing him for assault and battery, it puts a different light on things. Or it should. Of course, he has something the rest of us don't have. He has his angel.
He told you about that?
Oh, yes. It seems his angel has temporarily deserted him.
Oh, it's Lawrence's way of talking.
I don't think so. I think he believes he has an angel, a real angel. You and I perhaps would call it his ability to write. But if he wants to call it his angel, well, you know, at first I thought he meant you, Mrs. Maitland.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, why would you think that?
I don't know. I just did.
Well, perhaps I'd better go up and see him now, if you say it's all right.
Yes. Quite all right.
What did Pauline tell him about me? That I'm a rotten husband? A worse lover? She could have said anything, true or not true. Told him everything I've ever said, everything I've ever done. Would she do that? The very intimate things? Oh, not likely. Not Pauline. Not that she'd be trying to spare me. She'd be trying to spare herself. Pauline can't stand truth. Not the way I can.
Pauline, may I come in?
If you dare. Welcome to the crazy room.
Oh, now, Lawrence.
Oh, we don't say crazy anymore. We say disturbed, don't we? Neurotic?
Dr. Kramer says you're much better.
Oh, he does. Dr. Kramer says, does he?
Well, he says that you can come home if you want to.
Does Dr. Kramer say that?
Yes.
Any other little quotes from Dr. Kramer you'd like to give me while you're here?
Lawrence, please. He's your doctor.
And what's he to you?
What? The very same as he is to you. Your doctor. A very good doctor who's trying to help.
That's all?
Of course that's all.
Are you in love with him, Pauline?
With the doctor? With Dr. Kramer?
Yes, with Dr. Kramer.
Of course not.
I already know that he's in love with you.
But you don't know anything of the sort.
But I can't tell if you're in love with him until I see you together. Then I'll know.
Well, I can tell you right now.
Maitland?
Yes, what?
It's me, Jack Brody.
What do you want, Jack?
I got something for you.
What?
The doctor asked me when I bring it up.
What is it?
Lawrence, ask him to come in.
He's heavy. Can I come in?
Okay, come in.
He weighs a ton.
What? It's a typewriter.
Where should I put it?
Here, this bureau ought to hold it.
Okay. The doctor said take it right out of his own office. It's his. There you are.
Wasn't that nice of the doctor?
Yeah.
I'm Mrs. Maitland.
Oh, I'm Jack Brody, a friend of your husband's.
A very good friend, I know.
Yeah, well, you think maybe you'll write something, Mr. Maitland?
Well, it might be the best thing in the world for you, darling.
You knock off a masterpiece, huh? Could happen.
Maybe we ought to leave the room, Mr. Brody.
Yeah, maybe we ought to. Nice to have met you, Mrs. Maitland.
Well, I'm very glad to have met you, Mr. Brody.
Yeah, unfortunate circumstances and all that. You coming too, Miss Maitland?
I might as well.
Now, Pauline, wait. Don't go.
Well, all right, dear.
This is for you.
You want me to read it now?
Take it.
Well, as a rule, he never wants me to read anything until it's finished.
It's finished. Take it.
Lawrence!
What's the matter, Miss Maitland?
You didn't... Well, you couldn't have written this, not you. You couldn't have. I won't believe it.
Let me see it. Don't tear it up. Let me see it.
You've never written like this before, never.
We were standing right here. This is... You wrote this stuff for your wife? This is gutter stuff.
He couldn't have meant it.
It's disgusting. It's vile. I never read anything so repulsive.
It's not like him. He's sick.
He's worse than sick. He's rotten. He's decayed.
No, he's ill.
Whatever. Listen, Mr. Maitland, let me tell you something. don't you ever set your foot inside my bar again, you hear me? You understand what I'm saying? I don't want you in my place ever again.
You don't mean that, Jack.
I mean it. You show your face and I'll smash it in.
You're my friend, Jack.
No more. I was your friend, but no more. Now, you stay away from me.
Well, where am I supposed to go?
You really want to know? Huh?
I have to go someplace. I have to have some... No, Jack, don't turn against me. Don't stop being my friend.
I already stopped. Any man can write that rotten stuff and show it to his wife. Boy, and you call yourself a genius?
Well, what am I supposed to do? Who's going to help me? There's only just one. And she won't.
Darling, I'm going to get Dr. Kramer. He'll know what to do. I'll be right back.
Where's my angel? Where did she go? She left me. And now they're all leaving me. All against me. All hating me. Why do they hate me so much? Because I have genius and they haven't? But that's not my fault. I didn't ask to be the way I am. It's not my fault that everyone's against me. Pauline's gone. Jack's gone. Everyone's gone. I'm alone. All alone. And my angel... Will I ever see her again? Now, who's that?
May I come in?
No. No one may come in.
It's
Pauline.
It's Dr. Kramer, Mr. Maitland.
Pauline, I want to explain to you about what I wrote on that piece of paper. Don't hate me for it. I don't want everyone to hate me. Anyway, not you, Pauline. Let me explain why I did what I did.
Go on, tell me.
You see, as soon as I saw the typewriter, I thought my angel was sitting on the carriage return lever. You know, the way she used to. You remember Pauline?
I don't think I do. Tell me.
Well, maybe you never saw her, but certainly I've told you often enough. Oh, really, Pauline?
I'm not Pauline, Mr. Maitland. Don't you know that?
Pauline, it looked like my angel. At least I thought it did, and... Oh, I was so relieved. She's come back to me, and now I can go on living. And so, you see, I started to type. You and Jack were still in the room. I remember that, but it didn't bother me. You were making small talk. It didn't matter. My angel and I were working together, you see? You do see, don't you, Pauline?
Go on.
And then you screamed at me.
Did I?
Oh, you know you did. And then Jack grabbed the paper out of your hand, and then he told me never to go near his place again. That's what I couldn't believe, Pauline, that Jack would turn against me. Now, you know what I've decided, Pauline?
Tell me.
That wasn't my angel who came and sat on the return lever.
No.
Oh, no. Now, listen, Pauline, that was the fallen angel. An angel who has fallen out of favor with God. An angel who has allied himself with Satan. Fallen angels are destructive, Pauline. Completely destructive. And this one means to destroy me.
How is one to tell a true angel from one who has fallen from grace? Since both have miraculous powers, how is one to accept the ministrations of the one and resist the machinations of the other? Speaking for myself, I find myself modestly grateful that I have never been visited by any angel whatsoever of either kind. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. When we left Lawrence Maitland, he was explaining to Dr. Max Kramer, psychiatrist, why he had written a page of obscene prose and handed it to his shocked and horrified wife. While his explanation may have sounded bizarre to the psychiatrist's ear, no less bizarre was Maitland's conviction that he was talking not to his doctor, but to his wife. However, several days had now passed.
Yes, Jan? Oh. Well, ask Mr. Jones to step into my office, please. Mr. Jones. Now, why would he... Mr. Jones?
Dr. Kramer?
Yes. Come in, please.
Thank you.
Have a chair.
Thank you.
My girl said you wanted to see me about Mr. Lawrence Maitland.
Well, they told me at the police station he was here.
Yes, he is.
How is he?
Coming along.
I'm glad of that. He's such a very great writer.
So I'm told by many people, including Mr. Maitland himself. But you didn't come here to discuss Mr. Maitland's literary gifts?
No, of course not. I came to tell you about that the most unfortunate incident at Jack's bar. Has he told you why he took a swing at me?
No, he hasn't.
Possibly he doesn't know.
Possibly.
But I know.
Yes?
He thought I was about to make a homosexual advance.
Oh.
Definitely. And I wasn't.
Oh.
Although I am a homosexual.
Yes, I see.
You see, I work as a bank teller, but most of my spare time is spent reading and sometimes writing, in a despairing sort of way.
Why despairing?
Well, because I don't think I'm really very good at it, and I don't suppose I ever will be. So when I saw Lawrence Maitland, the great Lawrence Maitland, sitting at the same bar at 11 o'clock in the morning, I thought, well, maybe if I could just talk to him for half an hour. I don't know what I thought, what I expected. Encouragement, maybe a pointer or two. I really don't know. But not what he thought I wanted.
Well, was there anything else?
Oh, yes, I wondered if I might see Mr. Maitland for just a minute or two. I have something rather important to tell him, but not what I just told you, no, something else.
I see.
Something that, well, might make him feel a little better.
Well, in that case, I don't see why not.
Oh, he's such a great man, Mr. Maitland. Such a very great writer. It seems such a pity.
Such a pity, yes. Jane, is Mrs. Maitland here yet? Oh, she is? Well, ask her to come in, please. Such a pity. Oh, come in, Mrs. Maitland. Come in.
Thank you. How is Lawrence?
Much better.
Oh, good. May I see him?
There's someone with him now.
Oh, not Jack from the bar?
No.
I didn't think so.
Mrs. Maitland, I think it's about time I gave you some kind of diagnosis of your husband's condition. A very tentative one, you understand, but, well, let's call it an educated guess, all right?
All right.
Your husband is paranoid, Mrs. Maitland. Not chronically so, only intermittently. Do you know what paranoid means, Mrs. Maitland?
Suspicious, feeling persecuted?
Correct. Paranoia is a mental disorder characterized by delusions of persecution and of one's own greatness. Do you follow me?
I think so, only you sound so...
So what?
So severe. I'm not used to... Well, never mind.
I don't mean to sound severe.
It's all right. But, Dr. Kramer, Lawrence is a great man. That's not a delusion.
No one knows with exactitude what a great man is.
Well, what's to be done, Doctor? I can't just abandon him.
Well, psychoanalysis might help.
Would he do that, do you think?
He might.
Should I talk to him about it?
It's better that I should.
I wouldn't know what to say, really.
I'll talk to him as soon as his present visitor leaves.
Well, you've never told me who his visitor is. I can't imagine who'd come to see him. Who'd even know that he's here?
It's the man Jones. The man he tried to knock down in Jack's bar.
Who is it? May I come in, Mr. Maitland?
Who are you?
I'm Jason Jones, Mr. Maitland.
Who?
From the other night, a couple of weeks ago. Jack's bar?
I took a swing at you.
Yes, you did.
I must have been drunk.
Not so very.
Well, sit down if you want to.
Oh, thank you.
What can I do for you?
Well, I don't know exactly. Teach me how to write?
In one afternoon?
I was only kidding.
Not in a lifetime. As a matter of fact, I'm having a little trouble right now with my own writing. You see, my angel's gone away.
Who? Who's gone away?
My angel. The one who sits on my typewriter.
Oh.
You want to write? Get yourself an angel.
And how do I go about doing that?
Lord knows. They come when they please. And they go when they please. Mine has gone.
I've dropped the charges against you for assault and battery. I'm not going to bring suit.
Well, that's damn nice of you, Jones. Thank you.
I don't think a man of your greatness should be dragged into court.
I quite agree.
So, well, that's about all. I just wanted you to know. I don't want to tire you.
It's quite all right. Come back again sometime.
Thank you. Mr. Maitland, if I might make a suggestion?
Yes, go right ahead.
Don't be afraid of people like me. I mean, if we want to buy you a drink in a bar or talk to you, don't be afraid.
Afraid? What's he talking about? Afraid of what? Afraid of somebody like him? People like him? Well, what's there to be afraid of? Now, who is it?
Dr. Kramer.
Oh, you. Come on in.
You, talked to Jones?
Yeah. He's dropping charges against me.
Very nice of him.
I thought so. I thanked him.
Next time, the man you hit may not be so obliging or so admiring.
What next time?
It may very well happen again.
It never happened before.
The disease hadn't progressed that far.
What disease?
Paranoia. A progressive disease.
You mean it gets worse?
Inevitably.
Well, what do I do about it?
Well, there are various things, but in your case, I believe I'd suggest psychoanalysis.
We talked about that before.
I think it might help you a great deal.
Okay. When do we start?
We?
You and I. When do we start analyzing why I do the things I do?
Not you and I, Mr. Maitland.
Why not?
Well, the patient must feel sure that he likes the analyst. I mean by that he has no immediate, no instinctive antagonisms toward the doctor.
I have no antagonisms toward you.
Yes, but...
So what's holding us up?
I can't accept you as a patient.
Why not?
Because...
Now, you've got to give me a reason. You can't just brush me off.
Because I'm in love with your wife. I don't know how or when or why it happened, but it happened.
I was right.
When you asked me, did I love your wife, it was not true then. It came later.
It was true then. I knew because I am Lawrence Maitland, and I know these things. Doctor, I'd like to be alone for a while, if you don't mind.
Of course. We'll talk more later.
Perhaps we will. Perhaps. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye. If you need to talk to me...
I don't think so.
Well, in that case... What was that?
What was what?
I thought I heard something.
Oh, did you hear her, too?
Her?
My angel. She's back.
She is?
Can't you see her? She's sitting on a typewriter.
I can't say that I do see her. Not really.
No. I don't suppose you can. Be so good as to close the door behind you, Doctor. I really have to get to work.
Tell me, John Matthias, someone is supposed to have said to the man who came to be called St. John of the Cross, how do you write your wonderful canticles? To which the poet-priest replied, sometimes God helps me, and sometimes I do it by myself. If the true men of genius can give no more satisfactory answer than that, what in the name of heaven can you expect of me? I'll be back shortly. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Esther Screen Guild play tonight, Dark Angel. The starring players...
This is Ronald Colman.
This is Merle Oberon.
This is Donald Crisp.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in one of the most beautiful love stories the screen has ever known. It is a radio adaptation of the Samuel Goldwyn picture Dark Angel, and it stars Merle Oberon as Kitty Vane, Ronald Colman as Alan Trent, and Donald Crisp as Sir George Barton. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in Dark Angel.
was in the last war. And then, as now, men fought and suffered and lived in the hope of going home. And now, after almost a year in the mud of France, Alan Trent has come home. Home to the lovely English country house where he was raised. Home to his childhood sweetheart, Kitty Vane.
Ah, Kitty. Kitty, if you knew what it means to see you, to talk to you, if you knew how frightened I've been.
Frightened? You frightened, Alan?
Yes, frightened. Frightened of coming home, of finding that you had changed, that you didn't feel the things I wanted you to feel. Frightened now of saying what I want.
Alan.
Or maybe I can't say it all. Maybe I can't say any part of it. I'm scared, Kitty. Kitty, I've so much love for you. It's like something you've saved up for a lifetime, and then it all comes at once.
Alan, I wanted to hear that so badly.
Oh, but you must have known.
I wasn't sure. I said to myself, I've always been around. Perhaps he's just used to me. Perhaps he'll meet some other girl.
Oh, Kitty, if you weren't here, I'd stop living. I'd stop breathing. I'd stop wanting to breathe. Don't ever go away.
I won't, ever. I promise. Alan, we ought to tell your mother.
What should we tell her?
That we're going to be married.
Day after tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Why, you shameless hussy.
Alan, dear.
Mother, we were just coming into... What is it? What's wrong?
They just phoned a telegram from the village. The War Office, Alan.
The War Office? Not my leave. It hasn't been cancelled.
I'm afraid you'll have to go tonight. You're to sail from Folkestone in the morning.
But whom else could we ask, sir? You're our vicar. If you just marry us tonight, before I go...
Alan, I've tried to explain to you.
There must be some way. You've known us all our lives.
And no two I'd rather see joined in marriage. Even 2 hours ago, it might have been possible. Now it's too late.
Too late.
I'm sorry. I have an evening service. Alan, I wish there was something I could do.
Well, thank you anyway, sir.
God bless you both. Good night.
After all these years, Kitty, we're 2 hours late. 2 hours that may change our lives.
No, they won't change our lives. Alan, I'm coming to Folkestone with you.
Oh, darling, you can't.
Why not? If we belong to each other. I marry you, Alan Trent, in front of a church.
And I marry you, Kitty Vane, for always, until the day I die. Well, it's not half a bad room to start our married life, is it? Is it, darling? Oh, Kitty.
I'm sorry. I was listening to the guns.
Oh, they're far away, Kitty. Across the channel. Don't hear them. They'll stop.
All those things going by. Down there in the street. They aren't far away.
Oh, it takes a lot to run a war. Motor lorries, horses, tanks.
And men. Thousands and thousands of men. And in a little while, you'll be one of them. You'll be gone with the rest of them. You'll be...
Stop it. Oh, listen, darling. They're going. I'm going. There's nothing to be done about it. We must face the truth, Kitty. All we have is tonight. One night to live a whole life together. So we'll have to pretend. We're married, you see. We've been married quite long, and we're having dinner with our family.
Yes, with our family.
Now, would you like another glass of Sauterne, my dear?
Please.
Tell me, do you think Mimi is old enough for some wine?
Mimi?
That's our youngest, don't you remember? She's right there at the foot of the table. Children, Agatha, Bertram, Harold, Mimi, this is a very special occasion. Your parents' 25th wedding anniversary.
15th.
Please, my dear. Children, 25 years ago, your mother was a lovely sight. The most beautiful girl I ever saw.
And your father, children?
Kitty, can't you do something with Mimi? She just bit little Harold on the arm.
Mimi, behave yourself. Now, children, as I was saying, your father was the finest, dearest, kindest.
Your father loved your mother as no one ever loved before.
Your mother loved your father since the world began. Since before time. Since...
5 o'clock. Time to shove off.
I'll get my wrap.
Oh, no, please. Don't come. It would only make it more difficult. Just sit right here and close your eyes. That's it. That's a good girl, Kitty. That's a brave girl. I love you. I will always love you. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Alan. Goodbye, my love. Another letter today. Oh, such a wonderful letter.
Aren't all of Alan's letters wonderful?
Oh, but this is very special, you see. He thinks he'll get another leave just as soon as they...
As soon as they what? Kitty!
It's nothing. Only... just then I felt such a sharp pain. And it's silly, isn't it? I thought I heard the guns.
Remember, men, we're a small patrol. It's dark. Jerry's can't see us if we hug the ground.
Yes, I understand.
Single file. 10, 20 feet apart. I'll take the lead. All right, come on, let's go.
Careful, sir. There's a big one coming over. Look out, sir. You all right, sir? Captain Trent.
I won't believe it. I won't. What if he hasn't written for a month? Maybe he's busy. Maybe he's had no chance to write. 2 months. That's not so long. Maybe his letters have just gone astray. Anything could happen in a war. 3 months. What if it's true? 4 months. What if it's true? 6 months. 6 months. Oh, Alan. Alan, I loved you so much.
That's it, sir. That's fine. Just keep the cane out in front of it. That's fine. You're making real progress, sir. And you've only been here 5 months.
Is that how long it's been? 5 months?
Didn't you know, sir?
I'm afraid I lost track. The dead don't have much use for time.
Ah, now, really, sir. That ain't no proper way to talk. Sir George is doing wonders with you men. A regular miracle worker he is.
Can he give me back my sight?
Ah, I know, sir. You're on the bitter side right now. But that'll pass, you mark my word. Wait and see how you feel 6 months from now.
You sent for me, Sir George?
Yes, Crane, I did. Mills has been telling me you want to leave.
Oh, I've been here long enough, don't you think?
A year next week. I'm afraid our training school hasn't helped you very much.
Oh, if that's true, it's my fault, sir, not yours.
You've been fighting something within yourself, haven't you? And you don't want to talk about it? Well, then the rest is just routine. I'm assigning Mills to you as an orderly.
I'd rather not.
Those are rules, Crane. He'll take you to your home and get you settled and...
I'm not going home. I have no home.
And your name isn't Roger Crane, is it?
It's as good a name as any other.
Your card says that when you were picked up, all means of identification had been destroyed. And later you gave your name as Roger Crane. I could have checked that, you know.
I know. I've been grateful you didn't.
As a matter of fact, I even had a clue. It was among your personal things. A picture.
A picture?
The picture of a very pretty young girl. And across the bottom was written, "Come back to Kitty." Why aren't you going back to her?
Because I'm blind. Because I won't be pitied.
So
because I won't let myself be a nuisance.
That's been your fight. Well, all right. Then fight it through. Go home. Do it for me. Help me to prove to myself that my work hasn't failed. That you can go back to your friends and live among them like an ordinary man.
You think I could?
Yes, Crane, I do.
I've wanted to. Every hour, every day.
It's still early morning. The sun is out. Before it goes down, you can be home.
Before it goes down, I can be home. Yes, it's true. Think of it. Before it goes down, I'll be home. I'll be home.
I think we're coming into Medford now, sir.
Yes, that's the whistle for the crossing, just outside the village. It won't be any time at all now, Mills. Our place is just 15 minutes from the station. 20 perhaps in that dilapidated old cab.
A cab, sir? Won't there be anyone there to meet you?
Oh, I know. I didn't tell him I was coming. I decided it all so suddenly.
Well, you won't mind me mentioning it, sir, but, I mean, if they don't know, mightn't it be a bit of a shock to them, sir?
Huh? A shock?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'd better be getting the luggage out. I'll be back in a minute, sir.
A shock? Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Even if she's brave, even if she tries to smile.
Take my hand, darling. I'll help you, dear. I'll always help you.
That's him. He's blind.
It's the girl I'm sorry for. Having to help him day in, day out.
Well, why didn't he stay away?
He loves her, he says. Take my hand, darling. I'll help you. I'll help you.
Help me? Help me?
Did you call, sir?
Oh, sorry, Mills.
I'll get the rest of this luggage then.
No. I think you'd better leave it here.
But we're just pulling in to Medford, sir.
It doesn't matter. We're not getting off.
Lady Esther has presented Act One of Dark Angel, starring Donald Crisp, Merle Oberon, and Ronald Colman. In just a moment, we will hear the Lady Esther Screen Guild players in Act Two. But first, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Deep in every woman's heart is the belief that she could be more fascinating if only she put her mind to it. Don't you think that's true? A woman can make herself look more fascinating. And the way to start is with the face, which is your subject, you, and frame it as you would frame a lovely painting. Now, the very first step, perhaps the most important step of all, is to find a truly flattering face powder. By that I mean not just a covering to hide the shine, not just a lifeless film or coating on the skin, but a face powder that gives your skin a youthful radiance of its own. So many women have written me that just changing to Lady Esther face powder has made a thrilling change in their appearance. They say my powder does wonderful things for the appearance of their skin, helps to make it look softer, smoother, and more youthful. They say it gives their skin a certain clean, fresh look that everyone admires. Well, there's a very good reason why my powder is so unusually flattering. You see, Lady Esther face powder isn't just mixed, just sifted, the way ordinary powder is made. My powder then goes through the patented and exclusive Lady Esther Twin Hurricane process. The tiny particles of color and powder are blown together with the force of hurricanes until they're perfectly blended into a delicate film of beauty for your skin. Try Lady Esther face powder and see how much smoother it is than ordinary powder, how it helps hide little lines and blemishes. See how deep and lovely the shades are, how Lady Esther face powder adds instant new beauty and interest to the appearance of your skin.
2 years later now, and Alan Trent, or as he now prefers to call himself, Roger Crane, is living in a little cottage in the country with Mills, his orderly.
Now, them are roses, sir. Real roses. Every petal turned like a lip for a kiss.
You know, Mills, sometimes you come dangerously close to being a poet.
Oh, why, only this morning Tim Whiteley was by. Head gardener for Sir Gerald Mordaunt, he is. And he dropped me a compliment on the roses, he did.
Did he?
On my word, sir. And I told him I wasn't the one who deserved it. I said Mr. Crane did it all himself, he did. Really, sir, it's plain remarkable how you get about. In the garden, in the house. I mean, considering that,
You mean I can't see, Mills, hmm? Now, Mills, would you believe I see some things better than you do? Every bush in the garden, every chair in the house, every ashtray, every door, even the telephone. Hello.
Hello, Roger. Is that you?
Well, Sir George, how are you? Where are you?
In London. I've been wondering about you. Haven't heard from you in weeks.
Oh, I've been busy, that's all. My roses, you know.
Look, Roger, I'm a bit on the tired side. Thought I'd get away for a day or so. Could you stand a guest?
When can you come?
The late afternoon train?
We'll be looking for you. It'll be wonderful to see you again, Sir George. A good dinner, a warm fire, and brandy Napoleon 1815. It was good of you to bring it, Sir George. May I pour you a spot?
Please.
You know, when I was a kid, I used to think Napoleon made this himself. Spent that whole year making brandy. There you are.
Thanks.
I never could understand how he had time for Waterloo with all that brandy making going on. How is it?
Not bad.
Not bad? Well, what's the matter with you?
Roger, I may as well say it. I want to get something off my chest.
Yes?
That time you left the training school, you remember a certain picture?
Yes.
I know her name now. Kitty Vane.
Yes, that's right. Kitty Vane.
I didn't pry. Her picture's been in all the magazines. She's made quite a name for herself, riding to hounds.
Has she?
As a matter of fact, there's a picture in this week's Tatler, right here on the table. She's to be a guest of Sir Gerald Mordaunt.
Sir Gerald?
Not 2 miles down this very road.
Yes, I know. Sometimes his gardener drops by to envy our roses.
Alan, are you quite satisfied here with your roses?
Oh, yes. Yes, quite satisfied, Sir George.
I see.
By the way, when is she riding with Sir Gerald?
This weekend, I believe it said.
She's there now.
Yes. Well, good night, old man.
Good night, Sir George. So near. So terribly near. Oh, Kitty, it could have been so different. So very different.
Hello, darling. I'm home.
Kitty, dear, you're so late.
Now, don't scold me. I know I'm late. I met the vicar, and you know how hard it is to get away from him. I brought a sirloin home for dinner. I'd better go and give it to cook.
No, don't go.
Oh, but darling, the sirloin.
Now, which is more important, me or the sirloin?
Well, you, I imagine.
Your hair's all blown about, and your cheeks are flushed, and your nose is cold. And you look beautiful.
I look like an idiot. And so do you. The way people always look when they love each other too much.
Kitty. Kitty. Kitty.
What is it, Roger? Anything wrong?
No, I must have dozed off a bit. I'm afraid I knocked the fire screen over.
It's strange. I could have sworn I heard you call Kitty.
Did I?
Roger, you're sure you're right with yourself?
I thought I was. Now I'm not sure. Maybe I've lied to myself. Maybe I just pretended I had a life. Maybe I told myself I was happy.
Roger.
I always knew sometime she'd be close by me like this. I should have put 1,000 miles between us. I knew that, but I didn't have the guts. Now I've found myself out, the work of all these years thrown away.
Isn't there something I can do?
Not a thing, I'm afraid. Sorry I let go like this, old man. You better go up and get some sleep.
Good night, then.
Good night.
Sir George?
Yes, Mills?
Is he all right, sir?
He seems to think so. Look here, Mills. Is there another telephone in the house?
In the kitchen, sir. An extension.
Then be a good fellow and put a call through for me, will you?
A trunk call, sir?
No. Sir Gerald Morden's place. I want to talk to Miss Kitty Vane.
Sir George, you mean to say that on your own authority, without even asking me, you...
I'm sorry, Roger. I knew that it was right and that it had to be done. I had to see you get this thing straight. Now, please understand.
Did you tell her I was blind?
No, just that you were here.
Is she coming alone?
I think so. She didn't say. She ought to be here any minute now. I'll go to my room. You want to be alone, I'm sure.
I won't be tricked like this. I won't. Mills! Mills!
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Mills, is the room as it usually is?
Yes, sir. Quite the same, I'd say.
It's got to be absolutely the same. Now, have a good look. My pipe. Matches. Cigarettes on the table?
Yes, sir. Everything in its place, sir.
What's in that big flower bowl tonight?
The usual thing, sir. Yellow tea roses.
Good. Thanks, that's all. No, wait. Where's this week's Tatler?
Right here, sir, by the lamp.
All right.
What? There's someone stopping here, I believe. Looks like a lady, sir.
Yes. A very pretty lady. All right, Mills. Show her in.
Right, sir. In there, ma'am. In the study.
Thank you. Alan. Alan, darling.
Hello, Kitty. Come in. Come in.
It's really, really you. I always knew somewhere, sometime.
That we two would meet again? Yes, I think I always knew it, too.
Alan.
It's good to see you, Kitty. Sit down. Here. This chair's the most comfortable, I think. Cigarettes are right there, and you'll have some coffee, won't you?
Alan, you've so much to tell me.
Oh, that's a long story. First, I want to hear about you. You'll take sugar and cream, of course, if I remember correctly.
Alan, where have you been? Where?
Oh, I've been here. Been trying to write a bit. Not very good at it, though. I'm afraid I spend too much time in the garden. Those are my roses. I'm terribly proud of them.
Alan, what is it?
What is what?
After all this time, after thinking you dead, after all this time I come here and find you. And you talk of roses. What is it, Alan? Tell me, darling.
There's very little to tell.
No, you've suffered. Something's hurt you. Why don't you tell me? Alan, why didn't you come home?
It's hard to tell you, Kitty. The war did something to me. I've changed.
Changed?
I don't know. When I came out, I wanted to be alone for a while. Start all over. Build a new life. I always meant to come back someday, but I liked it here, and well, I just didn't come back.
You mean you found you'd stopped loving me? That was it, Alan?
I love you, Kitty. I loved you then, but in a different way, I suppose. I didn't have the courage to tell you.
I see. I understand. I loved you then. I love you now as much. I love you with all my heart. I've never loved anyone else. I never will again. Goodbye, Alan. Won't you even shake my hand?
Your hand?
I've been holding it here. Alan, look at me. What color dress am I wearing?
Please go. Please.
So that was why. And I was so stupid. I couldn't see. I was the one who couldn't see.
No, Kitty, no.
You love me, you do. You love me still.
Kitty, think what it means.
It means life again. I've been dead. Oh, dearest, how could you know me so little?
Kitty, listen to me.
No, I won't. I won't. You made me promise once never to go away. I never shall. Never. I'll be with you always.
Always. Oh, Kitty, if you knew how I've dreamed about this. To hear your voice. To have my arms around you again. Darling, Darling, you're crying.
I know, and it's no time to cry. I won't. If you kiss me.
Well, then just to kiss the tears away.
Forever.
Forever.
Miss Oberon, Mr. Colman, and Mr. Chris for bringing us the story of Dark Angel. The Lady Esther Screen Guild players are grateful indeed that you could be our guests tonight. And now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
You just can't use Lady Esther face powder without looking younger, lovelier, more exciting. Now, I'm not saying this. Thousands of women are saying it. Women all over the country who've listened to me just as you are listening now and decided to try my powder and see for themselves if it really is so different from ordinary powder, so much more flattering. Well, their letters say that they convinced themselves. So many of them took the trouble to sit down and write me nice long letters and tell me all about the wonderful things my powder does for the appearance of the skin. Yes, every day women are discovering that Lady Esther face powder, made a new way by my patented twin hurricane method, is a delightfully new and different kind of face powder. Not only is the texture softer and smoother by far than the texture of ordinary powder, not only does it cling longer and keep the skin looking cool and fresh in hot weather, but even the shades are deeper toned and more lively, shades that add extra glamour and excitement to your summer skin. So why don't you, too, try Lady Esther face powder? There's no better judge in the whole world than your own eyes. And unless you're very different from thousands of others, I'm sure that what you see in your mirror will convince you that Lady Esther face powder is the most flattering powder you've ever used.
Lady Esther, next week will present that delightful comedy with music, Priorities on Parade. It will star Betty Rhodes, Jerry Colonna, Vera Vague, and Bob Crosby. Be sure to listen. Ronald Colman appeared through the courtesy of the sponsors of his program, the Electric Autolite Company. Merle Oberon can soon be seen co-starring with Paul Muni in the Columbia picture, The Love of Madame Sand. Donald Crisp is soon to be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor picture, National Velvet. Truman Bradley saying goodnight for Lady Esther. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. God works in mysterious ways, we are told. His wonders to perform. And certainly the strange story I bring you now testifies to that. It is a story of horror indescribable, and yet of love unbounded, of nameless terror, and yet of sweet and gentle fulfillment. It is the story of what befell Kenneth Robinson, Professor Kenneth Robinson, I should say, when he delved too deeply and, yes, too arrogantly into cosmic mysteries which are perhaps best left alone.
But you don't understand, Mildred. You don't understand.
Ken, darling, what is there to understand? This isn't the first time you've made your spirit, your astral body leave you and go wandering.
Mildred.
But, darling, even when I saw you lying there on the couch seemingly dead, I wasn't afraid. Not the way I was the first time. I knew you'd done it again. Made your astral body...
But I didn't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Mildred, heaven help me. This time my astral body left of its own accord. I've lost control over my own spirit, Mildred. Completely lost control.
mystery drama, Where Angels Fear to Tread, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Michael Tolan. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Birth, death, the life we live in between. At this very moment, scientists all over our globe are seeking the answers to these mysteries, or the one great mystery it may be. Some there are who say, don't do it. If God in his infinite wisdom had meant us to know the answers, he'd have revealed them. Others are of a different mind. They say the mysteries were put there to be unraveled, the answers found. One who believed this is Kenneth Robinson, professor of parapsychology at Mallory College in New England. One night, not long ago, about 1 o'clock in the morning, in the living room of the Robinson house.
Ken, dear. Wouldn't you know, fallen asleep on the couch again? Oh, Ken. Honey, come on, wake up and come to bed. You can't sleep here on the couch all night. Ken? Oh, no. No, he's not. He can't be. Not dead.
No, Mildred. No, I'm not dead.
No pulse, no heartbeat.
Millie, can't you hear me? I'm not dead. I can see myself on the couch.
Ken, darling.
See you kneeling beside me crying. But, sweetheart, I'm not dead.
Oh, I must call Dr. Dutton. Yes, call Junius. Oh.
Millie, no, don't call Dutton. I'll be all right again in a second or so. Just as soon as my spirit returns to my body.
What?
Oh. Where?
Oh, you're alive. Oh, darling, you're alive.
Millie, what's the matter with you? Of course I'm alive. I knocked myself out studying, stretched out on the couch, and fell asleep. That's all.
Oh.
Or I think that's all.
Oh, no, darling, it isn't all. By no means all. Ken, I think you've done it.
Done it?
I thought you were just asleep. But your body felt cold. I couldn't get a pulse.
Wait, it's coming back now.
What, darling? What?
Okay, give me a minute.
Hmm?
Yes, I could see you kneeling beside me on the couch. Hear you crying, and I talked to you. I said, don't call Dutton. I'm not dead.
Oh, Ken. Wait, it's the breakthrough you've been after for years.
Maybe. Yes, maybe. Let me try to remember more of what happened. When I stretched out to rest, I started doing the Kapalabhati.
Oh, the recharging breath.
Yes, to restore my energy. I wanted to study at least for another hour or two. But then, yes, that's when it happened. I can't describe it. There seemed to be a gathering together of some vital force inside me, gathering itself together as if to make a supreme effort of some sort. Millie, it was my Atman, my spirit preparing to leave my body.
Oh, Ken.
And it did. It gathered itself together in my head, and then it was like a bubble outside my head, but attached to it, like a bubble on a bubble pipe, you know?
Oh, yes,
And then suddenly, the bubble broke loose, and Millie, there I was, standing beside my own body and looking down as it lay stretched out on the couch.
Oh, Ken, it's incredible.
No, not really.
Now, you've more than proved Dr. Dutton's faith in you when he gave you the chair in parapsychology. Oh, what is it? Why the sudden frown?
I can't remember where I went or what I did.
Oh, what do you mean, dear?
My astral body, I have no recollection of where it went. What it did while it was free.
Well, did it go somewhere?
I'm not sure. I have the feeling it did, but no recollection. I almost know. I went somewhere, did something, but it's all a blank.
Oh, Ken, you look worried.
No, not worried. Curious, that's all. Curious.
I'll answer, Ken. Yes?
Mrs. Robinson?
Yes?
My name's Peters, Ed Peters. Folks around Mallory call me Bub.
Oh, yes, I've heard of you. You own the cider mill, I think.
Yes, ma'am. Your husband home?
Yes.
I wonder I could see him for a minute?
Why, I suppose. Yes. Well, come in.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, this way. Oh, Ken, dear, this is Mr. Peters. Bub Peters owns the cider mill.
Oh, yes, we've met before. I hope you're still keeping our students out of your place, Mr. Peters.
Oh, yes. You only had to tell me once that you wanted off limits, and off limits it became. For the students, anyway.
What can I do for you, Mr. Peters?
I'll see you alone for a minute.
Oh, well...
No, Millie. I'm sure anything you have to say can be said in front of my wife, Mr. Peters.
Well, it's okay with you.
Why shouldn't it be?
It's about last night.
What about last night?
Now, look now, Professor, I don't want to make it in trouble. You weren't all that drunk you're pulling a blank about what happened in my place?
Your place? The cider mill?
Yes, ma'am.
What, are you saying that I was in the cider mill last night?
Are you saying you weren't?
Well, of course I wasn't. I was right here at home. My wife will tell you that.
Well, I got witnesses, Professor. Now, look, I don't want any trouble. All I want is for you to pay for the damage you've done, that's all.
Damage?
You wrecked the joint, Professor. You know that. Busted chairs, smashed the mirror over the bar, and... Well, here's a list. If you just pay it, we'll say no more about it.
What? $600? I was in the cider mill last night drunk? Me? And I wrecked...
Unless you got a twin brother.
No, I don't even have a brother.
Well, like I said, now, no trouble. It wouldn't be good for me, and it sure wouldn't be good for you, so... send me a check, huh? I can see my way out.
No, wait, before you go.
Yeah?
Tell me exactly what happened, exactly what I did, or what you say I did.
Oh, you did, all right. I got witnesses. You come in smashed.
What time?
Oh, around 1 in the morning.
Go on.
Well, like I said, you come in juiced real high, and you started hitting the booze like it's going out of style, one drink after another. Then... you started getting a little too free and easy with the girls at your table.
The girls at his table?
Hostesses. 3 of them. One wasn't enough, he said. He starts to get a little, you might say, too handy with them, and I told him to cool it. In a nice way, I told him, believe me, but, well, that's when he throws a punch, and, well, that began it. You know, Professor, even though I saw it myself and I got witnesses, looking at you now, even I find it hard to believe. Well, I'll be expecting your check.
Well, I guess now we know where your astral body went.
Worse. We know what it did. Yes, Junius, there's the list Peters handed me, the list of damages.
Mm-hmm. And you say he has witnesses?
Yes.
Well, you'd better pay this bill and avoid any further publicity. For yourself and Mallory College. And you'd better stop your experiments in astral projection.
You don't really mean that, Junius.
I do. You know, I've been against them from the start.
Well, if that's so, why did you found a chair in parapsychology and appoint me to fill it?
Oh, come on, Ken. You know I had to establish the chair. It was one of the provisions of Septimus Mallory's will.
Okay, but I've been
Mallory believed in life after death.
And that's why he wanted the chair in parapsychology, to pursue the study of the paranormal. Which is what I've been doing. Yes, but far beyond what was expected. You were simply to pursue investigations into ESP, psychokinesis, this sort of thing. Not anything so dangerous as astral projection. Dangerous? In the sense that you're trespassing on God's domain. Rushing in where angels fear to tread. Oh, come on now, Junius. Drop these experiments, Ken. I can't, please. Not now. Not when I'm beginning to meet with success. Success? To judge from what happened last night, wouldn't a more precise word be disaster? I must go on, Junius. I can't stop now. In that case, Ken, God... No. I was about to say God be with you. But I don't think he can be. Let me say, in that case, God protect you. I have a feeling you're going to need it.
Oh, Junius, thank you for coming straight over.
Where is it?
On the couch in the living room.
No pulse, you say?
Just like the other night, so he's not dead. That I know.
All right. No. The faintest heartbeat. Almost impossible to detect, but it's there.
Oh.
Tell me, Mildred, was this an experiment tonight? Was it a controlled experiment? Not an accident like the first time?
Oh, controlled. You see, he lay down on the couch and began doing some breathing exercises. And then his breathing seemed to slow down and finally stop altogether.
Uh-huh.
I asked him if he was all right, but I got no answer. Then I was about to ask him again when he sighed. It was a sort of long sigh of relief, and somehow I knew that was the moment his astral body had left him.
And you called me.
Well, it scares me, Junius. I needed someone with me, someone like you. I keep wondering, where is he? Or it, whatever it is. Junius.
Yeah, wait a minute. He's coming around. Oh, Ken. Ken? Junius.
Oh, Ken, darling.
Oh, sweetheart, I saw you again. You and Junius. I saw you here with my earthly body stretched on the couch. I heard you talking, everything you said. And this time it seems to me I can remember, almost remember, where I went and what I did. My recall is better, much better than the first time, and I... Yes, Ken? You what?
Ken?
I can't be sure, but Millie, Junius... What, Ken, what? I think I killed someone. Murdered someone.
Well, I'll tell you this. Were it not for my own experiments in the paranormal, I'd find Ken Robinson's experience hard to swallow. But I personally have seen things, experienced things, which simply have no normal explanation. And frankly, at this time of my life, I'd as soon have no more to do with them. I'd rather expect Ken Robinson feels the same way. I'll return in a moment. So far as Dr. Junius Dutton of Mallory College is concerned, man had best not rush in where angels fear to tread, which is, of course, what Ken Robinson, professor of parapsychology, has done. By means of extraordinary disciplines, he has at last succeeded in freeing his astral body from its earthly prison. Succeeded to his horror.
I think I killed someone. Murdered someone.
Ken?
Easy, Mildred, easy. Go on, Ken. I can't. What do you mean you can't? You've just said you think you murdered someone. But I can't be sure. It's something I sense rather than know. A feeling. That and no more. But there's got to be more. We've got to know more. I don't follow. if you have killed someone, your astral body or your Atman or whatever you call it, if you did, then we'd better be prepared for whatever lies ahead.
Junius, what do you mean?
I mean, my dear, if a murder has been done...
Oh, no.
Ken, try to remember. Try. Ken? No, it's no use. I can't. And maybe I'm wrong. After all, it's just a feeling I have, a hazy feeling. A feeling that could be 100% wrong. Or 100% right. Ken, I'm going to speak frankly. You know I'm your friend and Mildred's. You know, both of you, that there isn't anything I wouldn't do for you.
We know, Junius.
But there are some things that go beyond friendship, because they must. I carry the responsibility for the college and the people who made it. Ken, if you persist in continuing this dangerous, this disastrous experiment of yours, I shall have no recourse but to ask for your resignation.
I'm sorry if asking you to come into headquarters has caused you any inconvenience, Professor. No, excuse me. Chief Langner? No. And hold all calls.
No inconvenience, Chief, not in the slightest.
Professor, everybody likes you. But everybody is kind of puzzled by you. Now, listen, don't get me wrong. I mean, we can talk man to man, huh?
Whatever that is, yes.
What I mean is that little wife of yours... Now, don't get me wrong. She's got what every man looks at. You know what I mean? What every man wants.
What is it you're getting at? Why did you ask me to come here?
Okay. I'll lay it out. How long since you slept with your wife?
What business is that of yours?
I'll tell you. Funny things happen in this town, things you wouldn't believe, but they happen. Like some men, well, I could mention names, big names in town. They got wives, some of them very attractive, but they, go to Rosie Smith.
The town?
Yeah.
Well, so?
You ever go to Rosie Smith?
Of course not.
Ever?
Never.
Well, she isn't as bad as all that, Professor.
Look, will you please get to the point? Why am I here?
Rosie says you tried to kill her.
What? I tried to...
Where were you 11 p.m. Wednesday night?
Where was I?
Yeah, where?
Why, at home.
At home?
Yes, at home.
Rosie says you're at her place. Says she picked you up and took you there. And that you tried to strangle her. In fact, the way we put it all together, you thought you had strangled her and left her for dead. But she pulled out of it at the hospital.
I don't know what in the world you're talking about.
You were at home Wednesday night at 11, you say?
I was at home.
Alone?
No, my wife was there.
Oh.
And so was Dean Dutton.
Oh? Your wife and Dean Dutton?
Yes.
11 p.m.
11 p.m.
Well, then, you couldn't have been with Rosie at her place, could you?
No, I couldn't.
You tried to kill her?
Strangle her, Chief Langner said. The way they figure it, No, not me. Whatever it is I've unleashed.
Oh, Ken.
Anyhow, they say I, the would-be murderer, left her for dead, but she recovered in the hospital.
Yes, but why would you, of all people, have anything to do with a girl like that?
Well, if it comes to that, why did my astral body, my other self, go to the cider mill in the first place? And above all, why did I try to kill Rosie? Millie, what am I to do?
Well, I'd say there's only one answer to that, Ken. Stop.
After all the years of preparation, the physical and mental hardships, disciplines, after all I put you through?
Oh, darling, you haven't put me through it.
Yes, I have. It hasn't been easy for you living with a man like me.
Well, I didn't think it would be when I married you. Things had been easy, would be as close to each other as we are, as deeply in love.
Oh, Millie. Millie, I don't know what I'd do without you, without your love, your understanding, your patience.
I'll go. Oh, Junius.
Is Ken at home, Mildred?
Yes, come in.
Hello, Junius. I guess I've got a pretty good idea of why you're here.
I just had a visit from Chief Langdon. Ken, you've left me no choice. I must ask for your resignation from Mallory College.
Now, wait a minute, Junius.
My dear good friend, I've waited far more than a minute. Wednesday night, I was forced to give you an ultimatum. That you either give up your experiments in astral projection or resign. I asked for a decision within 24 hours. You didn't give me one.
I couldn't make up my mind.
Ken, I can no longer aid and abet in your risking your reputation, perhaps even your life.
I know, Junius, I know. You were right from the start. I was courting danger, possible disaster. And I knew it even when I began.
Well, then why did you? No, you needn't answer that. Like all good scientists, you couldn't help yourself. You had to pioneer new routes into paranormal, explore new horizons, whatever the risk to yourself.
But others are involved now.
I'm afraid so.
And I have no right to make them run risks. Rosie Smith, for one. So whether you still want my resignation or not, Junius, I'm giving up the experiment.
You'll stop it?
Cold.
Oh, I can't tell you what a relief this is to me. I've been so worried about you, so almighty worried. You've got no idea.
I think I have, Junius, and I'm grateful. But it's over now. Experiment ended. Kaput. Fini. Let's have a drink on it.
Well, I've said it before, and probably bored you saying it, but I firmly believe that there are some secrets of life God prefers to keep to himself. As I see it, if he'd wanted you to know about them, he wouldn't have made them secret.
That makes sense. Sense I didn't appreciate till I...
Ken?
I was about to say till I tried to murder someone. What a frightful thing if I had.
Yes, it would have been. But thank heaven it isn't.
You suppose I can be of any help to the poor girl?
Oh, in what way?
Well, she's in the hospital because of me. Junius, would there be any way in which I might pay her expenses without her knowing, I mean? Here's your drink, Billy.
Well, if it got out that you'd paid her bills, questions would be asked. Eyebrows raised.
I know. Still, I feel so absolutely awful about it all. Here you are, Junius.
Thanks. Well, let me look into it discreetly. We do have a fund for assisting people, students mainly, but I might manage something out of that.
Good. Let's drink to that, too. I give you the end of an experiment. Dangerous and, yes, foolish experiment. And thank God, continuing life for Rosie Smith.
Junius, catch him.
I've got him. Ken, you better get him out of the couch.
What's happened to him?
I don't know.
He started to raise the glass to his lips and then dropped it, began to sway.
State of collapse. Let me see.
Junius.
His heartbeat is so faint I can scarcely get it. There's no pulse worth mentioning. Skin is cold, clammy. Eyes turned back in their sockets.
Junius, does this mean...
It means, unless I miss my guess, it means Ken is no longer in control of his astral self. It means that regardless of Ken's plans for the future, his astral body, his other self, has different plans. Decidedly different plans.
And so it would seem that, like Dr. Henry Jekyll, who, having released the vicious and murderous Edward Hyde, soon found Hyde in control, Professor Ken Robinson has unleashed a powerful and deadly force by tampering with the unknown, by seeking to unlock God's secrets, by rushing in where angels fear to tread. I'll return in a moment or so for Act 3. How many of us unwittingly, thoughtlessly, unchain forces within ourselves which in time, to our astonishment and horror, control us. How many happy relationships have been shattered by a single word that once spoken could not be recalled? How many? Now in the living room of Professor Ken Robinson's home, it becomes all too clear that another powerful and deadly force has been released. An evil force bent on unholy destruction.
Junius, what kind of plans?
What?
You said, regardless of Ken's plans for the future, his other self has different plans.
And I have. Believe me, I have.
Junius, look! There! Leaning against the mantel. It's Ken!
Heaven protect us. His body stretched on the couch, and yet he stands there by the fireplace.
That thing on the couch is nothing. My earthly abode, that's all. What you see here is the real me.
How is it I see you? I didn't see you before. How do I see you now?
If you had any brains, Mildred, you'd be able to figure that out for yourself.
You've grown stronger. Each time you've left that body on the couch, your strength has increased. The more power you possess, the clearer your astral image becomes.
Bravo! To the head of the class, Dr. Dutton.
What plans do you have? What are you going to do?
Enjoy myself, that's all. Give full reign, total and complete freedom to every desire, Professor Kenneth Robinson. The well-loved and respected Professor Robinson tried to restrain, to curb, to destroy.
Ken, listen to me. Return to your body, to the good influences, the restraint.
Straitjacket, not a body. Oh, but I'll return. Don't worry, I'll come back. But not until I've had my fun.
What kind of fun? What are you planning to do?
You'll find out. You'll find out.
Oh, Junius! Heaven help us. What can we do?
Nothing. And hope heaven does help us. And him.
Rosie Smith. Wake up now, Rosie. Wake up.
Let me alone. I'm sleepy. Go away.
Wake up when I tell you.
Oh. Hey, what the devil are you? You.
That's right, Rosie. Kenny, the happy playmate has returned.
How'd you get in here? My door's double locked. Never mind, I don't care how you got in. Just get out.
Now, don't get all strung out, Rosie.
Don't get strung out after what you did to me last time. You damn near killed me.
If at first you don't succeed...
What?
Try again.
No.
I wouldn't do that, Rosie.
The police will take care of you.
They didn't the last time, and they won't...
Look, let me alone. I never done you no harm.
I just want to play, Rosie. That's all.
No.
Just some fun and games, Rosie.
No. Junius? Are you sure Ken isn't dead?
He's alive. Very slow pulse, but a pulse. His respiration. Oh, wait. I think he...
Is he coming to?
Ken, can you hear me?
Of course. I hear you, Junius.
Oh, Ken, dearest.
Mildred, what's this all about? All I do is take a nap, and you and Junius hovering over me like mother hens. What is this?
Ken, you didn't just take a nap. You collapsed.
Collapsed?
Yes, and fell into a kind of coma, I guess you'd call it.
Collapse? Coma? What in the world... Wait. My astral body.
Yeah, I'm afraid so, my boy.
It suddenly took command of you, I suppose.
Oh, no.
We actually saw you in two places at once. Here on the couch and there by the fireplace, leaning against the mantel.
Good Lord.
You even talked to us.
Mildred, no. Maybe it's best he doesn't know what he said.
I know.
You remember what you said?
May God in his infinite mercy help me. I do.
Oh, Ken.
Junius, she's dead. Rosie Smith is dead, and I killed her horribly, cruelly. I killed her.
Oh, no.
You didn't kill her. A part of you, the same evil in you that's in all of us, but not you. Not the man we know as Professor Kenneth Roberts.
I'd like to believe that, but no way. I recall all that happened. I understand all that happened, and I am at fault. 100%.
But how can you say...
Because of the evil thing I've let loose. I let loose and no one else. And this evil thing is me. Is a part of me. You may say, Junius, I didn't murder Rosie Smith, but I did.
Who are you phoning?
The police. Chief Langner.
Oh, wait, Ken, wait. Take a moment to think this
There's
out.
nothing to be thought out. What's done is done. I'm a murderer. I must give myself up.
Chief Langner. Yeah. I see. Bad as that. No, don't touch anything until I get there. I just found Rosie like you said they would, Professor. But I don't get it at all.
Don't get what?
Tell me something, Professor. This stuff you teach at Mallory, this, what's called
parapsychology.
Yeah, well, someone like you, an expert in that field, would you, well, it sounds nutty to me, but would you be able to know about things that were happening or had happened somewhere else? Or like, I mean, if you were at home, could you, well, I don't know, put yourself in some kind of trance or something like that where you could, well, you know, tell that somebody was murdering or had murdered Rosie Smith?
Chief, I just told you I murdered Rosie. That's why I'm here. That's why I told you everything I did, where your men would find her body, and the condition of it. I murdered Rosie Smith. What do you mean?
You couldn't have.
Why not?
Look, Professor, a couple days ago, Rosie accused you of trying to strangle her. You came in, we had a talk, and I let you go. But, Professor, I've had a tail on you ever since. Plainclothesman around the clock, watching every move you made, and carefully noting where you were and what you did every hour, every minute of the day.
I don't think I understand.
It is now 20 after 5 in the afternoon. According to the report I got, you were in your house from 1:15 this afternoon till you left it at 4:30 to come directly here. You can't be in two places at once, Professor.
But I can be.
What? How's that again?
I can be in two places at once. My body, this me, was in my home, all right. But another part of me, it's called the Atman, the other self, the astral body, can be and was in Rosie Smith's hospital room at the same time. I told you all this.
Yeah, you told me.
But you don't believe me.
Professor, if I believed you, if I even let myself begin to believe you, I'd commit myself to the nearest funny farm. And, Professor, I'd insist they throw away the key.
Langner won't believe me, Junius.
Ken, let me give you a drink.
I don't need a drink.
I think you do. Put you in a more rational state.
Rational?
As close to rational as we both can get. To begin with, Ken, you'll never be able to persuade Chief Langner or anyone else that you killed Rosie Smith.
But I did.
That's a question I'm not prepared to debate with you. But I think we ought to discuss what are you going to do about bringing your astral self back to your Earth body and keeping it there?
Junius, there's nothing I can do.
Nothing? Your drink.
Thanks. Nothing. And I see in your face, it's in your eyes, Junius. You know I can do nothing. That I'm helpless.
I'd hoped I was wrong. You have more expertise in these matters, and I hoped you'd say...
No hope. I went too far. Junius,
What is it? What is it? Ken! Ken! Happened to him again. Get him onto the sofa.
Just drop that hulk we call a body, Junius. Just throw it on the floor. That's all it's worth.
Ken, I'm holding your body, but you were over there.
Don't look and sound so shocked. You've seen this before. Enjoy seeing it while you can. Enjoy using your eyes while you can.
What are you saying?
For years I've put up with you, Dr. Dutton. You and your authoritative arrogance.
What?
No, we can't do this, my boy. Do that, my boy. Best for the college, my boy.
Ken!
Much as I regret it, I must demand your resignation, my boy. Well, you'll never ask for my resignation again, Dr. Dutton. Or for anyone's resignation.
Here. Wait. What are you doing? My throat! My throat!
Let him go.
What?
Let him go. Before it's too late.
Rosie Smith, you're dead.
Of course. You killed me.
Then how can you be here?
You're forgetting, Professor. Forgetting that you're on the astral plane now. And me being dead, so am I.
And you think you can stop me from killing Dutton? Look, he's already unconscious. One more squeeze of my fingers around his throat.
And you will be condemned to a hell. So frightful and so everlasting.
Condemned to hell?
The evil we do, we pay for. And right now you're on a real bummer of a trip. Better cool it.
You don't scare me.
Listen, Prof. That body you see on the floor. No, not Dr. Dutton's. Yours. You were born into it for just one reason. To suffer. To suffer through what earthly beings call life. You escaped, but only for the time being. Because if you don't suffer through the full lifetime of Professor Kenneth Robinson, you'll return to suffer through somebody else's, and suffer worse. It's your gig, Prof. You play it. See you around.
Wait. Rosie, wait.
What?
I killed you. If I did want to make it up, I say if. How would I do it?
Go back into his body, and you'll make it up all right. Because through him, the memory will be with you till the day you die. See you.
Junius, what are you doing on the floor? What am I doing here?
It happened again, and you tried to kill me, Ken.
Oh, no, I couldn't have. I could never. Oh, yes. Yes, it's coming back. I'm remembering. I tried to kill you the way I killed Rosie Smith.
Here. Ken, this can't go on. Somehow you got to find a way to regain control of your astral self. There must be a way, Ken.
There is. I always knew it, but I'd forgotten it because... Well, Junius, I guess I'd forgotten God. There is one way. Always one way. When everything else fails.
What?
Prayer, Junius. Prayer.
a man who tampered with God's laws was saved. Thanks to God. I, too, have found... Oh, no, don't get me wrong. Nothing so horrendous as what happened to Ken Robinson has ever happened to me. But I have found, in my time, that, indeed, when all else fails, prayer very often succeeds. How about you? Well, try it sometime. I'll be back shortly. All's well with Kenneth Robinson now, and so with Mildred, too. For years, Ken has stuck very closely to the much safer pursuits of ESP and precognition and all that. And oh yes, they have 2 children now, which, it occurred to me, might be another form of astral projection. But then, what do I know? Our cast included Michael Tolan, Bryna Rayburn, Court Benson, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Draw the drapes while I light the candles. Now, step within the magic circle with me.
Yes. Oh, great Erichtho, mother of us all, who crouch in the black shadow of your wings.
I conjure thee, form of the instrument, by Lucifer, prince of darkness, by all the stars which rule by the 4 elements, that we may obtain by thee the perfect issue of all our desires, which also we seek to perform without evil, without deception. We are answered.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays, transcribed with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas based on famous theatrical books begun by the late Burns Mantle, now edited by the distinguished drama critic of the New York Daily News, John Chapman.
Mr. Chapman. Good evening. Somehow, I hesitate to describe the best play we are presenting here as a psychological melodrama, because that phrase doesn't have the punch it used to have. It seems to me that it used to mean a play or a movie that was enormously exciting, but still intelligent. It was a thriller that made sense and didn't have to rely on sliding panels, clutching claws, and all of the other machinery of the old-time Meller. But from what I've seen lately, on the stage at least, and a good bit of the time in the movies, a psychological melodrama is a melodrama in which nothing happens. Since nothing has happened, I go right home to bed and sleep like a practically toothless baby. But that wasn't the case on the night of December 5th, 1941, when I saw the first performance of Patrick Hamilton's Angel Street. A great deal happened in that play, even though it was psychological. It was so psychological, in fact, that it kept my head whirling for hours. What a cunning and cruel devil that Mr. Manningham was. And how clever was that very dull-looking man from Scotland Yard, Sergeant Ruff. And what a terrible time that frail, beautiful Mrs. Manningham had had. This was indeed a best play, and it was staged and acted to perfection. For our performance now, we have the original Mr. and Mrs. Manningham. Vincent Price has had many fine roles on the stage and in the films, and this ranks as one of his best. Judith Evelyn, who was one of our best actresses, won stardom in Angel Street. This season, she had the leading feminine role in another psychological thriller, and a good one this time, The Shrike. And for Sergeant Ruff, we are happy to have Melville Cooper, one of the best actors Britain ever sent us. The players are ready now. It's time to begin. London, 1880. The living room of a house on Angel Street. The room is murky with that rather terrifying darkness of the late afternoon. The 0 hour, as it were, before the feeble dawn of gaslight and tea. In front of the fireplace on a sofa, Jack Manningham is stretched out and sleeping heavily. Sitting quietly nearby is his wife, Bella. Once she might have been called beautiful, but now she has a haggard, frightened air about her. There is a knock at the door, and Bella rises to answer it.
Did you ring, madam?
I thought I heard the muffin man go by just then, Elizabeth. I suppose you're terribly busy.
Oh, no, ma'am.
I'd like so much to have some muffins with tea. Would you mind?
Not at all, ma'am. Gladly. Anything else, ma'am?
That's all. But please close the door gently. The master's asleep.
Oh, to be sure, ma'am.
Bella, what are you doing?
Oh, nothing, dear. Don't wake yourself.
What are you doing, Bella? Come here.
Muffins for tea. I only sent Elizabeth for muffins.
Why are you so apprehensive, Bella? I was not about to reproach you.
No, dear, I know you won't.
The fire's in ashes. Ring the bell, will you, Bella, dear, please?
Is it merely to put coal on, my dear? I can do that.
Now then, Bella, we've had this out before. Be so good as to ring the bell.
But, dear, Elizabeth's out in the street. Let me do it. I can do
No.
it.
No. Where's the girl? Let the girl come up if Lizzie's out.
Jack, please spare me that girl. Don't call her in.
Ring the bell, please, Bella. Now, come here. What do you suppose the servants are for, Bella?
To serve us, I suppose, Jack.
Precisely. Then why do you...
I think we should consider them a little, that's all.
Consider them? There's your extraordinary confusion of mind again. You speak as though they worked for no consideration. I happen to consider Elizabeth to the tune of £16 per annum and the girl 10, £26 a year all told. And if that is not consideration of the most acute and lively kind, I should like to know what is.
Yes, Jack, I expect you're right.
I have no doubt of it, my dear. It's sheer weak-mindedness to think otherwise.
Did you ring, sir?
Yes, we rang the bell, Nancy. Well, go on, my dear. Tell her why we rang the bell.
Oh, yes, we want some coal on the fire, Nancy, please.
Very well, madam.
And after you do that, Nancy, you may as well light the gas. This darkness in the afternoon is getting beyond endurance.
Yes, sir.
You're looking very impudent and pretty this afternoon, Nancy. Do you know that?
Oh, I don't know at all, sir, I'm sure.
What is it, another broken heart added to your list?
I wasn't aware of breaking any hearts, sir.
I'm sure that's not true. And that complexion of yours, that's not true either. I wonder what mysterious lotions you've been employing to enhance your natural beauty.
I'm quite natural, sir, I promise you.
What are your secrets? Perhaps you could pass them on to Mrs. Manningham and help banish her pallor. She would be most grateful, I have no doubt.
I'd be most happy to, I'm sure, sir.
Or are women too jealous of their discoveries to pass them on to a rival?
I don't know, sir. Will that be all you're wanting, sir?
Yes, that's all I want, Nancy. Except my tea.
It'll be coming directly, sir.
Oh, Jack, how can you treat me like that?
But, my dear, you're the mistress of the house. It was your business to tell her to put the coal on.
No, it isn't that. It's humiliating me like that. That girl laughs at me enough already.
Laughs at you? What an idea. What makes you think she laughs at you?
I know that she does in secret. In fact, she does so openly, more openly every day.
But, my dear, if she does that, does not the fault lie with you?
You mean that I'm a laughable person?
I don't mean anything. It's you who read meanings into everything, Bella, dear. I wish you weren't such a perfect little silly. Now come here and stop it. I've just thought of something rather nice.
What is it, Jack? What have you thought of?
I read here that Mr. McNaughton, the celebrated actor, is in London for another season.
Yes, I read that. What of it, Jack?
What of it? Well, what do you suppose?
Oh, Jack, do you mean it? Would you take me to see McNaughton? You wouldn't take me to see McNaughton, would you?
I not only would take you to see McNaughton, my dear, I'm going to take you to see McNaughton. That is, if you want to go.
Oh, Jack, what heaven. What perfect heaven.
You can see him in comedy or tragedy, according to your choice. Which would you prefer, Bella, the comedy or the tragedy?
Oh, it's so hard to say. Which would you choose if you were me?
That depends, doesn't it, upon whether you want to laugh or whether you want to cry?
Oh, well, I want to laugh. But then I should like to cry, too. Oh, Jack, dear, what made you decide to take me?
Well, my dear, you've been very good lately, and I thought it would be well to take you out of yourself.
Oh, Jack, dear, it's true, it's true. All I need is to be taken out of myself. Just some little change. To have some attention from you. I could really try to be better. If only I could get out of myself a little more.
How do you mean, my dear, exactly better?
Oh, you know in what way, dear. About all that's happened lately.
Let's not speak about that.
No, dear, I don't want to be gloomy, dear. That's the last thing I want to be. I only want you to understand. Say you understand.
Well, my dear, don't I seem to? Haven't I just said I'm taking you to the theater? Well, which is it to be, Bella, the comedy or the tragedy?
Oh, which shall it be? It matters so little. It matters so wonderfully little. I'm going to the play. Do you understand that, my husband? I'm going to the play.
I brought your tea, sir.
Put it on the table, Nancy.
Just as you wish, madam.
Tell me, Nancy, if you were being taken to the theater and had to choose between comedy and tragedy, which would you choose?
Oh, I'd go for the comedy all the time.
Oh, why would you choose the comedy, Nancy?
I like to laugh, madam, I suppose.
I dare say you're right. I must bear it in mind. Mr. Manningham's taking me next week, you see.
Oh, yes? I hope you enjoy it. Will that be all, madam?
You may go, Nancy.
Yes, sir.
You seem wonderfully pleased with yourself, Bella, dear. I must take you to the theater more often if this is the result.
Oh, Jack, I wish you would. Do have your tea now. I used to adore these muffins as a child. We haven't had them since we've been married, have we? Or have we? Jack?
I don't know. I'm sure I don't know. Bella.
What is it? What's the matter?
I have no desire to upset you, Bella, but I have just observed something that is very much amiss. If you will rectify it at once while I am not looking, we will assume that it has not happened.
Amiss? Well, what's amiss? Jack, please don't turn your back on me. What has happened?
Are you trying to make a fool of me, Bella? What I refer to is on the wall behind you. If you will put it back, I will say no more about it.
The wall behind me? What? Yes, the picture. The picture's been taken down. Who's taken it down? Why has it been taken down?
Yes, why is it being taken down? Why, indeed. You alone can answer that, Bella. Now, will you please take it from wherever you have hidden it and put it back on the wall again?
No, but I haven't hidden it, Jack. I haven't hidden it. Someone else must have done it.
Someone else? Are you suggesting that I should play such a fantastic and wicked trick?
Oh, no, dear, no, but someone else.
Certainly the servants would not have done so without permission or instruction.
But I didn't touch that picture.
Will you please leave go of me and sit down there? You're mad, Bella, and you don't know what you do. You unhappy wretch, you're stark, gibbering mad like your wretched mother before you.
Jack, you promised you'd never say that again.
The time has come, my dear Bella, to face facts.
Jack, I'm going to make a last appeal to you. I'm going to make a last appeal. I'm desperate, Jack. Can't you see that I'm desperate?
Go on, say what you wish to say.
I may be going mad, like my poor mother. But if I am mad, you've got to treat me gently. Jack, I never lie to you knowingly. If I've taken down that picture from its place, I've not known it. I've not known it. Jack, if I steal your things, your rings, your keys, your pencils, and your handkerchiefs, and you find them later at the bottom of my sewing box, as indeed you do, then I do not know that I've done it. Jack, if I commit these fantastic and meaningless mischiefs, so meaningless, why should I take down a picture from its place? If I do all these things, then I'm certainly going off my head. I must be treated kindly and gently so that I may get well. You must bear with me, Jack. Bear with me. I'm trying, Jack. I'm trying. Please believe that I'm trying and be kind to me.
Bella, my dear, have you any idea where that picture is now?
I suppose it's behind the cupboard.
Will you please go and see?
Yes. Yes. Yes, it's here.
Then you did know where it was, Bella.
No, I only supposed it was because it was found there before. It was found there twice before.
Now, Bella, as I said a moment ago, we have got to face facts, and that is what we have got to do. I'm not going to say any more about it at the moment, for my feelings are running too high. In fact, I am going out immediately, and I suggest that you go up to your room and lie down for a little in the dark.
Oh, no, not to my room. Please, don't send me to my room.
There is no question of sending you to your room, Bella. You know perfectly well you may do exactly as you please. Now, my dear, I'm going to leave you in peace.
Have you got to go? Must you always leave me alone after these dreadful scenes?
Now, no argument, please. I had to leave you in any case after tea. I'm merely leaving a little earlier, that's all. Oh, by the way, Bella, I shall be passing the grocer, and I may as well pay that bill of his and have it done with. Where is it, my dear? I gave it to you, didn't I?
Yes, dear, it's on the secretary.
Where is it, my dear? Is it in one of these drawers?
No, it's on the top. I put it there this afternoon.
Well, are you sure, dear? There's nothing here except some writing paper.
Jack, I'm quite sure it is there. Will you look carefully?
All right, my dear, all right. I'll find it. No, it's not here. It must be in one of the drawers.
No, it is not in one of the drawers. I put it up there on the top. You're not going to tell me this is gone, are you?
Will you calm yourself?
Where is it? Now you're going to say
what new trick is this you're playing upon me?
It's there this afternoon. I put it there. This is a plot.
Control yourself? Will you control yourself? Now you listen to me, madam. If you utter another sound, I'll knock you down and take you to your room and lock you in darkness for a week. I've been too lenient with you, and I mean to alter my tactics.
Help me, Jack. Please help me.
Now listen to me. I'm going to leave you here until 10 o'clock. In that time, you will recover that paper and admit to me that you have lyingly and purposely concealed it. If not, you will take the consequences.
Jack, please be patient with me. If I'm mad, be patient with me.
I have been patient with you and controlled myself long enough. It is now for you to control yourself. Think upon that, Bella.
Oh, Jack, don't go. Jack, you're still going to take me to the theater, aren't you?
What a question to ask me at such a time. No, madam, emphatically I am not. You play fair by me, and I'll play fair by you. If we are going to be enemies, you and I, you will not prosper, believe me.
Jack! Oh, Jack!
Madam.
Yes? What is it, Elizabeth?
There's somebody called, ma'am.
Who is it? I don't want to be disturbed.
It's a gentleman, madam. He wants to see you.
Tell him to go away. I want to be left alone.
Madam, I think you ought to see him.
No.
Will you please come in, sir?
Elizabeth, no, I'm not fit to be seen.
Good evening, Mrs. Manningham. How are you, Mrs. Manningham?
How do you do? I'm very much afraid. No doubt you've come to see my husband.
Oh, on the contrary, I've chosen this precise moment to call when I knew your husband was out. You may go, Elizabeth.
Yes, sir.
Really, I'm afraid I don't understand at all.
Well, you will do so, madam, very shortly. You're the lady who's going off your head, aren't you?
Made you say that? Who are you?
I'm a police detective.
A police detective?
Or was some years ago. In fact, Mrs. Manningham, you have in front of you one who was quite a personage in his day. Now, I want you to take a good look at me and see if you're not looking at someone to whom you can give your trust.
Why are you here?
Well, we'll come to that. Now, I want you to answer several questions for me, Miss Manningham. First, how long have you been married?
5 years and a little.
Where have you lived all that time? Not here, have you?
No. First we went abroad. Then we lived in Yorkshire. Then 6 months ago, my husband bought this house.
You bought it?
Yes, I had a bit of money. My husband thought it was an excellent investment.
Does your husband always leave you alone like this in the evenings?
Yes, he goes to his club, I believe, and does business.
Ah. Does he give you a free run of the whole house while he's out?
Yes. Well, no. Not the top floor. Why do you ask?
Before I go any further, Mrs. Menken, I must tell you there's a leakage in this household. You have a maid, Nancy?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Nancy walks out of an evening with a young man named Booker in my employ. I live only a few streets away from you, you know.
Yes.
Well, there's hardly anything that goes on in this house which is not described in detail to Booker, and from that quarter it reaches me.
I knew it. I knew that she talked.
I fancy because of her indiscretion, you are going to be heavily in debt to your Miss Nancy.
What do you mean? You must explain.
Well, shortly, madam. Now tell me, have you ever been up to the top floor?
No, no one goes up there.
Mrs. Manning, I want to ask you a personal question. When did you first get the notion that your reason was playing at tricks?
How did you know?
Well, never mind how I know. When did it begin?
I always had that dread. My mother died insane when she was quite young. When she was my age. But only in the last 6 months in this house, things began to happen.
You interest me beyond measure. What things began to happen?
I don't know what to say. It all sounds so incredible. But it's when I'm alone at night. I get the idea that somebody's walking about up there. Up there on the top floor. At night when my husband's out, I hear noises from my bedroom, but I'm too afraid to go up.
It never struck you, did it, that it might be your own husband walking about up there?
Yes, that is what I thought. But I thought I must be mad.
Why did you think it was he?
It was the light. The gas light. In this house, I can tell everything by the light of the gas. You see that mantle there?
Mm-hmm.
And now it's burning full. But if an extra light went on in the kitchen or someone lit it in the bedroom, then this one would sink down.
Yes, insufficient pressure.
Well, every night after he goes out, I find myself waiting for something. Then all at once, I look round the room, and I see that the light is slowly going down. I go up to my bedroom, but I daren't stay there because I hear noises overhead. I want to scream and run out of the house. I sit here for hours, terrified, waiting for him to come back. And I always know when he's coming, always, because suddenly the light goes up again. And then 10 minutes afterwards, I hear his key in the lock. And he's back again.
I think you've made a very remarkable discovery, one which may have very far-reaching consequences.
Far-reaching? How?
Well, now, let's leave that alone for a moment. Tell me, that's not the only cause, is it, which has lately given you reason to doubt your sanity? Now, don't be afraid to tell me.
Yes, there are other things. It's been going on for so long, this business of the gas has just brought it to a head, but it seems that my mind and my memory are beginning to play me tricks.
Tricks? What sort of tricks?
Mr. Menken gives me things to look after, and when he asks for them, they're gone and can never be found. I have the place for them, and he will find them lying hidden at the bottom of my workbox. Only today, before you came, that picture had been taken down from the wall and hidden. Now, who could have done it but myself? I try to remember. I break my heart trying to remember. But I can't. And then there was that terrible business about the dog.
Dog?
Yes. We have a little dog. A few weeks ago it was found with its paw hurt. He believes... How can I tell you what he believes? That I had hurt the dog.
Oh, no.
He keeps it in the kitchen and I'm not allowed to see it. So I begin to doubt, don't you see? I begin to believe that I imagine everything. Perhaps I do. Are you here? Is this a dream, too?
I assure you, you are not dreaming, madam. Mrs. Manningham, did you ever hear of the cabman's friend?
The cabman's friend?
Yeah, her name was Barlow, Alice Barlow. She was an old lady of great wealth and decided eccentricities. In fact, her principal mania in life was the protection of cabmen. She provided these men with shelters, clothing, pensions, so forth. And that was her little contribution to the sum of the world's happiness, or rather, her little stand against the sum of the world's pain. It was not my privilege to know her, but it was my duty on one occasion to see her. That was when her throat was cut open. She lay dead on the floor of her own house.
Oh, horrible. You mean she was murdered?
Yes, she was murdered. Murder was never discovered, but the motive was obvious enough. Her husband had left her the Barlow rubies, and it was well known that she kept them without any proper precautions in her bedroom on an upper floor.
But I
Murderer seemed to have got in about 10 in the night and stayed till dawn. There were only a few trinkets taken, but the whole house had been turned upside down. In the upper room, even the cushions of the chairs were ripped up with his bloody knife, and the police decided it must have been the work of a revengeful maniac as well as a robber. I had other theories, but I was nobody then and not in charge of the case.
And was the man never found?
No, Mrs. Menken, the man was never found, nor have the Barlow rubies ever come to light.
Well, then perhaps he found them after all and may be alive today.
I think he's almost certainly alive today, but I don't believe he found what he wanted. That is, if my theory is right.
Then the jewels may still be where the old lady hid them?
Mrs. Menken, if my theory is right, the jewels must still be where she hid them. And do you conceive it possible, Mrs. Menken, that man might never have given up hope of one day getting the treasure which he could not find the night of the murder?
Yes, possibly. But what has this to do with me?
Can you conceive that he may have waited years, gone abroad, got married even, until at last his chance came to resume the search begun on that terrible night?
Yes.
You know, Mrs. Menken, the old theory that the criminal always returns to the scene of his crime?
Yes.
Yes, but in this case there's something more than that morbid compulsion. There's real treasure there to be unearthed if only he can search again. Search methodically, without fear of interruptions, without causing suspicion. How would he do that? Don't you think... What's the matter, Mrs. Menken?
Quiet. Be quiet, he's come back. Look at the light. It's going down. Wait. There. He's come back, you see. He's upstairs now.
Yeah, me, that's very odd. That is very odd indeed.
He's in the house. I tell you, you must go. You know you're here. You must go.
How dark it is. You could hardly see to read.
Go. He's in the house. Please,
quiet,
go.
Quiet, Mrs. Menken. Quiet. You've got to keep your head. Don't you see my meaning yet? Don't you understand that this was the house?
House? What house?
The old woman's house. The house here. These rooms, these walls. 15 years ago, Alice Barlow lay dead on the floor in this room. 15 years ago, the man who murdered her ransacked this house but could not find what he sought. What if he's still searching, Mrs. Menken? What if he's up there, still searching?
But my husband is up there.
Precisely that, Mrs. Menken. Your husband. You see, I'm afraid you're married to a tolerably dangerous gentleman.
The idea is mad. I've been married 5 years. How can you imagine my husband is what you imagine he may be?
Why, ma'am, because I was on the case when the police came to this place 15 years ago. You can understand there's a great deal of routine work to be done, interviewing your relatives, friends, and so forth. Well, most of that was left to me.
Well?
Among those I interviewed was a young man of the name of Sidney Power.
Power?
Sidney Power. Conveys nothing to you?
Power? No.
He was a kind of distant cousin. The only thing was that I remembered his face. Well, I saw that face again just a few weeks ago. Took me a whole day to recollect where I'd seen it before, and at last I remembered it.
Well, what if you did remember it?
Yeah, well, what startled me was the lady on his arm and the locality in which I saw him.
Who was the lady on his arm?
You were the lady on his arm, Mrs. Menken, and you were walking down this street.
You mean you think my husband is this Mr. Power?
Well, if my theories are correct.
But what are you saying? You stand there talking riddles. You're so cold. You're as heartless and cold as he is.
No, Mrs. Menken, I'm not cold and I'm not talking riddles. I'm just trying to preserve a cold and calculating tone because you are up against the most awful moment in your life, and your whole future depends on what you're going to do this next hour. Nothing less. You've got to strike for your freedom and strike now. The moment may not come again.
Strike?
Mrs. Menken, you are not going out of your mind. You are slowly, methodically, systematically being driven out of your mind. And why? Because you're married to a criminal maniac who steals back to his own house at night, still searching for something he could not find 15 years ago. These are the facts, wild and incredible as they seem. Now, every night for the last few weeks, he has entered his house next door from the back, climbed to the roof, and come into his house by the skylight. I know that because I've watched him. Mrs. Menken, so far I'm only dealing in guesses and half facts. I've got to have evidence, and that's why I've come to see you. You've got to give me the evidence or help me find it.
This is my husband, don't you understand? This is my husband. You must go. I must think this out. I must cling to the man I married, mustn't I?
Oh, indeed, cling to him by all means, but do not imagine you're the only piece of ivy on the garden wall. You can cling to him if you desire, as his fancy women in the low resorts of the town cling to him. This is the sort of wall you have to cling to, ma'am.
Women? What are you suggesting?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm only telling you what I've seen. He comes to life at night, this gentleman upstairs, in more ways than one. I've made it my business to follow him in some of his less serious excursions, and I can promise you he has a taste in unemployed actresses which he's at no pains to conceal.
In heaven, what am I to believe?
Madam, do I have your trust?
What do you want me to do? What do you want?
I want his papers, Mrs. Manningham, his identity.
Papers? I know of no papers. Unless his desk. It's there, but he keeps it always locked. I've never seen it open.
Very well, you can see it open now. Do you mind if I take off my coat? Mrs. Manningham, one of the greatest regrets of my life is that fate never made me one of two things. One was a gardener and the other a burglar. Both quiet occupations. Now, as for burgling, I think if I'd started young and worked up my way, I should have been a genius.
But you must not touch his desk. He'll know what you've done.
Not if we are clever enough. You see, Mrs. Manningham, they're always...
Haven't you noticed something? Look. Can't you see? The light. It's going up. He's coming back. He's coming back, and you must go.
Oh, bless myself. This looks as if the unexpected has ended in. Very well. You must ring for Elizabeth.
Well, why do you want Elizabeth?
There's no time to waste. Ring for Elizabeth, madam.
Very well, but you must go. Please, please.
All in good time. Now, he's not going to jump in through the window, you know. In fact, he can't be round the front door in less than 5 minutes. Unless he's a magician.
Please go.
Yes, madam.
Elizabeth, come here, will you?
Yes, sir.
Elizabeth, you and I have got to do a little quite calm but rather quick thinking. Now, you told me you're anxious to help your mistress, Elizabeth?
Why, yes, sir. I told you I was, sir.
Oh, are you anxious to help her blindly without asking any questions?
Yes, sir, but you see...
Now, come now, Elizabeth. Are you or are you not?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, Elizabeth, Mrs. Manning and I have reason to suppose in about 5 minutes' time the master is returning to this house. He mustn't see me leaving. Now, would you be good enough to take me down to your kitchen and hide me away for a short space of time? You can put me in the oven if you like.
Yes, sir, but you see...
You must go. He won't see you if you go now.
Yeah, what were you saying, Elizabeth?
You could come to the kitchen, sir, but Nancy's down there, sir.
Yes, we'll find another place. Where are you going to hide me, Elizabeth?
Through the door behind you, sir, is where he dresses, where he keeps his clothes. There's a big wardrobe there at the back.
It'll have to suffice us. Now, we really have to hurry. Get all to bed, Mrs. Manningham, quick. And you, Elizabeth, get back to your work.
To bed? Am I to go to bed?
Yes, and quickly.
But if I go to bed...
Will you go, in heaven's name? There's not a second to spare. Hurry!
Did you ring, sir?
Yes, I did. Where is Mrs. Manningham, Elizabeth?
I think she's gone to bed, sir. I think she had a headache and went to bed.
Oh, indeed. And how long has she been in bed, do you know?
She went just a little while ago, sir. I think, sir.
Oh, I see. Then we must be quiet, mustn't we? Walk about like cats. Can you walk about like a cat, Elizabeth?
Yes, sir. I think so, sir.
Very well, then. Walk about like a cat. That will be all, Elizabeth.
Excuse me, sir. But were you going to have some supper, sir?
Oh, yes, I'm going to have some supper, Elizabeth. I'm having it out. I have just come home to change my linen. What did you think about Mrs. Manningham tonight, Elizabeth?
What way do you mean, sir?
Oh, just as regards her general health.
I don't know, sir. She certainly seems very unwell.
Yes, I doubt if you can guess to what extent she's unwell. Or are you beginning to guess?
I don't know, sir.
I'm at my wit's end, Elizabeth. You know that, don't you?
I expect you are, sir.
I've tried everything, kindness, patience, cunning, even harshness to bring her to her senses. But nothing will stop these wild hallucinations. Nothing will stop these wicked pranks and tricks.
It seems very terrible, sir.
Oh, you don't know a quarter of it, Elizabeth. You only see what is forced upon your attention. You have no conception of what goes on all the time. You know, don't you, that I shall have to bring a doctor to see Mrs. Manningham before very long. I've fought against it to the last, but it can't be kept a secret much longer.
No, sir.
I mean to say, you know what goes on. You can testify to what goes on, can't you?
Indeed, sir. Yes.
Indeed, you may have to testify in the end, Elizabeth. You realize that, don't you?
Yes, sir. I only want to do what's best for both of you.
You're a very loyal soul, Elizabeth. And you will be repaid for your loyalty.
I only want to serve, sir.
Yes, I know that. Well, Elizabeth, I'm going out. In fact, I'm even going to try to be a little gay. Can you understand that, Elizabeth, or do you think it's very wrong?
Oh, no, sir. You should get all the pleasure you can, sir, while you can.
I wonder. Yes, I wonder. It's a curious existence, isn't it? Well, good night, Elizabeth.
Good night, sir. Good night.
Well, now, Elizabeth, the master's safely out the house, so I think you might go and get Mrs. Manningham.
Yes, sir. I'll get her, sir.
I was watching from the window and saw him go.
Good, madam. Elizabeth, we've been so occupied this evening that the tea things haven't been returned to the kitchen. You'll see to it, won't you?
Yes, sir.
What did he want? What did he come back for?
He only came back to change his clothes, madam. If you need me, madam, I'll be nearby.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Now, let's have another look at this disc. Let's try this one. There we are. Let's see. Doesn't seem to be much here, does there? When she got there, the cupboard was bare, and so the poor detective...
What's that you have in your hand? What's that you have in your hand?
Why, you recognize this?
Why, yes, that's my brooch. Is there anything else there? Oh, look, it's my watch.
It was also your property, then?
It's this watch I lost a week ago. My brooch has been missing 3 months. And he said he would give me no more gifts because I lost them. He said that in my wickedness I hid them away. Oh, Inspector, is there anything else? Is there a bill there? Is there a grocery bill?
Grocery bill? No, doesn't seem to be. Perhaps in the second drawer. No. Doesn't seem to fit, does it? Has it ever been opened to your knowledge?
I think he has a special lock on it.
Well, we just have to force it.
But you must not do that. What shall I say to my husband when he comes back?
I've no idea what you will say when he comes back, Mrs. Manningham, but then I have no idea what you will do if I have no evidence to remove you from his loving care.
I'm afraid. What can I do?
There's only one thing to do. I'm going to force it and gamble on finding something. Are you with me?
No, but don't you see that... All right, force it, but be quick.
Now, let's have a look.
Is there anything there?
Mr. Manningham, letters, papers, No, we've lost our gamble. Nothing we want here.
What are we going to do?
Well, first, let's get these things back to begin with. The watch?
It's here.
The brooch?
Yes, here it is.
It's a nice piece of jewelry. Where did he give it you?
Soon after we were married. But it was only second-hand.
How did you know?
There's an inscription to someone else inside. It says from CB to AB.
From CB to AB? How very odd. What are these spaces here for?
Well, there were some beads in it, but they were all loose and falling out, so I took them out.
Have you got them by any chance?
Yes, I think so. I put them in the vase on the mantel.
May I see them, please?
Yes, they should still be here.
There should be 9 altogether, I think.
That's right. Yes, here they are. Yes, they're all here.
Let me see. Oh, how very odd. My dear Mrs. Manningham, have you ever been embraced by an elderly detective in his shirt sleeves?
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, that is your immediate fate at this moment. Oh, my dear, dear Mrs. Manningham, don't you understand? Don't you see?
No, what are you so excited about?
Madam, you are looking at the Barlow rubies. These beads are 12,000 pounds worth of rubies. Take a good look at them before they go to Her Majesty the Queen.
And I had them all the time.
All because he could not resist a little common theft along with a big game. Well, it's I'm after the big game now. What time did he give me back?
I don't know. He's not usually in until 11.
Oh, well, then we put the brooch back where we found it. On the down there, on the right.
On the
right.
That's
right. Yes. Now, I want you to go to your room. Lock your door and do not leave your room under any circumstance.
No, please don't leave me. I have a feeling. Don't leave me.
You have nothing to fear so long as you remain in your room with your door locked. Now, you'll do that, won't you?
Yes, Inspector. I'll say my headache is worse. Only don't make me stay there long. I'm so afraid.
You are listening to the Best Plays production of Angel Street by John Patrick, starring Vincent Price, Judith Evelyn, and Melville Cooper, with Elizabeth Eustace and Marjorie Maud. In a moment, we will return with Act Two. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Now, before we resume with Act Two of John Patrick's Angel Street on Best Plays, here is John Chapman.
The season of 1941-1942 had another thriller, too. It was Uncle Harry by Thomas Job, which, by the way, we'll be doing later in this series. It was wartime then, and a good many dramas dealt with national and international affairs. John Huston, the movie writer and director, collaborated on a best play called In Time to Come, about Woodrow Wilson and the League of Nations. John Steinbeck had a drama about Nazi brutality, The Moon is Down. Maxwell Anderson also did one about the Germans, Candle in the Wind. There was still another good war play, Letters to Lucerne. But not all of Broadway was serious. Noel Coward came up with one of his happiest comedies, Blithe Spirit, and Jerome Chodoroff and Joseph Fields hit another laughing jackpot with Junior Miss. Patrick Hamilton, who was a Londoner, wrote his melodrama about Mr. and Mrs. Manningham before the war under the title of Gaslight. It was a great success in London, but it went begging in New York for 2 years until producer Shepard Traub took a chance on it and changed its name. A very good movie was made under the original title of Gaslight. But now we should be moving into the second act of our play, which is Angel Street. It is now 11 o'clock. In the living room of the house on Angel Street, Mr. Manningham has just returned. He enters the room and in a slow and deliberate way pulls the bell cord. After a few moments, the door opens and Nancy enters.
Yes, sir? Nancy, will you please go upstairs and tell Mrs. Manningham that I wish to see her down here?
If I may say so, sir, I doubt if she'll come. Elizabeth says she has an headache and is trying to sleep.
Oh. Did you ever know a time when Mrs. Manningham did not have a headache, Nancy?
No, sir, hardly ever, sir.
Will you be so good as to come a little closer, Nancy, where I can see you?
Yes, sir.
What do you do with your evenings, Nancy?
I usually spend them with friends, sir.
You know, Nancy, when you say friends, I have an extraordinary idea that you mean gentlemen friends.
Well, sir, possibly I might.
You know, gentlemen friends have been known to take decided liberties with young ladies like yourself. Are you alive to such a possibility?
Oh, no, sir, not with me. I can look after myself.
And are you always so anxious to look after yourself?
No, sir, not always, perhaps.
You know, Nancy, pretty as your bonnet is, it's not anything near so pretty as your hair beneath it. Won't you take it off and let me see?
Very good, sir. Comes off easy enough. There. Is there anything more you want, sir?
Yes, possibly. Come here, Nancy.
Yes, sir. Is there anything you want, sir? What do you want, eh? What do you want? There. Can she do that for you? Can she do that?
Why, who can you be talking about, Nancy?
You know I mean, all right.
You know you're a very remarkable girl in many respects, Nancy. Why, I believe you're jealous of your mistress.
There's no need to be jealous of her. You're mine now, ain't you? Because you want me. You do want me, don't you?
And what of you, Nancy? Do you want me?
Oh, yes, I always wanted you, ever since I first clapped eyes on you.
Well, Nancy, you've taken me a little by surprise. We shall talk this over tomorrow.
Well, you let me know when she's about.
Oh, I'll find a way, Nancy. I don't believe Mrs. Manningham will be here tomorrow. I don't think that...
What is it, your lordship? Why are you looking that way?
That desk drawer. Somebody's been tampering with it. See there, the wood split.
It's her, I'll be bound.
Nancy, will you please go upstairs and take a message for me to Mrs. Manningham?
Yes, what do you want me to say?
Will you please tell her that I wish to see her down here this instant, whether she is suffering from a sick headache or any other form of ailment?
Just like that, sir?
Just like that, Nancy.
With the greatest of pleasure, sir.
Well, Nancy?
She won't come.
What do you mean she won't come?
She says she can't come. She's not well enough. She's just shamming, if you ask me.
Oh, really? Then she forces me to be undignified and go to her.
The door's locked. I tried it, and she won't let you in. I can tell by her voice. Are you going to batter it in?
No. No, perhaps you're right. Let us try more delicate means of attaining our ends. Perhaps you will take a note to this wretched imbecile and slip it under her door.
Yes, I'll do that. What are you writing to?
Never mind what I'm writing. I'll tell you what you can do, though, Nancy. Just go down in the basement and fetch me the little dog, will you?
The dog?
The dog, yes.
What's the game?
Never mind, just go and get it.
All right.
Or on second thought, Nancy, perhaps you need not get the little dog. We'll just let it be supposed we have the little dog. Here you are, Nancy. Please go and put this note under her door.
What have you written?
No, nothing very much. Just a little smoke for getting rats out of holes. Run along.
You're a rum beggar, ain't you?
Go along, Nancy. And after you deliver the note, I would be obliged if you will go to bed at once. Good night.
Give her what for, won't you? Ta-ta.
There you are, Bella. Come and sit down in this chair, please.
Where's the dog?
Dog? What dog?
You said you had the dog. Have you heard it again?
Again? This is strange talk, Bella, after what you did to the little dog a few weeks ago. Come and sit down here.
I do not wish to speak to you. I'm not well. I thought you had the dog and were going to hurt it. That's why I came down.
The dog, my dear Bella, was merely a ruse to compel you to pay me a visit quietly. Come and sit down where I told you.
No.
Come and sit down where I told you.
That's what you want.
I want quite a good deal, Bella. Sit down and make yourself comfortable. We have plenty of time.
Say what you have to say.
Now, you are not sitting in the chair that I indicated, Bella.
What have you to say?
Are you afraid of me that you desire to get so near the door?
No, I'm not afraid of you.
No? Then you have a good deal of courage, my dear. However, will you now come and sit down where I told you?
Yes.
Sit down. Do you know what you reminded me of, Bella, as you walked across the room?
No, what did I remind you of?
A somnambulist, Bella. Have you ever seen such a person?
No, I've never seen one.
Haven't you? Not that funny, glazed, dazed look of the wandering mind, the body that acts without the soul to guide it. I've often thought you had that look, Bella, but it was never so strong as it was tonight.
And my mind is not wandering.
No? When I came in tonight, Bella, I was told you had gone to bed.
Yes, I've gone to bed.
Then may I ask why you are still fully dressed?
I don't know.
You don't know? Do you know anything about anything you do?
I don't know. I forgot to undress.
You forgot to undress. A curious oversight, if I may say so, Bella. You know, you give me the appearance of having had rather an exciting time since I last saw you. Almost as though you'd been up to something. Have you been up to anything?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you find that bill I told you to find?
No.
Do you remember what I said would happen to you if you did not find that bill when I returned tonight?
No.
No? No? The array of your mental and physical deficiencies is growing almost overwhelming. I would advise you to answer me.
Oh, what do you want me to say?
What was it I asked you to remember?
I don't understand your words. You talk round and round. My head is going round and round.
It's not necessary to tell me that, Bella. I was just wondering if it might interrupt its gyratory motion for a fraction of a second and concentrate upon the present conversation. Now, please, what was it I, a moment ago, asked you if you remembered?
You asked me if I remembered what you said would happen to me if I did not find that bill.
Admirable, my dear Bella, admirable. We shall make a great logician of you yet. A Socrates, a John Stuart Mill. You shall go down to history as the shining mind of your day. That is, if your present history does not altogether submerge you, take you away from your fellow creatures. And there is a danger of that, you know. Well, what did I say I would do to you if you did not find that bill?
You said you would lock me up.
And do you believe me to be a man of my word? Yet you did not find the bill I instructed you to find.
No.
Did you look for it?
Yes.
Where did you look for it?
Oh, around the room.
Around the room? Where around the room? In my desk, for instance?
No, not in your desk.
Why not in my desk?
Your desk is locked.
You imagine you can lie to me?
I'm not lying.
Come here, Bella.
What do you want?
Now you listen to me. Your dark, confused, rambling mind has led you into playing some pretty tricks tonight, has it not?
My mind is tired. I want to go to bed.
Your mind indeed is tired. Your mind is so tired it can no longer work at all. You do not think, you dream. Dream all day long. Dream everything. Dream maliciously and incessantly. Don't you know that by now, you sleepwalking imbecile? What have you been dreaming tonight? Where is your mind wandered that you have split open my desk? What strange disease dream have you had tonight, eh?
Dream? Are you saying I've dreamed? Dreamed all that happened?
All that happened when, Bella, tonight? Of course you dreamed all that happened, or rather all that did not happen.
Dreamed? Tonight, are you saying I've dreamed? What have I dreamed? Have I dreamed again?
Have I not told you?
I haven't dreamed. I haven't. Don't tell me I've dreamed anything. Don't tell me.
What was this dream of yours, Bella? You interest me.
I dreamt of a man. I dreamt of a man.
You dreamed of a man? What man did you dream of, Gray?
A man that came to see me. Or let me rest.
Pull yourself together, Bella. What man are you talking about?
I dreamed a man came
I
here.
know you dreamed it, you gibbering wretch. I want to hear more about this man of whom you dreamed. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
I dream.
Was I any part of this curious dream of yours, Mrs. Manningham? Perhaps my presence here will help you recall it.
May I ask who the devil you are and how you got in here?
Well, who I am seems a little doubtful. Apparently, I'm a mere figment of Mrs. Manningham's imagination. As to how I got in, I came in, or rather, I came back. Or better still, I effected an entrance a few minutes before you, and I've been hidden away ever since.
Would you be kind enough to tell me what you are doing here?
Waiting for some friends, Mr. Manningham. Waiting for some friends. Don't you think you'd better go to bed, Mrs. Manningham? You look very tired.
Don't you think you had better explain your business, sir?
Well, as a mere figment, as a mere ghost existing only in your wife's mind, I can hardly be said to have any business. Tell me, Mr. Manningham, can you see me? No doubt your wife can, but it must be difficult for you. Now, perhaps if she goes to her room, I will vanish, and you won't be bothered by me anymore.
Della, go to your room. I shall find out the meaning of this and deal with you in due course.
Jack?
Go to your room, Bella. I will call you down later. I have not finished with you yet, madam.
Hello? I believe you're wrong there, Manningham. I believe that is just what you have done.
Done what?
Finished with your wife, my friend.
Who are you, sir?
I have no name, Manningham. In my present capacity, I am, as I pointed out, a mere spirit. Perhaps a spirit of something that you have evaded all your life. But in my case, only a spirit. Will you have a cigar with a spirit? We might have to wait some time.
Are you going to tell me your business, sir? Or am I going to fetch a policeman and have you turned out?
Oh, an admirable idea. I could have thought of nothing better myself. Yes, fetch a policeman, Manningham. Have me turned out. Huh? Why do you wait?
Alternatively, sir, I can turn you out myself.
Yes, but why not fetch a policeman?
You give me the impression, sir, of having something up your sleeve. Will you please go on with what you were saying?
Yes, certainly. Where was I? Yes. Excuse me, Manningham. You get the same impression as myself?
Impression? What impression?
An impression that the light is going down in this room.
I had not noticed it.
Oh, there now. Perhaps it's more noticeable. Do you perceive it, Mr. Manningham? Eerie, isn't it? Now we're almost in the dark. What do you think's happened, huh? You don't suppose a light has been put on somewhere else? You don't suppose there are other spirits, fellow spirits of mine, spirits of justice even, which have caught up with you at last, Mr. Manningham?
Are you off your head, sir?
No, sir, just an old man seeing ghosts. Must be the atmosphere of this house. You know one ghost I can see, Mr. Menken? You could hardly believe it.
What ghost do you see?
I see the ghost of an old woman, sir. An old woman who once lived in this house. An old woman getting ready to go to bed at the end of the day. Now I seem to see another ghost as well. I see the ghost of a young man, Mr. Manningham, a handsome, tall, well-groomed young man. But this young man has murder in his eyes. Why, bless my soul. He might be you, Mr. Manningham. He might be you. The old woman sees him. She screams for help, screams before her throat is cut open with a knife.
What's your game, eh? What's your game?
I want you to take a look at this trinket, sir. Do you recognize it?
It's a brooch which I gave my wife.
A brooch which she didn't appreciate, huh? How wicked of her. But then, you see, she didn't know its value. How was she to know that it held the Barlow rubies?
Oh, what?
There you are, sir. You killed one woman for these, and you tried to drive another out of her mind. And all the time they lay on your own desk. And all they have brought you is a rope around your neck, Mr. Sidney Power.
You seem, sir, to have some very remarkable information. Do you imagine that you are going to leave this room with such information in your possession?
Do you imagine, sir, that you were going to leave this room without suitable escort?
May I ask what you mean by that?
Only I've men in the house already. Didn't you realize they had signaled their arrival from above, your own way in, Mr. Manningham, when the lights went down?
You fail to intimidate me, sir. I do not believe you.
Then perhaps you'll be convinced if you will open the doorway to the hall. You will find 2 policemen there.
What the devil's this?
Take him, gentlemen.
Here you go. Leave go of me. Leave go of me. Here's a fine way of going on. Here's
the bell cord here. Tied with him.
Go of me.
Sidney Charles Power, I have a warrant for your arrest for the murder of Alice Barlow. I should warn you that anything you may now say will be taken down in writing and used as evidence at a later date. Now, will you accompany us to the station in a peaceful manner? You will oblige us all and serve your own interests best by coming quietly. Very well, take him away.
Inspector off.
Yes, my dear?
Inspector.
Yes?
I want to speak to my husband.
Surely there's nothing to be...
I want to speak to him alone.
Alone?
I beg of you to allow me. I shan't keep him long.
Well, I don't quite understand, but... All right, very well. You may speak to him alone. Make him fast in this chair. It's anything but in order, but, well, we'll wait outside.
I do not want you to listen.
No, we will not listen. All right, gentlemen, outside.
Jack. Jack, what have they done to you? What have they done?
It's all right, Bella. You're clever, my darling, terribly clever. Now get something to cut this rope. I can get out through the dressing room window and make a jump for it. Can you get something, Bella?
Yes, I can get something. What can I get?
There's a razor in my dressing room, Bella. Will you get it for me? Quick, Bella.
A razor?
Quick, be a good girl. There's a good girl. Quick,
I'll
Bella.
get it for you.
Quick, be quick. Hurry, Bella, hurry.
I've got it.
Yes.
It is.
Yes. Open the case, Bella. Open it and cut me loose.
Jack.
Yes.
There's a grocery bill. The grocery bill was in your razor case. You see, dear, I didn't lose it. I told you I didn't.
Cut me loose, Bella.
But, Jack, how did this bill get in there?
I was mistaken about the grocery bill, Bella. Use that razor quick.
What razor? Razor? Are you suggesting this is a razor I hold in my hand? Have you gone mad, my husband?
No. Bella, what are you up to?
Or is it I who am mad? Yes, of course, that's it. It's I who am mad. Of course it was a razor. I've lost it. I've lost it, haven't I?
No, the razor's lying at your feet, Bella. Bring it
I'm always
here.
losing things. I can never find them. I don't know where I put them.
Bella.
I must look for it, mustn't I? I don't find it. You lock me in my room.
No.
Lock me in the madhouse for my mischief. No. Where could it be now? Could it be behind the picture?
No.
It must be there. No. Oh, it's not there. How strange. Where now shall I look? Where shall I... The desk. Perhaps I put it in the desk. Oh, it's not there. How strange. But here's a watch. Here's a bill. See, I found them at last. But they don't help you, do they? I'm trying to help you, aren't I? To help you to escape. How can a mad woman help her husband to escape? What a pity. If I were not mad, I could have helped you. If I were not mad, whatever you had done, I could have pitied and protected you. But because I'm mad, I've hated you. Because I'm mad, I've betrayed you. Because I'm mad, I'm rejoicing in my heart. Without a shred of pity, without a shred of regret. Watching you go with glory in my heart.
Bella! Bella! Bella!
Take this man away. Take him away. gentlemen. Remove him. Elizabeth, quick. Glass of water for Miss Manningham. There, my dear. Now, come, sit down. You had a bad time. I came in from nowhere and gave you the most horrible evening of your life. The most horrible evening of anybody's life, I should imagine.
Most horrible. No, the most wonderful. Far and away the most wonderful.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of Angel Street by John Patrick, starring Vincent Price, Judith Evelyn, and Melville Cooper, with Elizabeth Eustace and Marjorie Maud. And here is your host, drama critic John Chapman, with a closing word.
Good old Sergeant Ruff. Mrs. Manningham certainly wasn't a lucky woman, wasn't she? I'd like to thank Miss Evelyn, Mr. Price, and Mr. Cooper for an exciting performance. Next Sunday, the best play of this series will be The Hasty Heart by John Patrick. And this will be another change of pace for us. It is an interesting work, basically a comedy, but with an undertone of compelling sentiment. It's about a wounded soldier and a nurse who brings this boy to a new enjoyment of life. Ann Burr played the nurse in the original production of this best play, and she will act it again next Sunday. John Sylvester will be the young soldier. This is Chapman saying goodbye until then.
Angel Street was adapted for radio by Earl Hamner. Vincent Price was Mr. Manningham, and Judith Evelyn was Mrs. Manningham. Melville Cooper was Sergeant Ruff. Elizabeth was played by Marjorie Maud, and Nancy by Elizabeth Eustace. Best Plays is an NBC production, supervised by William Welch and directed by Edward King. Your announcer is Howard Reed. Can you stop your car in time? Ask yourself that question the next time you're on the highway. If the car in front of you should jam on his brakes to avoid a stray dog, if a child should dash across an intersection, if a tire should blow out, could you stop in time to save a life?
The Sunday Play. We present Barbara Lee Hunt and Andrew Sachs in My Dearest Angel by R.F. Delderfield, adapted for radio by Cynthia Pugh. My Dearest Angel.
Oh, one small ornament. A girl with lamb dancing.
China shepherdess. What is the mark, please?
The mark? Oh, kind of crossed swords here.
It is mice. And the next?
Baby holding daisy chains.
A baby. A cherub with floral pattern. And on the table, please?
Musical box. Bit of Swiss nonsense, I reckon.
It is German.
It is? Well, then maybe you'll recognize the tune. Listen, Chilling.
Oh, no, you must not.
Oh, go on, why not? There's nobody around. Listen. You do know it, then?
Yes, I know it. My mother would sing it sometimes. It is a very old tune.
Hello? Hello. Here, take a look out there. That's their luggage arriving, isn't it? And both of them on the spot to check it. Princes, the pair of them, yet they come trotting down to count their baggage. Come and look.
Oh, he is so noble, so beautiful.
Which of them's a favorite?
Please?
I heard there was an outside chance she was going to marry one of them. Which one?
Oh, but how foolish you are. She will marry the taller, the Prince Albert.
Ah, wait, it's not that certain. They were saying in the still room last night it was all a rumor and she won't marry either of them.
Oh, how could she fail to fall in love with him? He is beautiful.
Beautiful? Well, I don't know. He's not bad looking for a foreigner. And there's a lot more to marrying the Queen of England, my girl. I heard his country's about the size of Windsor Park and he didn't have 2 farthings to rub together. No, take it from me, Shilling. When it comes to marrying, it'll have to be a king.
Then why are we so engaged?
Eh?
This wing. It was here that he stayed when he came here 3 years ago.
He did? How long are they supposed to be staying?
That is not our business. Our instructions were to complete the inventory before dusk.
Oh, you're right there.
Someone is coming. Quick, we must be at our work.
Item. 3 volumes of engravings, bound in calf, metal fastenings.
Your Highness.
Your Highness.
These apartments, they are in your charge?
No, Your Highness. They're the responsibility of the housekeeper while Her Majesty is in residence of Windsor.
So, and when she is in London or on a progress elsewhere?
The responsibility is then divided between the Lord Steward and the Chamberlain, Your Highness.
So, but you were engaged in making an inventory of the chattels, were you not?
With respect, Your Highness, this apartment was not in use until 4 days ago, when Her Majesty returned to Windsor from London.
The checking of the items of furniture is a part of your regular duties?
No, Your Highness.
This is not done regularly?
It has not been done since I took up my duties at Windsor, Your Highness.
Allow me to look at that list. Thank you. Item 506, the Meissen Shepherdess. Yeah. It is the figurine on the center shelf?
Yes, Your Highness.
You will please hand it to me to inspect. You have it listed as Meissen, but it is not Meissen. It is the work of an inferior Dresden factory. You'd better strike out the word Meissen.
As Your Highness instructs.
You have a fondness for this kind of music, Fräulein?
It is an air from my homeland, Your Highness.
You've been home to Germany since you took service with Her Majesty in England?
No, Your Highness.
You are homesick for Bavaria. It is Bavaria, is it not?
Wasserburg, Your Highness.
Ah, Wasserburg. I know Wasserburg. It is beautiful at all times of the year. But perhaps you are happy to live in England?
Yes, indeed, Your Highness. I am proud of my position here, Your Highness.
I was in Germany only 3 days ago, but already I am homesick. This organ. It is a fine instrument. You will continue making the inventory. It is very necessary that periodical checks should be made in every household.
Who's that?
The Baroness Lehzen, I think, and Lord Melbourne.
We could call it the case of the disappearing prince. Or Hunt the suitor.
The Lord Steward is grossly at fault in this instance.
Who is His Highness, madam?
Well. You too. You may go.
Very good, madam.
Very good, madam.
This instrument is much in need of attention. My Lord Melbourne.
Your Highness.
It would not appear to have been played since my visit to Windsor more than 3 years ago.
Accept our deepest apologies for our apparent incivility, Your Highness. The organ is not the only fault in our system here. To be frank, Your Highness, we mislaid you.
The equerry announced your arrival, Your Highness, and we at once assembled at the sovereign's entrance. The Lord Chamberlain had strict instructions to receive you and conduct your entire party to your suite.
The Lord Chamberlain was not at fault, Baroness.
Then the Lord Steward?
My brother Ernst and our attendants were conducted to our quarters punctiliously on arrival. It was I who turned aside and made my own way here. It was the part of Windsor Castle I remembered with affection, particularly the organ. You see, Lord Melbourne, Princess Her Majesty the Queen graciously allowed me to play the instrument at my leisure. I was not informed that she has since withdrawn her permission.
I am quite sure that Her Majesty will extend the courtesy during your present visit. I believe you've met the Baroness Lehzen, former governess, now private secretary to Her Majesty.
Your Highness.
And may I present my own private secretary, Mr. George Anson.
Your Highness.
To be truthful, Her Majesty was not expecting you to arrive until after darkness. But since there is a bright fire here, and since Your Highness records this apartment with pleasure, why not make yourself comfortable here for a spell? Mr. Anson, ask the steward to notify His Highness Prince Ernst, and tell him that our visitors will take their refreshment in here.
No refreshment, my lord.
No refreshment?
I'm the worst sailor in the world, Lord Melbourne. Tomorrow my appetite will return, but today I beg you, no dinner, no supper, until I've made my peace with the English Channel.
The crossing was as bad as that?
Oh, it was worse, my lord.
I know the Channel at this season. I'm just such a sailor myself. Baroness, oblige me by presenting my compliments to Her Majesty, and tell her that I am with His Highness in the southeast wing, that His Highness has no appetite but prefers to play the organ. Inform her that I will attend upon His Highness personally in the meantime.
Your Highness, my lord.
Anson?
My lord?
Find a housekeeper, and bid her send a servant with a carafe of seltzer water and a touch of lemon, and quick about it. There's a good fellow.
At once, my lord.
Now, sir, come and warm yourself. The Channel and the Dover packet is safely behind you.
You're very kind, my Lord Melbourne.
It is 3 years since you were here, I believe.
3 years in recorded time.
Yeah.
Much longer in experience. My own, but far more so on Her Majesty's part.
Oh, come now, that's not so long at your age.
'Tis long enough to destroy the fabric of dreams.
You are under the impression Her Majesty does not welcome your visit?
Why should she? It was not Her Majesty who proposed it.
Oh, come, Your Highness. I am aware, of course, that it was arranged a long time ago.
By the parties of the state. By my uncle Leopold and by my father. By those who've set their hearts upon this marriage since we were children. But let us not pretend that circumstances have not changed very dramatically since the proposal was first made, my lord. Or that Her Majesty's inclinations have not changed with those circumstances. When I was last here, each of us had a foreseeable destiny. But her destiny is now a fact, is it not?
And it is to determine your own that you challenge the Channel a second time.
How long is a man justified in awaiting his destiny, Lord Melbourne? Coburg is a petty dukedom. It could be swallowed up in one of Her Majesty's counties. Yet in Coburg, we still have pride. But does it seem unreasonable, even to the Prime Minister of a realm as powerful as Britain, that I should seek a decision, and that within days?
The seltzer water, my lord.
Oh, thank you, Shilling. Put the tray there. I will serve His Highness.
Very good, my lord.
Now, a reinforcement to the distressed garrison, Your Highness. Seltzer, a touch of lemon. There. That should restore you.
Thank you. You are most kind.
Not at all, Your Highness. We all of us have our problems. No doubt you have heard how graciously this young, inexperienced sovereign has accepted the cares and responsibilities to which he was called at the age of 18 years. And happily those reports are true. She is gracious. She is also warm-hearted, gay, and eager at all times to do what she considers the correct thing by her ministers and people. She is truthful, firm in her decisions, yet willing to listen to the voice of experience. And she has made a very great impression here upon diplomats and ambassadors, upon her ministers and household. All these things are in her favor, yet none of us must overlook the factor that overrides them all.
And what is that?
She is a woman with a woman's heart and a woman's emotional instability. For myself, I've always found it impossible to coerce any woman into making the most trivial decision. How much more formidable, then, is the task of urging upon a queen the necessity of making the most difficult decision of her life.
You're trying to tell me that my cousin is still undecided as regards the suitability of the match?
No, sir. I am trying to tell you that Her Majesty is in a state of hopeless indecision as regards the subject of marriage to anyone. Yourself not excepted.
In other words, my royal cousin has made up her mind not to marry at all.
That was certainly my impression I got at my last audience. But that was, let me see, at least 4 hours ago.
4 hours, you say?
Shortly after midday.
Oh, then it is manifestly clear that she has no intention.
Your Highness, it is very far from clear. May I give you further advice? Informal advice, but as someone who wishes you well.
I should esteem any such advice, my lord.
Go to your suite at once. Change into your newest and most spectacular uniform and return to this apartment unescorted in 15 minutes.
You're serious in this proposal, sir?
I'm very much in earnest, Your Highness.
Oh, very well, my lord. It shall be as you wish. I am so far committed that even such a step as this can scarcely matter. My lord?
Bates. Conduct His Highness to his suite at once.
Thank you, Lord Melbourne.
Oh, Lord Melbourne.
Yes?
Lord Melbourne, please. Please do not go, Lord Melbourne. Her Majesty has expressed a wish that you remain here and see her at once. Her Majesty declares that...
You may go. Kindly ensure that we are not disturbed. I wish to speak to the Prime Minister alone. You understand? Alone.
Your Majesty, my duty compels me to point out that in no circumstances should you incline towards a hasty decision. There are certain factors...
Listen, I command you to withdraw. We are to remain undisturbed until we have said everything that has to be said.
As you wish, Your Majesty.
You were here alone with him? He has returned to his suite.
With respect, madam, you were very well aware of that before you made up your mind to enter. I earnestly hope you were not listening at the keyhole.
There is no keyhole. Had there been one, I confess I should have been tempted to use it. Why did he come here, to this room, and almost as soon as he set foot in Windsor?
I suspect that you are also aware of the answer to that question, Your Majesty.
Yes, I believe I am. Could we talk as we talked when we began together, Lord Melbourne? I am much in need of someone in whom I can truly confide.
I am at your service, Your Majesty, as always. Now and to the end of my days.
So much has happened since Albert and Ernst and I were together in this room. Since we sat there and played the organ, and afterwards sat at that table and looked at engravings together. It was then that they told me all about their lives in their beloved Rosenau. And that was why he found his way to this room at once, you know. I fear that his doing that has made things much more difficult than they need have been.
And how is that?
It has revealed how deeply he feels about...
About the arrangement?
Yes, the arrangement. But I had no hand in that. I never made a single decision about anything. Until that wonderful morning. The morning they woke me up at Kensington and told me I was queen. And I dressed and came down. And you were there to make it all so pleasant and so easy. You must tell me, Lord Melbourne. You must help me to find the right words, the right formula. I gave no promise to Albert. It was others who half promised on my behalf. Now, that is the plain truth, is it not?
Yes, I suppose that is the truth as most reasonable people would see it.
And he is reasonable. He would understand, wouldn't he? He will be able to see how different things are now that I am queen. Now that I am making my own decisions every day.
Why do you find this particular decision so painful, then?
Because I cannot bear to hurt him. To send him away as the prince who came to England to give his heart to a queen who looked at it and then handed it back to him. Could it not be pointed out, impartially and objectively, that there was no general wish on the part of either government or people for the queen to marry at this stage? And that with a sovereign as young as 20 years, there is no immediacy as regards an heir?
All that is true, ma'am. But perhaps not the crux of the matter.
Then tell me what it is. You are not only my Prime Minister, you are my truest friend, and I am very much in need of guidance and reassurance in this matter.
I fear there is only one source of guidance in a matter such as this.
The welfare of the realm.
No, ma'am. The dictates of the heart.
This is your final and considered opinion?
It is indeed, ma'am.
Then you have very much simplified the situation, Lord Melbourne.
I have?
Why, yes. If I can set aside the obligations of my rank and act as my heart urges me to act, I fancy I shall get through this business with very little trouble to anyone.
That is most encouraging news, ma'am. Will you pay me the compliment of rehearsing the ultimatum you propose to give him?
I shall tell him that, in spite of the persistence of our Uncle Leopold and others in the matter of a match between us, I cannot persist in it without the impetus of a deep and abiding love for the man I am to marry. And the fact is, Lord Melbourne, such impetus as there was has long since spent itself. I am not only heart-free, but eager to remain so.
Indefinitely, ma'am?
For at least 3 or 4 years. until my affections are fixed elsewhere, or reasons of state urge me upon a different kind of marriage. Perhaps even a loveless one.
You will tell the prince that in so many words?
In an audience I intend to grant him after supper tonight. I think I shall begin by reminding him that any encouragement he derived from his visit here 3 years ago was due to immaturity on my part. That I was a young, impressionable girl with... Who is there? I gave Leighton the strictest instructions we should remain undisturbed.
His Highness Prince Francis Charles Augustus Albert Emmanuel of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha.
Albert. Oh, Albert.
Your most gracious Majesty, allow me to kiss your hand.
A little more to the right, Shilling. Yes, that will do, I think. Personally, I prefer the original picture, but Her Majesty gave implicit instructions that the landscape was to occupy a prominent position in the room.
What is Shilling doing on that step ladder?
She is complying with Her Majesty's instructions, Baroness. You may come down now, Shilling.
Her Majesty's instructions?
Regarding the disposition of furnishings in this suite. Her Majesty instructed me to superintend the changes personally. There they are in writing.
Oh, I see. You may leave us, Shilling.
Very good, madam.
The Queen's artistic taste would appear to be suffering a severe relapse. Where did this amateurish daub come from?
I am told it is a painting of Rosenau, the former home of the Duchess of Kent.
In other words, His Highness Prince Albert's home.
That would seem to be the reason it was specifically selected.
I see. You had conversation with Her Majesty before she went riding before breakfast?
Yes, Baroness. I was with her for a few moments before the grooms brought the horses round.
She paid you the compliment of confiding her immediate intentions?
She had no occasion to. I have eyes in my head.
So?
She is head over heels in love with the prince.
Pah! A young woman of her position, barely 20 years of age. What does she know of love? And what do any of us know of this young man? We respect his lineage. We are told that he devotes himself to ornithology and similar time-wasting pursuits. But for a destiny such as that...
Oh, my dear Baroness, Her Majesty is not much concerned with his vice-regal qualifications. She is in love with a pair of blue eyes, a pair of broad shoulders, and a handsome set of whiskers. At 20, what woman looks further?
But you have no proof of this? He is amiable and personable. She likes to dance, to ride, even to flirt, perhaps. But she is anchored to something a great deal more impressive. All her life I have been at pains to make her aware of this.
Perhaps you had occasion to instruct her in the works of Shakespeare. The Tempest, possibly.
What has the Queen's infatuation with a German princeling to do with the Tempest?
No more than Miranda had to do with Ferdinand before she set eyes on him. I might call him a thing divine, for nothing natural I ever saw so noble.
It goes on as my soul prompts it. Spirit, fine spirit, I will free thee within 2 days for this.
Oh, my lord, I was joking. It was foolish talk.
Spare your blushes, Lady Littleton. Every lady in the court is speculating. And as for the men, I'm told all the Windsor grooms are laying odds on the match.
I do not think it becomes any of us to joke about such a subject, Lord Melbourne. We had better leave, Lady Littleton.
Not immediately, Baroness. My audience is for 12 midday, and it is now but 2 minutes past. The punctuality of princes is, after all, a fable.
A private audience with Her Majesty?
My dear Baroness, there is nothing sinister in a monarch and a prime minister conferring in private.
But you have been granted 3 private audiences in 5 days. It has encouraged a flood of gossip.
Gossip? That is a very trivial word. Let us call it wholesome speculation.
Her Majesty the Queen.
I shall not wait to be dismissed like a child sent to bed. Precede me, Lady Littleton. I find this situation intolerable, my lord, and I intend to bring it to Her Majesty's notice at the first opportunity.
Her Majesty the Queen.
Your Majesty.
I am unpunctual again, dear Lord Milton.
On the contrary, ma'am, I myself was somewhat delayed, and a moment ago you would have been entitled to say, I have only just escaped being kept waiting.
Oh, Lord Melbourne, how I envy you. You are never, never lost for words.
It is a common failing with politicians, ma'am.
No, I mean it. Truly mean it. You were surprised when I sent for you yet again?
No, ma'am. I must admit that I was not in the least surprised.
I did consider consulting others. Mamma, dear Leeson, and I even began a letter to Uncle Leopold, but to tell the truth...
Ma'am?
This was a moment in my life that I did not wish to share with anyone but you.
Ma'am.
What is it? Have I said something clumsy again? Have I displeased you?
No, ma'am, no, indeed not. Rather something to make me as proud as a peacock.
Well, then, the fact is, I have a good deal changed my opinion as to the possibility of marriage.
I am delighted to hear it, Your Majesty.
But you don't seem surprised. You are surprised, are you not?
As a subject, yes, ma'am. As Prime Minister, I'm not permitted to register surprise.
There is, however, a number of issues about which I should hear your views at once. I should require Parliament to grant my husband £50,000 a year.
Forgive me, Your Majesty, but ought we not to consider the husband before we discuss the settlement?
Lord Melbourne, pray let us understand one another. During the last year, you have repeatedly assured me that Parliament is extremely anxious that I should marry as soon as possible.
That is so, ma'am.
And that anxiety stems from the necessity of an heir?
Quite so, ma'am.
Very well, then. You may take it that we are willing to resolve the situation by marrying Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg with the least possible delay.
It is accomplished already, then?
Accomplished?
I assume that you broached the matter with His Highness.
Broached it?
Mm-hmm.
My dear Lord Melbourne, I have not even hinted at it. You are first to know, the very first.
You have said nothing to the prince as yet.
Nothing whatever.
Then, ma'am, and again with respect, do you not feel it to be this excellent young man's due to be acquainted with your decision at once?
Why, naturally. And now that I have told you, we can address ourselves to the task of composing the letter.
The letter?
A formal proposal that will set all his anxieties at rest.
This is how you propose to acquaint him of your decision?
How else? Are you telling me it would be improper to commit my acceptance of Prince Albert's suit to paper?
In Your Majesty's case, it would be quite proper. Nevertheless, it would be altogether wrong.
But why?
Because, if I'm not mistaken, Your Majesty, this is no mere alliance. Perhaps it began as one, but please God, it has since burgeoned into something a great deal healthier. To be frank, ma'am, you have lost your heart to this young man. So why should you be afraid to admit it to a subject who, more than any other person in the realm, rejoices in the fact?
Oh.
Forgive me, ma'am. Perhaps I presume. I have advised you on many matters, great and small, but it may be that I am not a fit person to advise you on something as delicate as this. Your mamma, the Duchess, perhaps, or the Baroness Leeson.
I have not yet dismissed you, Lord Melbourne.
Your pleasure, ma'am.
All you say is quite true, Lord Melbourne. I have indeed lost my heart to Albert. But is it unnatural of me that I should want to hide the fact from you of all people? The truth is, I am ashamed.
Ashamed, ma'am?
Ashamed of the weeks and months of temporization, all the half-truths in my letters to my Uncle Leopold, all the excuses made to you whenever the subject of marriage was raised.
You can make light of them now, Your Majesty.
I am not joking, my lord. I ask for nothing more than to share my life with Albert. I am very deeply in love with him. And this has opened my eyes to the faults in my own character, faults I never would acknowledge before. Now I can see that it would be cowardly to hide behind a form of proposal such as I intended. Will you do me one more service?
Your Majesty.
Send Albert to me yourself, without fuss. Let him come here to this suite, where we were once happy and where I so dismally failed to discover what manner of man he was. Will you do that, and ensure that we have a few minutes quite alone?
With all my heart, and a prayer for the kind of happiness you deserve.
Oh, dear God, grant me the wisdom to say the right thing to him. This is surely the most difficult moment of my life. Oh, and yet how foolish I am. I am not going to the scaffold. I am awaiting my dear, dear love. Oh. little tune. How charming it is. One of his favorites. You may come in, Albert. I'm quite alone.
Your servant, cousin.
You think it indiscreet of me to receive you without a chaperone?
You can do whatever you choose, cousin. You are a queen.
That is so, yes. I could have ridden ahead of the equerries this morning and asked you to follow. I did think of that, and I wish now that I had done so. It would have been easier.
Easier?
To say what I have to say, Albert.
There's no reason why it should be painful for you, cousin. There's no need to say it at all.
Yes, Albert, indeed there is. I could have written it, but Lord Melbourne made me see that to do so would have been cowardly. It would help, I think, if you were to call me by my name. I have always called you by yours. It seemed natural, since I always thought of you as Albert. And I did think of you very affectionately after that first visit of yours. I recall now that I thought of you every day.
It is kind of you to say so, Victoria. But I fear it is not strictly true. You've had so many more important things to think about in the last 2 years.
They do not seem very important to me now, Albert.
I do not think there can be anything more important to the Queen of England than her responsibilities as sovereign.
Oh, but I assure you there is. If that monarch is a woman, a girl, that is why we are here together at this moment. Alone, Albert.
You have something to say to me? Something particular? I had concluded by now...
Would you have the goodness, Albert, to look beyond me, to look anywhere but straight at me, the way you are doing?
Forgive me. I will look out of the window. There. Is that better?
No, it is not. I thought it might be, but it is not. I cannot see the kindness in your eyes. Albert, you must be aware of the reason I sent for you. You cannot believe I summoned you only to send you away. Albert, dear Albert, it would make me too happy if you would consent to marry me.
Oh, Victoria, beloved, liebes Frauchen, gutes Weibchen, it has happened.
My dear, dear Albert.
Oh, this is no occasion for tears.
Yes, it is of joy and of relief.
Relief?
Why not? Suppose you had rejected me out of hand.
Oh, is there a man who would dare? You could have sent me to the Tower of London, could you not?
Oh, but it is such a relief. You see, I knew you were angry. You never showed it, but I knew you were angry inside. And the moment before you came in just now, I was so afraid of what your pride might make you do for being kept without knowing, when everyone at court knew why you were here.
Oh, it is nothing. For you, a man must be prepared to wait. And now you must yourself wait a little, that I may accustom myself to the reality of all I see in your eyes and hear from your lips. But I shall succeed. That I do promise you, beloved. I shall succeed in making you as happy as you deserve to be. In body and soul, I shall be your slave. Loyal, true, treu und fest.
This I know. I think I have always known. You are so tall, Albert, and I so little. But wait, there is a hassock. There. So. Now I am as tall as you.
Das Auge sieht Himmel offen. Es schwelgt das Herz in Seligkeit.
What is that you say?
It's by the poet Schiller. And translated, heaven opens on the ravished eye. The heart is all entranced with bliss. I think Schiller must have known a moment such as this. Enter.
Your Highness's chocolate.
Ah, His Highness Prince Ernst has taken his?
In his apartment, Your Highness. He instructed me to say that he would join Your Highness immediately.
Fräulein.
Your Highness?
This watercolor. It was not here when I found you making the inventory in October?
No, Your Highness. It was one of the items Her Majesty ordered to be placed here immediately after the inventory was checked.
Her Majesty ordered this to be hung here?
Yes, Your Highness. At the time, the organ was curtained. Several additions were made at the time. Would that be all, Your Highness?
You recognize this landscape, Schilling?
No, Your Highness.
It is a painting of my birthplace, Rosenau. A very bad painting, I fear. It does less than justice to Rosenau.
I am sorry, Your Highness.
You're not required to apologize, Schilling. It was not you that painted it, I trust. Touch the spring of the musical box. You may remain and listen to it. Oh, Ernst, come in.
The band of the Grenadier Guards have assembled to play me out. But I know this tune.
So you should, Ernst. You heard it often enough when we were visiting here, boys. I recall that both you and Her Majesty preferred it to any music I was able to coax from that bellows over there.
No. But before that, surely it is one of our folk songs?
Yes, it is. It is always the simplest melodies that go straight to the heart. Most of the greater works don't get that far. They remain in the head. Fräulein Schilling, here is a present for you.
Oh, no, I dare not, Your Highness.
Take it, and I myself will undertake to delete it from the inventory. But I advise you only play it in solitude. Then it will remind you of home, and pleasantly so.
Your Highness is too kind. Too kind.
You may leave us now.
Very good, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness.
She is German.
From Wasserburg.
Wasserburg. We are all three a long way from home, Albert.
Yes, too far. But she's not to be pitied. She's had more than 3 years to get used to it.
It will not take you so long, Albert. 6 months and you will have all but forgotten us.
Do you believe that of me, Ernst?
Oh, come, I was joking. Of course you will never forget us. But you have a splendid future here. More splendid than either you or I would have thought possible when we birds nested in the woods and coverts of home. That time could not last forever, Albert. We had to grow up, take our ways. I shall miss you as much as you miss me, and more.
As much, Ernst, but not more. You will still have Rosenau. You recognize this picture?
Oh, with some difficulty. How did it come here?
Victoria put it here. It was her way of trying to cure my homesickness.
So, it was a generous impulse, Albert.
She's full of generous impulses. Only since we are married am I learning to appreciate them.
You must forget about home, Albert. You cannot look back now. You are no longer a German.
I will always be German.
You can only succeed here if you learn to become an Englishman. Oh, that will be difficult, I know. And your old tutor, Baron Stockmar, knows it too, although he would never admit as much. But you will achieve it, Albert. I know that. And when it is a reality, you will come into your full inheritance as the arbiter of a great nation's policy.
How little you know of the British. You or Stockmar. Listen. That's the voice of the British. Strident, arrogant, terrifyingly self-assured, you understand? Well, there's no room in it for culture or self-improvement. It says, it roars, we are God's chosen. You are either with us or behind us. Not against us, because nothing opposes us and lives. This we prove by our handling of Bonaparte.
You are not only with them, Albert. You are at their head.
No, Ernst, my dear fellow. I'm perched on the tail of the lion. And it has only to whisk that tail to send me flying.
The tail is not lively enough to dislodge you, Albert. Now, no matter how much self-doubt you have now, the time will come when you will be leading that lion, and I shall be there to see it.
Come in, Baron Stockmar.
Your Highness. Your party is ready to leave now, Prince Ernst.
Thank you, Stockmar. Well, God bless you, Albert.
And you, Ernst. You will tell Grandmama I think of her every day. Yeah. You will tell her I'm well and happy.
I will deliver every message you gave me, personally.
Yeah.
I promise you. Stay here. Don't follow me out, old fellow.
You're not traveling to Dover with Ernst, Baron?
No, I am to follow in another carriage at noon. I have a brief interval before I present myself to the Queen and begin my journey to her uncle in Brussels. We must have things to say to one another. This is the first time since your marriage that we have had an opportunity.
You have avoided me since my marriage, Baron Stockmar. And now you're going to my uncle, who does not need your strength, leaving me, who is more surely in need of it than at any time in the past.
You will find all the strength you need, Your Highness. If it were otherwise, you would not be where you are.
I had confidence in myself until Her Majesty made it clear, painfully clear to me, that you and I and Uncle Leopold were quite mistaken in regard to my true position here.
Oh, believe me, Your Highness, there is nothing I do not know regarding your true position here.
You've studied the report of the wrangles in Parliament regarding my allowance, my title?
I read it hours ago, together with every other report of recent parliamentary proceedings. It seems you no longer trust me, Your Highness.
Oh, why should you say that?
Well, you have told me something of the reason for your loss of confidence, but you have not yet told me where the shoe pinches most.
I know now that I do not love my cousin. Also that I can never love her, not as she needs and deserves to be loved.
Indeed?
That does not shock you?
No, my prince. It does not even surprise me overmuch.
Not?
You must cease to regard this trivial circumstance as a personal betrayal on your part.
But Her Majesty came to me expecting to be loved as a person, a woman. When I realized that I was incapable of rendering more than mere affection...
Did you anticipate that it would be otherwise?
Oh, with all my heart I did. I prayed that it might be so. Can I not make you understand how wretched this failure makes me? It is gross disloyal to admit it, even to you.
Nevertheless, it is important that you should discuss it with someone. Is this a physical matter?
No. If it were so, I could accept it unquestioningly. There's nothing amiss with our physical relationship. But surely there should be a degree of intellectual compatibility between man and wife.
Bless you, my prince. Do you suppose that either your royal uncle or myself had any great expectations of Her Majesty's intellectual attainments? But now that your destiny is accomplished, is this so important?
It is important to me, Baron. How is it possible to attain personal happiness under this handicap?
I do not remember that I ever promised you happiness, Your Highness. Satisfaction, yes. Providing that you put your duty before everything. And how should that be difficult after my years of training and seeing who you are?
Who am I, Baron? Tell me.
You are the man with whom the Queen of England is desperately in love, Your Highness. That being so, Her Majesty being a healthy and very impressionable young woman, it should not take you very long to find the correct formula for both felicity and power.
You imply that I should use my physical ascendancy as a key to power?
Why not?
Is that honorable?
It is your right.
Perhaps. Yet it seems to me to be a shabby backstairs way to begin a marriage.
You must cease to regard this marriage as a bourgeois partnership. It was never meant to be. And it can never become so.
Yet it should become so. You have taught me so many things, Baron Stockmar. But this is something I would have preferred not to learn. Let us pursue it no further. Let us shake hands before one of us says something to sour what has been, for me at least, the most rewarding relationship of my life.
Oh, no. You cannot be rid of me as easily as that, Your Highness. The time will come when I can no longer be of service to you. But that time is not yet, I think.
Ever since I was a child, you and my Uncle Leopold behind you determined that I should set out to look for the Holy Grail. Now that I'm started on my quest, do you not owe me more explicit directions? What am I seeking? And if I find it, what shall I do with it?
Only your own conscience can answer those questions, my prince.
Does not seem to me a question of conscience, Baron. We are faced with practical issues, and I must contend with them until the end of my life. How does a young man, armed with nothing but a little book learning, achieve anything in a strange land, among strangers, and with a wife who mistakes the shadow of regal authority for its substance?
Through the acquisition of power.
But I have no power!
I have shown you the means of acquiring it.
For whom do you ring?
For the present source of that power. For the Baroness Litzen.
Litzen?
You rang, Your Highness?
Inform the Baroness Litzen that His Highness will receive Mr. Anson at once.
Very good, my lord.
Litzen? Anson? But Anson is the private secretary of Lord Melbourne. I had the greatest difficulty in persuading Her Majesty not to appoint him to that position in my household.
Your Highness must be prepared to yield in this particular.
Appoint Anson as my private secretary?
That would be to identify myself for all time with Lord Melbourne's party.
I assure your Highness that I know what I am about. You will never regret this choice.
Sir?
Mr. Anson, permit me to wish you happiness and success in your enviable appointment to the household of His Highness.
Thank you, sir. No effort will be lacking on my part to render His Highness devoted service.
Then I shall leave you to get acquainted and complete my arrangements to dispatch my heavy luggage by the Dover stage. I will show myself out. There is much to be done and little time to spare.
You're qualified to begin your duties at once, Mr. Anson?
Yes, Your Highness. Her Majesty informed me that Your Highness had expressed an interest in some projected landscape developments on the south aspect of the great park. I took the liberty of consulting the forestry department yesterday and obtaining these estimates together with a provisional plan. Perhaps Your Highness would care to inspect them at leisure, and later allow me to present you to the architect concerned.
I should like that very much, Mr. Anson.
I'll spread the plan on the table. So, Your Highness would care to inspect the provisional drawings?
Sure. It would appear to be a most ambitious project.
It is indeed, Your Highness.
You have a preference for outdoor life, Mr. Anson?
Whenever my duties permit, Your Highness. With my Lord Melbourne, I spent a very great deal of time in London. That was, of course, unavoidable, as the sittings in the House of Parliament often continue into the small hours.
And very tedious work, no doubt?
Sometimes almost unbearably so, Your Highness.
Doubtless you sat through the debate relating to the Prince Consort's marriage allowance?
I did indeed, Your Highness.
Have no fear, Anson. I shall not ask you to comment. Ours will be a non-political relationship, I assure you. Indeed, that must be obvious to you already.
With respect, Your Highness, there are a great many matters relating to the royal establishment that stand in desperate need of close personal attention. No doubt Your Highness will occupy himself with matters of that nature.
I look forward to doing so. The question is, where does one begin?
Perhaps with a detailed and critical survey starting with Windsor, sir.
No, Anson, I think not. One should surely begin by endeavoring to establish confidence among the men with whom one is obliged to work and associate.
Confidence can be established in the right quarters without much difficulty, sir. There is a very trite proverb, but it is apt, I think.
And the proverb?
When in Rome, Your Highness.
I begin to think we shall suit one another very well, Mr. Anson.
I most earnestly hope so, Your Highness. The English reserve is not invulnerable. There is an easy way through to the English governing classes.
And what may that be? You're not going to tell me it's the arts.
Well, an art of a kind, sir. Horsemanship.
Horsemanship?
Even the notorious blackguard is tolerated if he happens to be a first-class steeplechaser.
You ride to hounds yourself, Anson?
Oh, whenever I have the opportunity, sir, but I am only third class, I fear. If Your Highness has a fancy to hunt...
There is a bay gelding in the Windsor stable, 17 hands or thereabouts, with a white blaze on the head.
Oh, Xerxes. Yes, he belonged to the Marquis of Queensberry.
The animal has something of a reputation, I believe.
On New Year's Day, he threw and killed one of Her Majesty's grooms, and has since savaged 2 others. I believe Xerxes is to be sent back as unmanageable.
You have my personal command to retain that horse on my behalf, Anson.
You wish to buy Xerxes, Your Highness?
Possibly. And you shall accompany me to the last hunt of the season on Tuesday, is it not? The matter is to remain strictly confidential, you understand?
Yes, Your Highness. And these landscape plans, Your Highness?
Well, we will attend to them in due course, Mr. Anson. In the meantime, we must qualify, must we not? What is the time, Anson?
5 minutes to 10, Your Highness.
Oh, is it my move?
Yes, Your Highness. Pawn to Queen's 4th.
And now, Lady Littleton, can you tell me what this picture represents? It is Conway Castle in Wales, Your Majesty. You are correct. And what can you tell us of this most distinguished edifice?
Your move, Your Highness.
It was built by Edward I in order to consolidate his conquest of the Welsh. It was the scene of King Richard II's surrender to Bolingbroke in
1399.
Well done. Who is ahead, Leighton?
You are, Your Majesty, a clear lead of 3 marks.
Baroness?
Oh, I must not take unfair advantage. I have been there.
Have I, Leighton?
No, Your Majesty, I think not. Or if you have, indeed you were too young to take notice.
Your Majesty? It is Melrose Abbey.
Correct.
Oh, Your Majesty, this is not fair. None of us is blessed with your remarkable memory. Melrose Abbey stands on the River Tweed. It was the largest of Scottish abbeys and is associated with Sir Walter Scott. It has some remarkable windows and stonework and a number of interesting tombs. It is much visited by tourists. His Highness is asleep.
His Highness has had a very arduous day, Your Majesty.
It is not necessary to make excuses for the Prince, Mr. Anson.
No, ma'am, indeed not, ma'am.
What o'clock is it, Leighton?
It is 4 minutes after 10 o'clock, Your Majesty.
Everybody has our permission to retire.
Your Majesty.
Your Majesty. His Royal Highness also excuses you, Mr. Anson.
Your Majesty.
Something is broken, my dear.
It was the fire tongs. But the entire heavens could have fallen without you being in the least aware of the fact.
So. Has everyone gone to bed?
Oh, you were asleep. You snored.
I snored? Oh, that's not remarkable, is it? Many people snore when they are asleep. With respect, I can recall occasions when you have yourself snored. A very gentle snore, it is true. Yet I do not recall resorting to the clash of fire irons in order to waken you.
You are not even ashamed of yourself.
Ashamed?
That you should fall asleep over the chessboard in the presence of the ladies of the bedchamber is bad enough. That you should interrupt me with that uncouth noise is intolerable. I do not recall in the whole of my life having suffered a greater humiliation.
Then you have been singularly fortunate, my dear.
You do not intend to ask my pardon?
No, madam.
Nor to admit that it was a fault?
If it was, it is you who committed it.
I?
It was you who presided over the tedium that caused me to fall asleep.
Albert.
Do not summon the servants, madam.
You are giving orders to the Queen, sir.
I am giving the Queen good advice, ma'am. Would it not help us both if we could take advantage of a rare moment of privacy and talk as man and wife rather than monarch and subject?
We can discuss anything you choose, Albert. Always, you understand. But first, I think it would be a gentlemanly act on your part to ask my pardon.
For sleeping? For the snore? Oh, very well, then, I ask it.
Oh, my dear, this is childish of us. I was indeed hurt and angry. But I would be far more desolate if we quarreled. Really quarreled. Come, you may kiss me.
Perhaps you will want to withdraw that invitation when you hear what I have to say, Victoria.
But you have already apologized.
That was the price you asked for an audience, my dear.
But that is not an apology at all.
Madam, I do beseech you, let us come straight to the point at issue.
The point at issue is your own boorish conduct, Albert.
No, madam. It is far more complex and arises from the purgatory you oblige me to endure each night in this room.
Purgatory? You mean you do not approve of Leighton and Lady Littleton sharing such privacy as we enjoy? You would prefer us to be quite alone?
You've not begun to understand what I'm trying to say to you.
Indeed, I have not as yet.
You as queen, and I as your consort. We are surely required to set an example, are we not?
Yes.
I am not referring to our conduct in public and our bearing on occasions of state. Then you are a queen indeed. Then I'm proud of you, your graciousness, your simplicity and goodness. It is our private and personal life to which I refer.
You mean our marriage? When we are alone? When I am wholly your wife?
No, not that. How can I make you understand?
Understand what, Albert?
Well, there is a third estate in marriage, my dearest. A marriage such as ours. First, of course, comes our dignity and authority as queen and consort. Then our duty to one another as man and wife, to cherish and comfort one another. Concerning this, no man could ask for more affection and tenderness.
Yet there is a third obligation, you say.
Oh, believe me, there is. It is that part of our life that concerns neither the obligations of state nor the giving and receiving of human love. It is here that we are drifting, Victoria. And if we lose touch one with the other, we can embitter our entire future.
I am stupid, Albert, and when I am alone with you, I am very much aware of my stupidity. It pains me that I cannot understand where I am at fault.
You have failed to recognize in me, your husband, a man of taste and intelligence, with possibilities in excess of those demanded by a guessing game played around the table.
Very well, Albert. We will abandon that particular game. Tomorrow evening, we will have a little music after dinner. And then I will ask Leighton to organize a spelling bee.
Mein Gott!
Albert, really, you must not shout at me in that manner.
Force me to shout. You will not open your mind to what I'm trying to say. Is there no more to marriage than a show of graciousness and dignity in public and ceaseless demonstrations of physical affection in private? Are we to spend all that part of our lives outside the throne room and bedchamber, quizzing one another on the relative merits of one pile of ruins or another?
Albert, I command you.
This album. For me, it has become a lexicon of penance, madam, when I think of the vast profit we might derive from these wasted hours. I see this room full of men of intellect and imagination. Writers, reformers, educationalists, inventors, painters, musicians. The best that Europe can offer. We have the key to this world, but you will not use it. You prefer instead this soporific.
Be so good as to pick up that album and to place it on the table where you found it.
I shall not! The servants may remove it with the other rubbish in the morning. Pray God they use it to light the fire.
Oh, I should never have believed it possible that you could have behaved so boorishly. I shall retire now, and you may remain here and reflect upon your conduct. I shall not sleep until you come to me and tell me how truly sorry you are.
I can bear no more. This situation, it is impossible.
Several members of the household are already asleep, Albert.
Indeed, yes. I had forgotten the time.
Well, that does not mean that you cannot play if you wish. It is our home, not theirs.
That would be very inconsiderate on my part. As you're aware, I've already taken my rest.
Those people you spoke to me about, the writers and inventors, are they men of rank? Are they already at court?
I have the list of their names here in my diary.
Show me. Thank you, Albert.
Every name noted down would enrich the princely houses of Europe, but few of them are seen at any court.
I remember just now, my royal grandfather once invited Mr. Gibbon, the author, here to Windsor. Mr. Gibbon was much pleased and inscribed a copy of his book to my grandfather. It was The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. It is still in the library, I understand.
I must read it. It is a very controversial work, I'm told.
Oh, Albert. Albert.
Oh, my dear. Oh, do not distress yourself so.
But I'm wretched, wretched. I came back to order you to stop playing, but when I saw you sitting there, looking so like the first time you played to Ernst and to me, all anger went from me. Albert, I cannot endure to quarrel with you. Promise me we shall never quarrel again.
That would be to pledge you that it will never rain, never thunder. Quarreling is part of love, Weibchen. We have Schiller's word for it. Ach, dass sie ewig grünen bliebe, die schöne Zeit der ersten Liebe. How's your German tonight?
Ach, dass sie ewig grünen bliebe, die schöne Zeit der ersten Liebe. Oh, me, that love's delicious time
might keep the freshness of its prime.
It will. It must. And to prove it, here is your list of guests. You may invite whom you please, when you please. Anson shall write to every one of them tomorrow.
I did not intend that they should descend upon us in cohorts, my dear.
Then we shall make out a roster. We shall have the painters one evening, the inventors the next evening, and so on until the list is exhausted. Then we shall start again at the beginning.
Oh, you're very good to me. Always you're good to me, Weibchen. Oh, come, it is late. The entire household is asleep.
Albert. My dearest Albert.
Mr. Anson?
Baroness?
I expected to find Baron Stockmar with you.
He will be joining me here in a few moments.
Before the review is over?
His Highness the Prince Consort has an appointment with Baron Stockmar when his regiment has been dismissed.
I see. You realize that Baron Stockmar has not yet paid his respects to Her Majesty?
The Baron did not arrive until after Her Majesty had retired last night, Baroness.
So? But it is now almost noon.
I understood from His Highness that Her Majesty was eager to witness the review.
She is watching it now. His Highness' own regiment, the 11th Hussars, make a very fine show, do they not? But perhaps you are not interested in military matters.
I already have more than enough to keep me occupied, Baroness.
Then pray do not allow me to disturb you. I can see everything splendidly from this window.
Baroness.
Well, Mr. Anson?
Baron. We are not alone.
I see. This is an unexpected pleasure, Baroness. You have been watching His Highness take the salute?
Her Majesty also. She had a number of engagements this morning, but when I informed her that His Highness was reviewing his regiment of Hussars, she cancelled them all.
Naturally. The Prince has a great deal of panache on these occasions. But this is not the best vantage point, Baroness. From first-story windows further east, you can look down upon the entire forecourt.
I did not come here for the purpose of watching the review, Baron. I am here to convey Her Majesty's command.
I await this with great respect, madame.
Her Majesty is pleased to inform you that the Queen and His Highness will receive you as soon as the review is over.
Her Majesty is very generous. Perhaps you will inform Her Majesty that I shall be pleased to wait upon her and convey greetings from her royal uncle, that Her Majesties in Brussels are in excellent health, and trust that she is equally so. And now, my dear Baroness, I have certain letters of great urgency to dictate, and they must be copied by Mr. Anson before the Dover courier leaves.
In that case, then...
I'm sure you will understand. I shall have the pleasure of meeting you again this evening.
Of that, Baron, you may be very sure.
I'm grateful for your intervention, Baron. I had express instructions from His Highness that he was to see you in private before you were received by Her Majesty.
Well, that was my wish also, Mr. Anson. From the lady's anxiety to watch a review from a bad vantage point, I can only assume that she entertained hopes of sharing our confidence. But perhaps I misjudge her. The Prince would have dismissed her, no doubt.
I do not think His Highness would have disposed of the Baroness so expeditiously.
You mean that His Highness is still wanting in firmness as regards his dealing with the Baroness? Well?
None of us here, least of all His Highness, is under any misapprehension as to the extent of Baroness Letson's influence with Her Majesty, sir.
You're an observant man, Mr. Anson. Also, I see you are extremely loyal and dependable.
Thank you, sir. You would like my report before His Highness is present?
In brief, if you please, Mr. Anson.
I have seen Sir Robert Peel in private on 3 occasions.
Good. And His Highness has been in personal touch with the leader of the former opposition?
There have already been 2 private meetings between His Highness and Sir Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Anson. It is now on the stroke of noon. The review ended 5 minutes ago, and His Highness will be coming here straight from the saluting point. I shall meet my Prince in precisely 60 seconds.
I was instructed to pass that information to you the moment I met you, Baron. I see now that it is seldom necessary to give you information on anything at all.
We have our sources, Anson. We have our sources.
You wish me to take notes of the interview?
That was my intention. But in view of the observation I forced from you, I have changed my mind. You understand the implication I tossed?
Yes, sir. My remark, sir, regarding the Baroness Leetzen, I would take it as a great favor if...
You are surprised at the extent of my private information, Mr. Anson. I need hardly tell you, the sources at my disposal would soon be dry if I failed to respect every confidence extended to me.
Yes, sir. Naturally. In that case, then, I will get on with my work in the next room.
Oh, Mr. Hudson, I really believe he is afraid of me.
His Royal Highness, the Prince Consort.
Excused. Ah, my friend. My old friend.
Your Highness.
You've been home, hmm? You have news of Ernst, of Grandmama. You've been to Orson now? Oh, come, you must tell me everything.
I can speak of your home in Her Majesty's presence, Your Highness.
You have other news? Bad news?
Your Highness, at the most we have 10 minutes before it is known that we are alone together. Leighton was here when I arrived to keep my appointment with Anson.
Is that remarkable?
No, Your Highness, but I can assure you it was premeditated.
But I wrote to you of Leighton. Our relationship has improved immeasurably. I wrote telling you that I had asserted myself in the matter of our leisure hours, and that Her Majesty has been pleased to indulge my every wish as regards dinner guests. And there's another matter of which you're unaware. The Queen has agreed to the changes in our household when the new ministry takes office.
Yes, this I knew.
Anson has told you of my part in bringing this about.
Anson confirmed what I already knew as regards Your Highness' exercise in diplomacy. Domestic diplomacy, Your Highness.
You're not pleased.
It is the beginning.
The beginning?
Well, it was a good beginning, as indeed was your victory in the matter of banishing round-table games after dinner. Let us hope that these skirmishes will prepare you for the major encounter.
You say we shall have but a few moments alone.
Unless I am gravely mistaken, Her Majesty will walk through those doors in less than 5 minutes, and Leighton will accompany her.
If I did not know that your motives were commendable, I could find it in me to tell you that you were presumptuous.
For that, Your Highness, I must not shrink from saying what I feel it necessary to say.
In respect of what, sir?
In respect of Her Majesty's determination to pursue a policy that may bring her throne and yourself into public contempt.
But that is an insult. Whatever you may suppose, I am not hedged around by spies. Neither am I the gilded figurehead I was when I last sought your advice in this room more than a year ago. The advice you gave me then, I acted upon. You must give me credit for something, Baron Stockmar. For growing a little, perhaps. Huh?
You have grown. A little, my prince. But not fast enough. Not tall enough to grapple with the present situation.
You make light of what I have achieved?
Because you have failed to maintain the offensive. To fail when there was men of learning to persuade duchesses to resign, to establish a civil relationship with Peel, these things are victories of a sort. But sovereignty continues to elude you.
Sovereignty? The Queen's sovereignty? It's just as I thought. You do not understand the difficulties of my situation. When last we spoke of these matters, I implied that Her Majesty was trivial, pleasure-seeking, and wholly unconcerned with matters of state.
I pointed out that her great love for you would enable you to mold her mind.
But what I said was not the truth. Outwardly, Her Majesty would have everyone believe she cares for nothing but social, time-wasting pursuits. Yet underneath is a being who is more jealous of her sovereignty than any monarch in history.
Then you are at least aware of the fact.
Of her determination to exercise absolute power, as she herself conceives her role as sovereign?
By heaven, no, Your Highness. As it is conceived by Lord Melbourne, leader of a discredited party, and to a lesser degree by her ex-governess, Leighton. The Queen no longer stands between you and your destiny. You won that battle long ago by your personal charm and ardor as lover and husband. But Leighton is still proof against you, and also Melbourne, to whom the Queen continues to write for advice on every major matter of policy that is laid before her.
That cannot be so.
Then challenge her. And when you have proved it so, act. What does it profit Peel or any other minister to gain office if Her Majesty takes counsel from an ex-governess and her orders from a man who is terrified of the 19th century?
Her Majesty the Queen, Lady Littleton, the Baroness Leighton.
Your Majesty.
We should scold you severely, Baron Stockmar. And you too, Your Highness, for had it not been for Leighton's remark that you were already in Windsor, we should have waited all day for news of Uncle, of brother-in-law Duke Ernst, and for the letters that repose in your portmanteau.
Your Majesty, I was hoping to present them at the audience you have graciously granted this afternoon.
You must not think I am displeased that you should come here straight from your carriage to embrace the prince. We are aware that your greatest happiness is to talk with him, and that he, for his part, has you never out of his mind. Is that not so, Your Highness?
It is always a very great pleasure to confer with Baron Stockmar.
You were in time to witness the final march past by the light cavalry, Baron Stockmar.
I was indeed, ma'am, and I found it most impressive.
You realize the regiment was His Highness' own, the 11th Hussars. And does he not sit a horse splendidly?
His Highness has always excelled in manly outdoor pursuits, Your Majesty.
Yet he did not practice them to the neglect of his studies. His Highness can converse upon almost any subject.
Baron Stockmar is aware of such accomplishments as I possess, Your Majesty.
And he is modest, too, you perceive. Oh, but it is thoughtless of us to detain you after what must have been a long and tedious journey. Touch the bell, Lady Littleton.
Yes, ma'am.
You have our permission to retire, Baron. And we shall expect you at our drawing room after you have rested and eaten luncheon.
You rang, my lady?
Yes, Bates. You will conduct Baron Stockmar to the Lord Steward and inform him that Her Majesty wishes the Baron to be served with luncheon in his suite.
My lady?
Your Majesty is most gracious.
I shall remain here until luncheon is served. But I believe you, Leighton, have urgent correspondence to attend to and are therefore excused. You too, Lady Littleton. I should be glad if you would make quite certain that the Lord Steward is in personal attendance upon Baron Stockmar. He is getting on in years and must be excessively tired after his long journey.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
Oh, did I not manage that very skillfully, dearest? Do you suppose either of them imagined I wanted so much to be alone with you for a few moments? To tell you how proud I was of you this morning?
Your Majesty is most kind.
Oh, you are tired, my angel. You were afoot soon after 6 this morning, and you did not allow yourself more than a bare 15 minutes over breakfast before you dressed for the review. You must not drive yourself so ruthlessly. I shall speak to Anson about it. Now, come. Sit down by me. There. And let me loosen that gorget. Raise your chin. Albert, you look troubled. Bad news?
No.
But you are plainly upset.
I am very wretched, Victoria. But it is not on account of Uncle Edward's earnest endeavors to rule Britain from Brussels.
There is something you wish to tell me.
You were to receive Stockmar at 4 this afternoon. That was the command passed to Anson by Leighton. Yet Stockmar told me you would come through that door within 5 minutes of my meeting him here. His estimate was accurate. Both you and Leighton were here within 7 minutes of dismissal on the parade ground.
I came as soon as I learned that Baron Stockmar had arrived.
Leighton told you he was here?
Yes.
Closeted with me?
Am I to be scolded for interrupting your tete-a-tete? Oh, come, Albert, you are making yourself ridiculous.
No, madam. This time it is not I who caught ridicule.
I do not care for this mood of yours. I will leave you to recover your good humor.
We had best take this opportunity of confiding in one another. Please do not go, Your Majesty.
I will not tolerate you addressing me in that manner when we are alone. You only do so to provoke me when you're in one of your childishly stupid moods. You will address me by name, Albert. Now, sir, what is behind this exhibition of pique? Why should you resent my wish to share your confidence with Stockmar?
Because it was clearly a conspiratorial act, Victoria.
Conspiratorial?
On Leighton's part, and by inference, on your part also. But there's something of infinitely greater importance that I wish to discuss with you.
Indeed. What is it?
I think you should know that within the last few days, I have had 2 private meetings with Sir Robert Peel.
With Peel? You received that man into our house?
No, I called upon him at the House of Commons.
Without a word to me? Without consulting me as your wife or sovereign?
You would have gone to any lengths to prevent it.
Indeed I would. And why not in heaven's name when he has been the author of all our principal difficulties?
All that is behind us, Victoria.
In time it is behind us. But do you imagine I can put it out of mind because it occurred a year ago or 10 years ago? Do you think I can ever tolerate Peel after all he has done to us?
You have no choice but to tolerate him. He is now leader of your government, and as a constitutional sovereign, you are obliged to accept the people's verdict.
Has Stockmar put this treason into your mind?
No, he has not. This treason, as you call it, is the product of a careful study of your constitution, ma'am. I advise you to study it before you jeopardize the throne.
I am not obliged to listen to your second-hand rhetoric, Albert. I am your wife, yes. Your loving and I think your dutiful wife. But I am also your queen.
You are indeed. And it is because I intend you should remain so that I have found the courage to speak the truth.
What truth, if you please?
That queens have been known to become pawns.
How dare you? Not even you, addressing me in private, have the right to presume so far. You see where amiability on my part has led. I humoured you in the matter of our social evenings. I gave way to you as regards the resignation of 3 ladies of my household. And now, like a beggar on horseback, you resort to sulks and tantrums to threaten my very sovereignty. Leighton warned me.
Leighton!
Is it not natural that I should seek advice from someone who is as close to me as Stockmar is to you?
No, madam, it is not natural for a wife, queen or commoner, to make a confidant of a woman who gives her such dangerous advice, who aids, abets, and encourages her to maintain a day-to-day correspondence with a minister who has been tumbled from power after a long series of disastrous failures at home and abroad.
You have Stockmar, I have Leighton. Where is the difference?
There's a very great difference. All my life I've trusted and respected Stockmar.
And I Leighton.
Yet if Stockmar urged me to pursue a course that ran contrary to my conscience, I would never see him again. Can you face me and tell me that what you have been engaged upon since Melbourne's government fell puts no strain upon your conscience? Can you, Weibchen?
He was my dearest friend. Kind, wise, patient, gentle. It would be cruel to deny him the task he loves.
You've done this out of compassion for Melbourne?
Not only from compassion. Perhaps because I felt there was no one who truly understood.
So. Then it would seem that I have failed. Let us end this discussion, Weibchen. No good can come of it if what you say comes from your heart.
No, Angel, no. You are not involved in this. You are someone apart.
No, Weibchen. That was not our marriage contract as I understood it.
But it is, so it is. You are my husband, my beloved and respected husband. But you are not English, and there are many things that for all your cleverness and application, you can never learn of England. You've tried very hard, and sometimes it has made my heart ache to watch you. But what you are attempting to do is not possible, not even for you. Oh, if only I could make you understand these things.
What things?
The English heart, Albert. Oh, no, not mine, for that you have and will always have. But that of a man like Melbourne, steeped in the English past.
The past? Always the past. No, God in heaven, I'm not concerned with your country's past, Victoria.
But to understand England...
It's the present and future that I would take a part in shaping. You are queen. Queen, you say. But what do you or your beloved Leighton know of this country's present? You cast a broad-bellied idol, wreath it in green, sit it astride a shire horse, and call it England. You put a laurel wreath on its head, and in its fist you thrust a faded standard emblazoned with the battle honors of half-forgotten wars, and call it John Bull, the steadfast, the forthright, the god of merry England and cricket on the green. But that is not your realm, madam. There's a different England under your fee. A dirty, smoke-grimed giant groaning in his sleep, who sprawls across your ugly new towns, loaded with the fetters of ignorance, laziness, greed, and tradition. Shall I tell you of what he dreams? This huge, helpless Prometheus? He dreams of unjust wars in China and Afghanistan, of wheat at 70 shillings a quarter, of the children of the poor working naked in the mines and falling asleep into machines in your manufactories. And he groans aloud because a nation that is equipped to lead the whole world into the light is teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Because in 1 year, more than 7 millions have been dispersed in poor relief, and because out of every 11 of your Majesty's subjects, 1 lives and dies a pauper. Now, if this is your England, and you are satisfied with it, then let me depart. Let me return to Rosenau, where I was happy, and let my part in our marriage be limited to the fathering of princes who are to inherit this sham paradise.
You would leave here? Turn your back on me?
I would spend as little time as possible here. For what is there here that I cannot do better in Coburg? A little gardening, a little hunting, and that among people who smile at me. Who are you summoning?
Leighton.
Leighton, always Leighton. I'm not in a mood for Leighton, madam.
Albert, you must stay, I beg of you.
Your Majesty?
Baroness Leighton is in the small study. Inform her that her presence is required at once, and she may bring her work with her.
Your Majesty?
I've had my say. I do not intend to inflict upon myself the humiliation of witnessing the spectacle of Leighton engaged in state business.
Nevertheless, you shall stay for 5 minutes more. Then, if you wish, you may pack for your beloved Rosenau. And I will issue an announcement that you are to take a holiday.
Your Majesty's command?
Ah, yes, Leighton. It was to satisfy myself on various matters we have been discussing with His Highness. You recollect that we are credited with possessing an excellent memory, but it was never at any time equal to yours, dear Leighton. Do you happen to know the current price of wheat?
Wheat, Your Majesty?
Wheat per quarter.
I do not know, Your Majesty. I do not recollect that I ever did know, but I have no doubt if Your Majesty gave me an opportunity to inquire...
Oh, come, Leighton. I was confident that you would have such a thing at your fingertips. The question arose when we were discussing the cost of bread in relation to the activities of the Anti-Corn Law League. Could you tell His Highness, for instance, how much public money was expended upon poor law relief last year? Or what proportion of our subjects live and die as paupers?
Forgive me, Your Majesty, but I...
Oh, Leighton, I see that you cannot. But I can. The gross figure is a little over 7 millions, and the ratio of paupers 1 in 11, or a little over 9% of the population. Is it not shameful? Does it not go a long way to explaining the unrest in our centres of industry?
Look, Your Majesty summoned me in order to solicit information regarding these matters?
Oh, no. It was another matter altogether. It was to tell you I had had second thoughts regarding the letter we had decided to dispatch to Lord Melbourne by today's courier.
I had not yet finished copying that letter, Your Majesty. You recollect it was only this morning...
But you have our draft, have you not?
Yes, Your Majesty, I have the draft.
Then you had better return it to me, and destroy that portion of it you have already copied.
I brought it with me, Your Majesty. Here it is.
Ah, yes. No, Albert, one cannot be too careful in these matters. The name of Lord Heytesbury was suggested to me as our minister at the court of Vienna, and I was writing to signify my wholehearted approval of the suggestion. However, since there is no cause for urgency...
Your Majesty has no further instructions regarding a reply to Lord Melbourne's letter?
I shall attend to it later. This evening, perhaps, when Mr. Anson is in attendance. You are excused, Leighton.
Your Majesty.
She will never forgive you.
Oh, she will forgive me. When she is at home and alone with her memories. She will have portraits of me all over the house. And when visitors call upon her, she will point to one of them and say, I had charge of the Queen of England. Until she grew up.
Why? That is what I shall never cease to ask myself. Why? Why?
Why, Albert, dearest, it is why. A round sound with the lips. Oh, it is curious. You speak English perfectly, but for that single defect. And when you are emphatic, out it slips, and you are a German again.
Do you know what Stockmar told me about English women when he was chiding me for my gaucherie?
Mm-hmm.
He said English women were predictable. That if I learned to retreat into etiquette when I was in their company, I would never fall into error.
Stockmar's life has been lived among men, Angel. It was not wise of him to attempt to teach you about women.
Lord Heytesbury is an excellent choice for that post. It would be wise, I think, to confirm it.
Then confirmation shall be the first act in your new role, Albert.
I am to have a role?
Why, certainly. That of confidential secretary to the Queen.
You must learn not to act so readily upon impulse, my dear.
That is not an impulse. I shall never be clever, Albert. But it is not necessary to be clever to recognize merit when one is honestly served by instinct. Not for a woman who sees no shame in admitting that she is in love with her husband. Oh, yes, I know what you are thinking. That this is a peace offering. That I yield to you in the sense that I yielded regarding our social life. But you are mistaken, Albert. And it is vital that you should understand this at once. I am not a clever person. But this I do know. That it is right to allow conscience to shape one's decisions. And that you are still wiser than anyone about me. What is more, you are resolved to use that wisdom selflessly. It is because I am so certain of this that I am ready to surrender Leighton and Melbourne and commit myself and realm to your judgment.
You will be permitted to do this?
Permitted? I am queen, am I not?
Yes, you are queen. And the man to whom you turn for advice is a German princeling whose country is not as big as one of your counties, who is just 22 years of age, and who is, as yet, pitifully unsure of himself.
Is that the total sum of your misgivings?
It is sufficient to bring us both into disrepute.
No, it is not nearly sufficient, Albert. For you have the wisdom and I have the authority. And between us we shall keep the secret more securely than I have kept it with Melbourne these 4 years. For we have no need of telltale letters, of couriers and go-betweens. We have free access to one another, and all our decisions can be arrived at in private.
We may not always make the right decisions.
I think we will make more than have been made in the past, Albert. We shall begin now, as soon as luncheon is eaten. We shall retire to the small study and sit side by side with a dispatch box between us. I shall pass each document to you, and you shall make marginal notes, and I will write them down in my own hand, so that historians 100 years hence will say, this goose of a queen had the wisdom of Solomon.
We shall do all this, liebes Frauchen. But not at once, not today. Today you shall cancel all appointments. Today the seals of the dispatch boxes shall not be broken. You will give orders for the cabriolet, but the coachman shall have a holiday. I will be coachman for once and leave the escort behind the hill. Then, when there is no loyal citizen about us to lift his hat and shout, God bless your majesty, I will take your hand thus and pledge it thus. And you will understand at last all I've been saying to you in the past. Take this man and use him. His loyalty, his service, his love.
Albert, my dearest angel.
In My Dearest Angel by R.F. Delderfield, adapted for radio by Cynthia Pugh, the part of Queen Victoria was played by Barbara Lee Hunt, and that of Prince Albert by Andrew Sachs. The rest of the cast was as follows: Baroness Leighton, Gladys Spencer; Baron Stockmar, Eric Anderson; George Anson, Robin Lloyd; Viscount Melbourne, John Wise; Lady Littleton, Polly Murch; Prince Ernst, Gabriel Wolfe; Bates, Bruce Condell; Schilling, Valerie Kirkbright. Production, which was recorded, was by Norman Wright.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents James Cagney and Pat O'Brien with Gloria Dixon in Angels with Dirty Faces. Lux presents Hollywood. It's melodrama we bring you tonight in the gripping chapters of Angels with Dirty Faces. The story of an obscure priest and a front-page lawbreaker, enacted by Pat O'Brien and James Cagney with Gloria Dixon. Our drama is an adaptation of the great screen success filmed by Warner Brothers. Our orchestra is under the direction of Louis Silvers. And as special guest, you'll hear the celebrated writer and authority on crime, Courtney Riley Cooper. And now, a word about our product. Have you ever heard a woman say this about another woman? She certainly isn't a bit pretty, and yet she's so attractive. Usually, it's very hard to say just what it is that makes one woman more attractive than another. So many things may be part of a woman's charm. Here's what Ginger Rogers says. Naturally, every woman wants romance, admiration, yet many a woman who could be attractive loses out because she neglects daintiness. I always use Lux toilet soap as a bath soap, too. It makes a wonderful beauty bath. This nice soap has active lather that leaves skin fresh, delicately fragrant. Try it for your daily beauty bath. It leaves skin sweet, protects daintiness. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to consult an atlas for the map of Ireland if either of tonight's stars happen to be handy. For in the honest faces of both James Cagney and William Joseph Patrick O'Brien are indelibly sketched the rugged contours of the Emerald Isle. There's a striking similarity, too, in the careers they've led. Both came to Hollywood from Broadway, both at about the same time. Both broke into big-time show business as chorus boys. Both can sing you a tune in the traditional tenor of the Irish, or if you prefer, both can play it for you on the piano. Both are stars at Warner Brothers Studio, through whose courtesy both are here tonight. And their most successful collaboration is tonight's drama, Angels with Dirty Faces. Pat O'Brien's training for our play started at the age of 9, when he attempted his first dramatic part and played an angel. Mr. Cagney's early years were spent in practically the same tough precincts that you'll hear about in Angels with Dirty Faces. Jimmy used to dive off docks for a swim in New York's East River, and the boy who taught him how was later signed up for an extended engagement at the big house. When our Bantam star came to pictures, he required no instruction in fist swinging. The story is that between the ages of 11 and 17, Jimmy could never go to sleep at night unless he'd taken part during the day in at least one fight. Later, he used his right hand to play semi-professional baseball and hoped that someday it would hold the brush of a portrait painter, an ambition that has never been fulfilled. Pat O'Brien came to the Footlights by way of Marquette University and the United States Navy. In New York, he shared a boarding house room with Spencer Tracy and the desperate responsibility of raising $5 a week for the rent. Off the screen, he's famous for his fund of anecdotes and his love of sports. Pat tonight plays Jerry Connolly. Mr. Cagney is Rocky Sullivan. And a very lovely young lady, Miss Gloria Dixon, is heard as Laurie. Her new starring role for Warner Brothers is in Waterfront. We ring up the curtain now, and the Lux Radio Theater presents Angels with Dirty Faces, starring James Cagney and Pat O'Brien with Gloria Dixon. A dead-end street in the slum district of a great American city. On the corner, weaving in and out of the maze of pushcarts, a newsboy calls the headlines of the afternoon edition.
Rocky Sullivan free, Rocky Sullivan a gangster, free today, 3-year term ended, Rocky Sullivan.
Further down the dark canyon of tenements stands a church. In the soft light streaming through the stained glass windows, Father Connolly leads the afternoon rehearsal of the boys' choir.
Very good, boys. You can go now. Next week at the same time.
Come on, hey, who do you think you're pushing? Yeah. When I get you outside, I'll mobilize you. You and what army? Me and no army. Yeah.
Afternoon, Father.
Well, son, what's troubling you?
Oh, nothing much, Father. Only been bothering me about 15 years. What'd you ever do with those fountain pens we snatched from that freight car that night?
What? Rocky. Rocky Sullivan, Rocky, you old...
Hiya, Jerry. What do you hear? What do you say?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you, Rocky?
All right. Don't let this paleness fool you. Well, same old place, huh? 15 years and it hasn't changed a bit.
Remember old Father Boyle's vestry, Rocky?
Remember it. He used to stand right where you are and bawl a tsar out of me.
Well, I'm not going to bawl you out. All I'm going to kick about is, why'd you stop writing to me?
Oh, I'll be reasonable, Jerry. You know what happens to letters you write in prison. Everybody in the warden down to the screws reads them. And what did I have to write about? Nothing happened while I was inside, and when I was outside, well, I figured you could always read the newspapers. It was always on the front page.
Yes. Yes, I read all the newspapers, Rocky.
Say, Jerry, I always knew your mother wanted you to be ordained a priest, and I guess the only thing ever kept you back was me, but how'd you finally come to do it? What gave you the idea?
Oh, I don't know, Rocky. I was just riding along on top of a bus one day and passing St. Patrick's Cathedral, looking down. Just got the idea, I guess.
I got an idea on top of a bus once. Got me 6 years.
Come in.
Say, Father, you're supposed to be down at the store. The fellas were all waiting for you.
Oh, yes. Run along. Tell them I'll be right over. Tell them to get started in the meantime.
Okay, Father.
Say, what's this store racket, Jerry? You got the kids shilling for the parish?
No. No, it's a pet scheme of my own. I rented a store, Rocky, a kind of a recreation center for the kids.
Oh, it's sort of a kindergarten place, huh?
No, it's more than that. For the older fellas, too.
Oh.
You know, it's helped tremendously to keep a lot of those kids from
Becoming...
You mean becoming mugs like me, for instance?
Will you be staying here for some time, Rocky?
Oh, I don't know, Jerry. It depends on little business I got to take care of. Anyway, I got to find a room.
Why not around here, right in the parish?
Well, why not? No place like home, is there?
All right. Come on. I'll walk down the street with you.
All right, good.
Come on, throw the ball over here. I'll slap your ears down. Come on, fellas. Throw the ball over here.
Well, 15 years. Same old smell. I bet they ain't cleaned this alley since I left it. Hey, Jerry, remember the time we swiped those pens? We beat it up that alley and right over the fence, huh?
Yeah. Yes, I got away. You got caught.
Yeah. I never could run as fast as you.
You know, I've often wondered, Rocky, what if I'd been the boy who'd been caught that day?
Well, you wasn't.
No, I wasn't. Rocky, why don't you drop in here at Mrs. Maggione? She's got some furnished rooms.
Mrs. Maggione? I remember her. We took a lot of good lead pipe out of her basement.
Well, I'll drop around tomorrow if you want me to.
Aye, swell.
Oh, gee, Rocky, it's great to see you.
You too. You too, Father.
Well, so long.
So long, Jerry. So long.
Yes, what is it?
I want to find out about it. Hey, you ain't Mrs. Maggione.
No, she's out. Just taking over till she gets back. What is it you want, please?
I want a room.
Oh, well, there's one right down the hall this way.
Oh, thanks.
You know, there's something about your face that's kind of familiar.
Nah, you've just been reading the funny papers.
No, I mean that...
Listen, sister. All I want is a room.
Oh, well, that's fine with me. Here it is. Mrs. Maggione, you'll give it a good cleaning.
That's all right. I've seen worse places.
Yeah, I guess you have. Huh? How'd you happen to come to this house?
Oh, you want references, huh? Well, an old friend of mine sent me, Jerry Conley.
Father Jerry? Wait a minute, I get it now. You're Rocky Sullivan.
Yeah, that's me.
You remember me? I'm Laurie Martin.
Laurie Martin? That fresh chick with the long pigtails. Well, for crying out loud. Hiya, Laurie.
Yeah, remember the time about 15 years ago when you pulled my hat down over my eyes and I said I'd get even?
No, I don't remember that.
No, well, I do.
Hey, what the... Hey, come back here.
Cigars.
I'm sorry, sir, but you must dress in El Toro.
These clothes will do.
But only people in evening dress are admitted,
What goes on here, Pierre?
This gentleman wants
This gentleman wants to see Jim Fraser.
Who?
Jim Fraser, your boss, the guy who owns this joint. Where is he?
Who are you?
Rocky Sullivan. Mean anything to you?
Yeah, come on. Hey, boss, Rocky Sullivan's here.
Rocky, tell him I'm not in. Tell him...
Hello, Fraser.
Oh, Rocky. Well, all right, Steve, get back to the job. Well, this is a surprise, Rocky.
Yeah.
I had the date on my calendar, but I thought you got out next month. Otherwise, I'd have been down to meet you.
Oh, that's all right. Nice looking place you got here. Looks like you're in the money.
Hey, you know Mac Kiefer?
Yeah, heard of him. Got the town tied up. Can buy it and sell it, huh?
Well, we don't buy it. We just sell it. Sit down.
Thanks. Got that dough, Fraser?
Dough?
Yeah, dough. When I took the rap for you 3 years ago, you had $100,000 on mine.
Oh, yeah, sure. It'll be a matter of only a few days. The end of the week, you don't have to worry about it, Rocky.
I'm not worried about it. I'll take a few days getting settled. I'll give you time to get that dough together and figure out where I come in.
Where you come in? What do you mean?
Which racket you want me to take care of, which section of town, and how much my cut is.
Your cut?
Yeah, we're partners, ain't we? You and me. That was the idea, wasn't it? I take the rap, you take the dough, use it to make connections for both of us. Wasn't that it?
Oh, yeah, of course, but you got things a little mixed up, Rocky. You see, Mac Kiefer's the boss. If you want a spot in the business, you got to take it up with him.
No, I don't take it up with nobody but you, Fraser. I'm picking up with you where I left off. That was the idea, and we're going to stick to it. You understand?
Well, of course, but...
But what?
Come in, Mac.
Thanks.
This is Mac Kiefer, Rocky. Mac, I want you to meet Rocky Sullivan.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you, Sullivan. I know all about you. You're okay. When did you get out?
This morning.
Fine. What are you doing?
Looking around.
Well, maybe I might have a spot for you.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about.
Where are you stopping, Rocky?
I got a room over in my old neighborhood on Dock Street, number 24. Well, I'll beat it now. I'll be up, say, first thing Monday. Okay?
Monday? Yeah, that'll be fine, Rocky.
All right. Night, Mr. Kiefer.
Good night. Wait a minute. What is this, Fraser? That guy looking for a cut?
He's looking for something, but it's okay. Don't worry. Hello. Get me Steve.
Hey, what are you going to do?
Leave it to me, will you?
Yeah. But don't trip.
Hello, Steve. Listen, that Sullivan guy just left. Put a couple of the boys on him. Tell him to watch their chance. Well, what else would I mean? We don't want that guy around.
Come on. Fork over that 2 cents.
That wasn't 07.
Oh, I was so. Give him the 2 cents.
Shut up, Johnny. Now listen, Bim, give me that 2 cents or I'll take it out of your hide, see?
Here.
Yeah, you better. Hey, look who's coming. Hey, Johnny, ain't that guy the new tenant upstairs?
Yeah, that's him.
Start playing with a ball, Bim. We'll give him a wake.
What wake, Soapy?
You dope. Bump into him. Keep him busy for a second. I'll frisk him.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Bim. Give him a rush.
Hey, give me that ball. Wow. Look out. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Don't go pushing our...
You what?
Oh. Tough guy, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, Bim, give me that ball.
Try and get it.
Yeah, come on, swing. Let's get that, will you?
Hey, you kids.
Why, what's the matter, Mr. Sullivan?
Those kids just rolled me. Made me me wallet.
The great Mr. Sullivan. Well, that's too bad.
Oh, no, it ain't. I'm going right over and get it back.
Come on, stand back. Give me here.
How much, Soapy? How much?
20, 25, 35.
Gee, what a roll. There must be more than $100 there.
Yeah, 100 nothing. We're in a big dough now.
What a whore.
6 ways, don't forget, 6 ways.
Don't worry, you'll get yours, crab face.
All right, get him up.
Hey, what is this?
Hey, gee, it's him. Look out.
Say your prayers, Muggs.
Say, mister, give us a break. I wasn't even there. Me neither. Shut up, you rat. Stop your squealing.
All right, you chumps. I'm not carrying no rod. But next time you try to hook a poke, make sure the guy doesn't know your hideout.
Yeah. Yeah, wise guy. How did you know?
Come here, sucker. You see that door? See those initials carved in the middle, RS? That's me.
Say, wait a minute. Hey, you ain't Rocky Sullivan.
Rocky Sullivan, can you imagine? He's trying to hook you. What a boner.
Yeah, I guess the minute you saw us duck in the alley, you knew we were heading for the hideout.
Yeah, I took the shortcut. What they call you?
Soapy. This squirt here's Bim. This is Swing. This palooka's Hunky.
I'm Red. This is Crab Face. Crab for short.
Glad to meet you, Rocky. Shut up, fellas. I want you to meet Rocky Sullivan.
Hi, Rocky.
Say, you took the room above us, didn't you? Number 24?
Yeah, and you knew all the time I was living there?
Sure, Johnny Maggione told us.
And you took a chance like that? Look, kids, never bother anybody who lives in your own neighborhood. You got an awful lot to learn.
Well, you ought to be able to dish it out.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, who's that?
Oh, is it? Hiya, Jerry.
Hello, Rocky.
What do you say?
Oh, Laurie told me you were heading this way.
Yeah. You know these kids, Jerry?
Sure I do. Hello, Soapy.
Hiya, Father.
Well, didn't take you boys and Rocky long to get acquainted, did it?
Hey, looks like you and the father are old pals, huh, Rocky?
Take a look at that door again. Right next to my name's the initials JC. That's Jerry Conley.
No kidding.
Hey, you mean, Father, you used to hang out down here with Rocky?
Well, we certainly did. Of course, just now we all hang out at the store, you know. I kind of hoped you boys would be down at the store today for the basketball game, maybe get into the block team.
Nah, we're pretty busy today.
What's the matter, Soapy? Why don't you want to get down to the game? Sounds like it ought to be good.
For Pete's sake, what do we look like, cream puffs or something? Playing around with a basketball all of a sudden.
Well, I tell you what. I'll bet you $1 to a plug nickel none of you can get the ball past the other team, and I haven't even seen him.
Go on, we run him into the ground. We murder him.
Hey, will you come down, Rocky?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I got a nickel, and we'll take you up on that bet, Rocky.
You're on.
Sure, yeah, we'll all split the winning.
Hey, wait a minute. We ought to at least have a chance to practice up first.
All right, boys. That's fine. The store's open. You can go over right now.
Okay, fellas, let's go.
We'll see you down there. Go ahead, kids. See you there.
Well, the young devils, I've worked on them for over a year, and I got nowhere. After 10 minutes with you, I guess they'd jump through a hoop if you told them to.
Maybe it's because I wear my collar frontwards.
Maybe. Well, since you've been sponsoring my store, suppose we go over and see it. I want to show you my library, too. Laurie takes care of that.
Laurie, say, what's she doing down there? What is she, a social worker?
No, not exactly. But she's worked awfully hard helping me run things. You ready?
Yeah, sure. Let's go. Come on. Hello, Laurie. Swell game, ain't it?
Yeah.
You know, I've been meaning to tell you, kid. You didn't turn out to be such a bad-looking dish.
Thanks.
For a social worker. But, I can't figure out why some smart guy hasn't snatched you off.
What do you mean, some smart guy who's been in all the headlines?
Yeah, sure. Well, I gotta beat it. You gonna buy the house?
Yeah.
Okay, come on. Walk down with you.
Hey, Rocky, watch out for that dame. She's a jinx. They put her last guy 6 feet under.
What?
Yeah, no kidding. They laid him out. Oh!
Shut up. Come on, Laurie. Say, what does Soapy mean by that crack about you? You and some guy.
Oh, he meant Dan, my husband.
He got it, huh?
Yeah, 4 years ago.
What happened?
Well, what happens when a guy gets mixed up with a bunch of cheap yeggs? You ought to know.
What kind of guy was he?
He was a swell guy when we were first married. But he wanted more than he could get driving a cab. There was a lot of easy money to be picked up using the cab on some jobs, so we got in deeper. One night, they tried to shoot it out with the cops. That's what always happens, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe, but people who don't know their business, small timers. Hey.
What's the matter?
Who belongs to that blue sedan parked down the street?
Where? Oh, I don't know. Nobody around here.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Laurie, is that old stone wall still up between these two houses?
Well, yeah, but...
Yeah. Now, good look. Make out this is your house and say goodnight to me and beat it in.
Well, Rocky,
Don't ask any questions. Do what I tell you. Good night, kid. See you tomorrow.
Rocky, that car's moving. It's coming this way.
Get going, will you? Go on. Beat it.
Rocky!
Dirty rats.
Who is it? All right. You don't have to... Rocky.
Move back, Fraser. That's right. One phony move and I'm going to let you have it.
Rocky.
Yeah, I ain't dead yet. I knew well I could get behind. It was kind of handy. Lucky me, huh?
I didn't have anything to do with it, Rocky. It's the truth, Rocky. I swear to heaven.
I ought to give it to you now, Fraser.
Rocky, you can't.
Stop crawling. You got me hooked for $100,000. I'm going to get that first.
Sure, of course. It's yours. I'll get it for you.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I haven't got it here. You don't think I keep that much around? I'll prove it to you, Rocky. I got a few thousand here in the safe. You're welcome to that, and I'll get you the rest.
Shut up and get it open.
Here, you can see for yourself.
Sit down.
There isn't very much.
Get over there and sit down. $2,000.
Yeah, that's all. And those securities, I earned some bonds.
I don't forward bonds. What's in this book?
Well, that's just
Been collecting autographs, huh? Oh, some very important people.
Oh, that's nothing, Rocky. It's just a few receipts, that's all.
Yeah, quite a few. And from a couple of city officials who might be interested to know more about. Yeah, looks like you've been paying off the whole town. And you made him sign. That's how you held the club over them, huh, Fraser? Well, maybe I better hold the club. I'll keep this little book. Make things easier all the way around.
Oh, now, listen, you...
What's Keeper's number? His private number. Come on.
Circle 0500.
Now, look, I'll put you on, and you tell him I'll be up in the morning, and that you want him to pay me that $100,000. You got it?
Yeah.
All right, and one wrong crack, just one, and you won't have to do any more talking. Hello, Keeper. This is Rocky Sullivan. Yeah. Surprise. No, I ain't no morgue. Wait a minute. Fraser wants to talk to you. Here.
Hello, Mac. Rocky Sullivan will be at the El Toro in the morning.
11 o'clock. That'll give him time to get to the bank.
At 11 o'clock. I want you to give him $100,000 on my account. Mac, you'll do it, won't you? You've got to. Okay, and no slip-ups, Mac.
Tell him it's important. Important to you.
It's important. Important to me. Well, you're all set.
Not yet, I ain't. I'll be set when I get that dough.
Well, you'll get it in the morning.
Yeah? But just in case I don't, I want to know where I can reach you.
I'll be here.
No, I don't think so. I got a spot all picked out for you. A little apartment over on 8th Street. You're staying right there till I collect.
Well, you can't do that.
Get your hat, Fraser.
I don't know whether you know it, but this is kidnapping, Rocky.
No kidding. Get your hat.
The curtain falls on the first act of Angels with Dirty Faces. Our stars, James Cagney and Pat O'Brien, with Gloria Dixon, will be back shortly. Now, in our brief intermission before Act Two. In the little white bungalow where the Smiths live, there's a family argument going on.
For heaven's sake, Bobby, haven't you finished your practicing yet?
No, I haven't. And what's more, I won't be finished for a whole half hour.
You're just being mean and you know it. You know I'm expecting Bill and Guy.
Yeah, and I know you're in love, and I know he's in love, and I know he's always hanging around, and I know...
Oh, Bobby, please don't tease me.
Oh, gee, sis, now don't cry. I'm sorry. Honest, I am. I'm glad I got a sister that's beautiful and that people fall in love with. Honest, I am.
Yes, Bobby's secretly proud of his sister. She's one of those girls who knows it's important to make the most of her good looks. Important to take wise, regular care of her complexion. She uses Lux toilet soap because its active lather does a thorough job of cleansing. carries away every trace of dust, dirt, stale cosmetics. It's foolish to risk cosmetic skin, dullness, little blemishes, enlarged pores. So use cosmetics all you like, but use Lux toilet soap regularly. It's worthwhile to care wisely for complexion beauty. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. Here's Mr. DeMille.
We continue Angels with Dirty Faces, starring James Cagney and Pat O'Brien with Gloria Dixon. With Frazier hidden away, Rocky Sullivan collected his ransom, $100,000 from Mac Kiefer. But then Kiefer acted quickly. After being assured that Frazier was free, he called in the police, and Rocky was picked up for kidnapping.
Morning, paper. Rocky Sullivan arrested for kidnapping. Rocky Sullivan questioned on abduction charge. Paper.
In Kiefer's office, Frazier, just returned from the apartment, sees the headlines for the first time.
Two-gun Rocky captured, held under special guard, speedy trial assured. Mac, what is this?
We're going to get that dough back, that's all. Mr. Rocky Sullivan goes up on a kidnapping charge.
But we can't do that.
Oh, no? I've already done it.
But you don't understand. Sullivan picked me up at my home. He's got everything that was in my safe. The account books, receipts, names, addresses, everything.
What's that?
If he's prosecuted for the kidnapping, he'll talk. And he's got evidence to back it up. The whole town will be blown wide open.
Are you dumb? All right. What are you waiting for? Get an order for his release and withdraw the charges. Go on.
Rocky Sullivan had been in the district only a few days before he kidnapped James Frazier, prominent attorney and playboy. $100,000 was the amount.
100 G. Hey, maybe that's what he gave you, Soapy.
What?
That envelope he gave you just before the cops grabbed him. Maybe that dough is in that envelope.
Maybe it is, Crab.
Rocky, hey, what is this?
Rocky, what'd you do, break out?
Now, walked out.
Yeah, but it says in the papers.
Never believe what you read in the papers, kid.
First you're in, then you're out. Boy, they certainly can't hold you, Rocky.
How about the envelope, Soapy?
Yeah, sure, I got it.
All right, let's have it.
Okay. Here you are, just like you give it to me, Rocky.
Hey, is that the $100,000 the paper said you got?
Listen, kids. You don't know nothing about this, see?
No, I don't know nothing.
And you know what happens to guys that talk.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure, Rocky. You know me, me.
All right. Here you are, Soapy. Here's a little chunk of this dough. Cut it up any way you like.
Gee, Rocky, thanks.
All right, so long. I'll see you in a couple of days, kids.
Okay, Rocky, take good care of yourself. Here you go, Bim. Here's your cut.
$50, wow.
Yeah, and the same for the rest of you.
50 simoleons. Boy, me old man never made that much in his whole life.
Say, what are we going to do with it?
Hey, this is burning a hole right through me hand.
Buy me a pair of Colman plated brass nuts. Shut up. Come on, let's get out of here.
Let's get on the horse.
Who is it?
Me, Jerry.
Come on in. Hi, Jerry. What do you say?
Well, certainly gave me a terrific scare, Rocky. Before I finished reading you were arrested, there were new headlines, and you were out.
There was nothing to it. Any guy with a record gets hauled in now and then, you know that. Just because you got nothing better to think of.
Looks like the kids are right. Said no jail could hold you.
Who? Soapy and his mob?
No. Some of the other kids down at the store. Soapy and his team were supposed to play that return game today. Haven't showed up. Rocky, you wouldn't happen to know where they might be, would you?
Say, what am I, Jerry? That nice maid?
No, Rocky, I didn't mean that. Well, I just thought they might be over here, sort of celebrating your release. After all, Rocky, it's almost a hero worship with them.
Well, nothing wrong with that, is there?
I hope not, Rocky.
Come in. Well, hello, Laurie. This is getting to be a big day.
Yeah, well, I don't mind admitting I was pretty worried.
You were? See, I ain't had nobody take that much interest in me in a long time.
Well, Father, I finally located your precious angels for you.
Well, where?
Over at Murphy's pool room.
What?
Yeah, Soapy and his gang. Passing out beer to all the kids in the neighborhood and throwing dollar bills around like confetti.
I wonder where they got the money.
I don't know. You might ask them.
Well, I'll run along, Rocky.
Mm-hmm.
You coming, Laurie?
No, Father, I want to talk to Rocky for a minute.
All right, I'll see you later, will I, Laurie?
Yeah. Rocky.
Now, wait a minute. Look, kid, if you're as smart as I think you are, and we're going to get along, you're not going to ask too many questions.
Don't worry. I know all the rules. I know them backwards.
All right, swell. Now, sit down a minute, will you? Maybe I had a couple of questions myself.
Rocky, you crazy
All right, sit
guy.
right down here. Come on. Sit right.
Come on. Give me that chalk or I'll lam your ears off. Hey, the 8 ball in the corner.
Buck, you don't.
Yeah, Buck, I do. Look out, Bim. Wow. Come on, pay up, Crab.
What lie?
Hey, Soapy, where'd you guys get all the dough? We wrote to Santa Claus. And when we woke up this morning, we found it in our socks. Cheese it, Father Jerry.
Hello, boys. Giving a party, Soapy?
Yeah, sure.
Everybody invited? Why don't you have it over at the store?
Well, because we're having it here.
Mm-hmm. How about the game today? Aren't you boys going over and get it started? How about it, Soapy?
9 ball in the corner.
Come here a minute. Look at me. Where'd you get all this money you've been spending? You didn't come by it honestly, I know that. Hasn't anything I've said to you in the past few years meant anything to you? Don't you believe me when I tell you that hanging around pool rooms, spending money you've gotten in some underhand, crooked way, trying to be big shots and tough guys, that it won't get you anywhere except eventually in jail? What do you say, boys? Come on along with me and cut out this stuff and let's get together at the store and figure the whole thing out.
Look, Father, there's nothing to figure out. We're staying here.
Well, all right. So long, boys.
What's the matter, Father? Couldn't you get the kids to heaven with you?
I don't often have to do this. That might help you along, mister.
That's what I want to talk to you about. Look, you got the wrong slant, Laurie. You've been listening to a lot of junk about crime don't pay. Oh, don't be a sucker. That stuff's for yaps and shoestringers, not for people like us. Look, kid, you got some glad rags, something fancy, an evening gown, something like that. Well, get it now. We'll step out and do a little celebrating tonight, huh?
What'll we be celebrating, Rock?
Oh, this whole business. After all, you don't get on the front page every day, do you?
No. You don't get away from cops every day either, Rock.
You're doing your smart. Come on, kid. Come on, Laurie. It's uptown for us. Up where you see those nice white lights. That's where we belong. You and me, Laurie. You and me. Come on.
32 on the red.
Give the lady a stack of blues.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Rocky Sullivan.
Yeah, what?
My keeper says he'll see you now.
Where is he?
In the office with Fraser.
Yeah, Laurie, try your luck. I got some business to do. I'll be right back.
How Jim owed you the dough, and it all being a misunderstanding, we decided to call it square, Rocky. Square all around with no hard feelings.
You guys want to talk business?
Yeah.
All right, let's talk.
Look here, Rocky. What about those accounts you took from my safe?
I figured out as a kind of insurance. Just in case you guys change your mind.
Okay. Now, what do you want, Rocky?
Nothing from you, Mac. Nothing. Just the original agreement between Fraser and myself. 50% of his share in everything. Well?
All right.
And I'll take good care of those accounts. And I wouldn't try any more tricks, Fraser. Be kind of foolish. Because I'm giving those books some very special attention. Good night, boys. Having a good time, honey?
Yeah, fine.
Like this place?
Why wouldn't I?
Well, I own a piece of it now.
Rocky, maybe you are smart enough.
Look, baby, how'd you like to give up that two-for-nickel job of yours and move in here?
Doing what?
Oh, be a sort of hostess in the gambling room. Walk around in a nifty dress. Play a little. Get the swanks playing. Give you $100 a week in expenses.
Rocky, it's...
I know. Jerry's been giving you an earful, but he don't need you down there anymore. I sent him $10,000 this afternoon. He can start a real social joint now.
$10,000?
Yeah, but don't tell him, will you? Don't tell him I sent it. I signed it a friend.
Oh, Rocky.
Yeah. I know. Now, what about the job? It's waiting for you.
Okay, Rocky.
Swell. Besides, I need at least one friend in this place. Come in, Jerry. Hiya, kid. What do you say? They told me he was outside. Say, what's the idea? Come up to try your luck?
Mm-hmm. But I haven't got any money except this. That isn't mine.
$10,000? Where'd you get a hold of all that?
Where did you?
Huh?
Take it, Rocky, and thanks, but I'm afraid I can't accept it.
Say, what's the matter? You silly or something? What's all this about? That ain't my money.
I know that, Rocky. That's why I can't take it.
Oh, now come down to it, will you? You blow in here, flash that roll on me, you almost knock me over with it, and then tell me it's my dough and you don't want it.
Rocky, you've got a great poker face. But don't forget, I've known that face for a long time. Oh, what's the use of pretending, Rock? You forced Fraser to get you $100,000. Everybody knows it, Rocky.
All right, so what? What's the difference where the dough came from? First of all, it's mine. Fraser owed it to me. Second, it's better you should have a chunk of it than him or me. All right, it's hot, but nobody's going to know that, only you and me.
That's just it, Rocky.
Oh, don't be such an angel, will you? You want to build that center of yours so bad? Go on, get it started.
I want to build it very badly, Rocky. But I don't want to build it on rotten foundations. Inside the center, my boys would be clean, but on the outside, they'd be surrounded by the same smelly corruption, crime, and criminals. Yes, criminals, Rocky, yourself included. Criminals on all sides for my boys to look up to and worship, admire, and imitate. What earthly good is there for me to teach that honesty is the best policy when they see all around that dishonesty is the better policy? That the racketeer and gangster are respected and treated just like successful businessmen, like a popular hero. You and the Frasers and Keefers and all those corrupt officials you've got in the palm of your hand, yes, and you've got my boys, too. And whatever I teach them, you show me up. You show them the easiest way, the quickest way to succeed is to do it with a gun or a racket. Well, I thought I could cure this thing from the bottom up, but I can't. So now I'm going to do it from the top down.
Yeah? How?
Rocky, I'm going to use your case as a crowbar to pry open and uncover this cesspool. I'm going to force the law, corrupt or not, to indict and prosecute and bring this mess into the clear light of day. There's going to be a lot of people step down, fella. And if you're in the way, Rocky, I'll be sorry. But you're going to be stepped on just as hard.
All right by me, Jerry. You go to it. But you've got about as much chance of getting an indictment as I have of getting into the Bible Society. You'll find nobody gives a hoot about the whole thing. You'll hear them laughing at you. But go ahead, go to it. And if I'm in the way, why, do your stepping just as hard as you like.
I will. Rocky, shall we shake hands? You know, just for being honest and for old time's sake.
Sure. Good luck, Jerry. Happy hunting, kid.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a few moments, we'll hear Act 3 of Angels with Dirty Faces, starring James Cagney and Pat O'Brien with Gloria Dixon. Now, it's intermission time. But before we introduce our guest of the evening, I want to ask the women in our audience a question. Have you ever really studied the lather of a complexion soap you use? Is it a rich, close-textured lather? Is it the kind of lather that will remove every bit of dust and dirt from your skin? Lovely skin is too important for you to risk choked pores, because that's what brings the dullness and little blemishes that mean cosmetic skin. Follow the advice of lovely women everywhere and use the soap with active lather, Lux Toilet Soap. This gentle white soap removes dust and dirt thoroughly and helps keep your skin smooth and soft. Use cosmetics all you like, but use Lux Toilet Soap regularly. And now, our guest is presented by Mr. DeMille.
On the subject of crime, Courtney Riley Cooper is probably the most widely read and most vigorous writer in America today. A close friend of J. Edgar Hoover, our nation's head G-man, he's also acquainted with people on the other side of the law and has known scores of the country's most notorious criminals. His latest book, Designs in Scarlet, is the result of a personal countrywide investigation into activities that tempt young people to go wrong, a condition for which we all must assume responsibility. When Mr. Cooper and I were writing on one of my pictures several years ago, we discussed many times the problems of youth and crime. He's a straight talker, and there's none better equipped than he to talk to us on that most vital problem, crime. We go to New York City and welcome Courtney Riley Cooper.
I have happy memories of that association, Mr. DeMille. You know, I have just come up from my home in the Deep South, where they have a very descriptive saying. Down there, they believe that one of the worst things that can happen to a youngster is to be born with what they call a mouthful of want. If you could have only have walked through as many prison cells as I have, you would realize how many young people have possessed this mouthful of want and taken the wrong way to gain their ambitions. And the age limit in crime is steadily becoming lower. When I first became a police reporter a good many years ago, it was unusual to see a man go to prison who was less than 35 or 40 years of age. But today, Nearly 19% of all our crime is committed by youngsters. They steal half the automobiles and commit nearly a third of the robberies, holdups, burglaries, and larcenies. And they pay for it. In one prison, the hard-boiled guards no longer refer to the condemned cells as death row. They call them the kindergarten because so many young boys are there. Incidentally, most of these young people are underfed and undernourished, either physically or mentally. They come from homes or neighborhoods where there's been a lack of guidance and proper discipline. And no matter whether they are from the biggest of cities or the smallest of towns, they are from a type of slums which should be eliminated. We must all engage the nation fight against ignorance and wrong thinking, lack of guidance, hero worship for the fellow who gets what he wants, no matter how he does it. Hundreds of thousands of youngsters are being fed on a wrong mental diet. Because of this, somewhere in America, tonight, right now, right this minute, boys and girls are committing major crimes at the rate of 1 every 2 minutes. And half these boys and girls are actually doomed to a life of habitual criminality, to be sent to reformatories, prisons, and even to the death chamber. Somebody will stop this. And that somebody is every decent citizen in America. Clean living, honesty, integrity should be as great a basis of education as reading and writing. Hatred for criminals and disgust for crime should be as necessary a mental attitude as patriotism. This cannot happen as long as street corner gangs of dirty-faced angels worship the Rocky Sullivans of their block. Sure, it'd be great if we could only clean up our slums, the physical ones where poverty and hunger stalk, and the mental ones, which are even more dangerous. It would be wonderful if we could put in their place a love of honesty, of earnest endeavor, of eagerness to get ahead by decent, honorable means. To do this, we must all work together to achieve certain results. Now, for instance, I believe we should make murder a federal offense. We should take all police work out of politics. And we should dedicate ourselves to more good homes and fewer bewildered ones. But above all, we must stop glorifying crime and tell the truth about it. That it is cheap, cowardly, miserable. We can do these things, and we must do them. Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Keep up your fight, Mr. Cooper. Back now in Hollywood, we hear the third act of Angels with Dirty Faces, starring James Cagney and Pat O'Brien with Gloria Dixon. Several weeks have passed, and Father Jerry has carried out his threat. With the aid of a public-spirited editor, he's placed the problem directly before the people, an organized war against crime and corruption. Gloria is frightened. Desperately, she pleads with Rocky to give up his share in the rackets.
You see what's happening, Rocky. This thing's going to grow.
I know. Jerry means it this time, and there's no holding him back. What am I going to do about it?
Come down to earth, Rocky. You can't go on kidding yourself forever. Look, Rocky, you've got all the money you can spend in 5 years. Let's get out.
What for?
Well, Jerry's going on the radio tonight to demand a grand jury indictment. They'll have a warrant out before the week's over, and you on the witness stand grilling you on this kidnapping business. You'll be nailed.
Baby, you're getting a lot of gray hairs over nothing at all.
Oh, Rocky, snap out of it, will you? I'm afraid. And I don't want to lose you, Rocky.
Don't worry, kid. You won't.
You've got to listen to me, Father Jerry. Why, they'd give you money to build a model center here near the church. They're influenced to help you pull down the tenements and build decent apartments in their places.
Oh, I know, Laurie. I know.
Well, aren't those the things you want? Isn't that why you started all this trouble?
No, Laurie, I don't want bribes.
Well, then what do you want? What are you hounding him for? What are you trying to send him to prison for life for? You can't do that to Rocky. I won't let you. It isn't Rocky's fault, Father. He was just a kid who made a mistake and got sent up to a reform school. But he isn't bad. Not really bad. You know that. And no matter what he is now, or no matter whether he's right or wrong, we both love him, Father.
Yes, Laurie, we love him. I've loved him since we were kids, 6 years old. We worked together, fought together, and we stole together. Oh, I don't blame Rocky for what he is today. But for the grace of God, there walk I. Oh, I'd do anything in this world to help him. I'd give my life for him if it'd help. But it wouldn't, Laurie, it wouldn't. It'd still be these other boys I don't want to see grow up like Rocky did. They have lives too, Laurie. I can't throw them away. I can't.
And the fact that countless thousands are listening to this program tonight is proof to fling in the teeth of those cynics and skeptics that the public does care and does propose to do something about the appalling conditions I have tried to describe.
Guy's going strong, Mac.
Yeah, we won't be tomorrow. We're going to take care of him tonight.
You're talking through your hat. He's not one of your mugs you can push around. Forget it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Tonight we have in our power to ask definitely incriminating questions of these officials and the power to demand satisfactory answers. What really is the truth in the case of the racketeer and gunman, Rocky Sullivan? Why did the police release him so suddenly with all the evidence they had piled up against him? Why does the prosecutor's office refuse to investigate? Tomorrow the new grand jury will meet, and tomorrow these questions must be answered.
Turn it off, Fraser. He ain't going to appear at no grand jury tomorrow shooting off his mouth. I say he gets it tonight.
Not while I'm around.
Now, wait, both of you. There's no sense in running ahead of ourselves. Maybe we don't have to go that far. Don't forget there's all kinds of grand juries and there's all kinds of ways to handle them. There's no sense going off the handle, Mac.
Sure, only I want to see some action. I don't care how we stop that guy, only I want him stopped.
All right, fix it any way you like. But lay off the rough stuff, Mac. That's out. I'll see you later. So long, Fraser.
So long, Rocky.
I hope you were stolen just now, Fraser, because I meant what I said.
Of course I was stolen. But look, you can't just bump this priest off. They won't stand for it. It's got to look like an accident.
Yeah?
I couldn't beat a murder rap now for any of us, but I could beat it for a hit-and-run driver.
Yeah, I get it. Call Steve and tell him.
Yeah.
Get your hand off that phone.
Rocky.
You're a smart lawyer, Fraser, except you should have made sure I left. Get over there.
Rocky, don't. Don't do it. I'll do anything.
Oh, no, you won't. This is your last double-cross, rat.
No.
I told you his hands off that priest, didn't I?
Don't shoot. Don't.
And you wouldn't believe me.
Drop that gun, Rocky.
Make me drop it. Nice shooting, Keeper. You almost hit me.
Oh, Steve. Steve, this is Kiefer. Get the cops. Sullivan. Rocky Sullivan.
Paper, gangster kills two. Rocky Sullivan captured after gunplay. Paper.
Rocky Sullivan captured. Speedy trial assured.
Rocky Sullivan found guilty.
Gangster guilty.
Guilty. Gee, Sophie, do you think they'll point him in a chair?
Nah, don't be a sap. They can't build a dead house that'll hold Rocky.
You mean he'll blow and make a getaway?
Just wait. That's all. Just wait.
Rocky Sullivan sentenced.
Sullivan to get chair.
Gangster sentenced to die in March.
Boy, I bet Rocky shows them mugs how to die.
Sure he will. Remember what he said at the trial? He said he'd spit in their eye. Yeah, and he'll do it, too. Ha! Rocky, he'll laugh at those guys.
Rocky Sullivan dies in March.
Rocky Sullivan dies next week.
Rocky Sullivan dies tomorrow. Rocky Sullivan dies tonight.
Hey, Sullivan, that priest pal of yours is here.
All right, get out.
Listen, big shot. You got only 5 minutes, so don't stall around. 5 minutes till that hot seat. And I'm going to tell the electrician to give it to you slow and easy.
Get out of here. Somebody get this screw heel out of here.
Hello, Rocky.
Hiya, Jerry. What do you hear? What do you say?
How do you feel?
Oh, like a million. If it wasn't for just one screw around here that keeps putting the needles in me. How's Laurie? Taking it kind of hard?
Naturally. She loves you, Rocky.
Yeah, poor kid. Never did get a decent break. I tried to give her one, but all I gave her was a heartache.
You don't want me to administer extreme unction, Rocky?
No, Jerry. We'll skip that.
Well, then listen, Rocky, there isn't much time, and I want to ask you a last favor.
Ain't much left I can do, Jerry.
Yes, there is. Perhaps more than you could do under any other circumstance.
Go ahead and spill it.
If you have the courage for it, the kind I know you have.
Oh, it ain't going to mean much to walk in there, that you mean.
Oh, I know that, Rocky.
It'd be like sitting down in a barber's chair. They're going to ask me if you got anything to say, and I'll say, Yeah, sure. A haircut, a shave, and a massage.
You're not afraid, Rocky?
Yeah, they'd like me to be, wouldn't they? I wish I could oblige them, Jerry, but I can't. You gotta have a heart first to be scared, and I don't think I got one. I left that after me a little chunk at a time, in all the jails I've been in.
But, Rocky, suppose I asked you to have the heart to be scared.
What do you mean?
Suppose at the last minute those guards had to drag you to the chair, screaming and begging for mercy. Suppose you turned yellow.
Turn yellow? Say, what's got into you, Jerry? You were just worrying about me having courage.
I know, Rocky, I did. But I mean a different kind of courage. The kind of courage that's born in heaven.
I still don't know what you mean.
Rocky, when I came up here, a crowd of the boys saw me off at the station. Soapy, Bim, Johnny, and all the rest of the kids. You know what they said to me when I left? They said, Father, tell Rocky to show him up there how to take it. Tell him to show the whole world the stuff a real guy is made of. Tell Rocky we're pulling for him and go out laughing.
So what do you want? I ain't gonna let him down if that's what's bothering you.
I want you to let him down, Rocky. You've been a hero to those kids and to a lot of other kids all over the country, all through your life. Now you're going to be a hero to them in death, too. That's what I want to prevent, Rocky.
Just a minute, Jerry. You want me to pull an act, turn yellow, so those kids will think I'm no good?
Yes, I want them to despise your memory, Rocky, and to remember you as a yellow coward rather than as a glorified hero. To be forever ashamed of you. Do you understand?
Oh, you ain't asking much, Jerry.
Oh, yes, I know what I'm asking, Rocky, but I thought maybe... Well, on account of being kids together, you might want to join hands with me in saving some of those boys from ending up here.
Oh, it's a great idea, but you asked me to throw away the only thing I got left in the world. The only thing they haven't been able to take away from me. You want me to give them newspaper sob sisters out there a chance to tell the whole world another rat turned yellow. Well, you're asking a little too much. I won't do it, Jerry. You work without those kids some other way.
Oh, but I can't reach all the kids, Rocky. Thousands of hero-worshipping kids in 1,000 slums in 1,000 cities.
Oh, don't give me that humanity stuff again, Jerry. I did enough of that in the courtroom. I opened up on everything. Named names, gave the lowdown on the whole dirty mess. Now, what more do you want?
Oh, God knows I haven't the right to ask for anything more for myself, but for...
Well, Joe.
All right, Rocky. You ready?
Yeah. Jerry, you figuring on going in with me?
You want me to, Rocky?
Yeah, sure. It's gonna be kind of lonesome walking down that last mile. But, look, kid. Do me a favor, will you? Just one. Don't let me hear you pray. Promise me that, Jerry.
I promise.
And, you say goodbye to Loy for me?
Yes.
Come on, wise guy.
Get away from me. Get this screw off me or I'll bust his face in.
It'll be the last face you see, Big Shot. And it'll be laughing at you.
Don't come near me in there, screw. I'll beat your brains out.
All right. Step back, Edwards. You take his arm, Thompson.
Attaboy, Rocky. Take your own company.
So long, fellas. I'll be waiting for you all.
Come on, Rocky.
Come on, Rocky.
Yeah. This is what they call a last mile, Jerry. But it's kind of a short one.
Rocky, what I said before.
No.
Rocky, please.
No, I tell you.
No one will ever know, Rocky.
No. No, shut up.
Stop here. Go ahead, Rocky.
Rocky, please.
Okay, Jerry. Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, no. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Oh, please. Don't let me die. I can't. Oh, let me go, please. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Please don't burn me in that chair. Don't burn me in that chair. I don't want to die.
Goodbye, Rocky. May God have mercy on you.
Rocky dies yellow!
Rocky dies yellow, cowards! Death say witnesses! Read all about it! Rocky dies yellow!
And at the fatal stroke of 11 p.m., Rocky was led through the little green door of death. No sooner had he entered the death chamber than he tore himself from the guard's grasp and flung himself on the floor, screaming for mercy. As they dragged him to the electric chair, he clawed wildly at the concrete floor with agonized shrieks. A picture of utter contempt. Rocky Sullivan died a coward's death. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Not one rotten word of it.
It's the same in the other papers, too, Soapy.
They said it over the radio.
I don't care what they said. He didn't die that way. Oh, not Rocky. He couldn't, I tell you. It's a lot of lies.
Hello, boys.
He's Father Jerry. Hey, let's ask him. He ought to know. He'll tell us what happened.
Father Jerry, you were there. You saw it. What happened? Did Rocky die like they say here in the paper? Like a yellow rat?
It's all true, boys. Every word of it.
Then
he died like they said.
Then Rocky, he was a rat. Boy, what a chump I was. I thought all the time. I thought
Soapy, we're going to have choir practice tonight. I'll expect to see you all there, I hope. All of you.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, Father. We'll be there.
Okay, Father. Okay.
Father Jerry,
Yes, Laurie?
I know about Rocky.
I knew you would. And now, let's say a prayer for a boy. A boy who couldn't run as fast as I could.
Our play has an epilogue, starring James Cagney, Pat O'Brien, and Gloria Dixon as themselves. And here they are.
You know, Mr. DeMille, it was quite a shock to us to think that the Lux Radio Theater would do this play we've just finished.
Shock? Well, if there's anything wrong with the play, don't you think you're a little bit late in bringing it up?
Oh, don't get us wrong, CB. There's nothing the matter with the play. It's just that, well, dirty faces on a Lux program? Unbelievable.
We're not out of here yet, Jimmy. Wouldn't surprise me at all if Mr. DeMille suddenly produces one of his bathtubs and throws us all into it.
I'll overlook this feeble effort to twit me on my bathtubs, Mr. O'Brien. After all, I must remember that we're temporarily neighbors now at Paramount.
Yes, that's right, but I noticed that Paramount is courting Warner Brothers. At Warner's, I work with Jimmy at Angels with Dirty Faces, then I go to the other extreme and do a picture for them called The Devil on Wheels. Now Paramount wants me to the skies again with a little number called Heaven on a Shoestring. They're all bent on kicking me off the face of the earth.
Now, wait a minute. We started off by talking about Lux soap, and before we're completely sidetracked, there's something I really want to say to Mr. DeMille. It's just that I think that Lux soap is about the grandest care under the sun for any girl who wants to keep her complexion looking its best. I use it, and that's what I think about it, Mr. DeMille.
And coming from one so lovely, that's doubly appreciated, Gloria. But about this play we've done, it seems a long time since a play has brought home so forceful a moral in such dramatic fashion. What do you all think about it?
Well, it seems that pictures really are beginning to educate instead of simply amuse. Maybe Angels with Dirty Faces helped some kid somewhere to get the right kind of a start, and maybe it would also help people to remember the really great and unselfish work that's going on without publicity, without fanfare, by men like the one called Father Jerry.
Yes, and I was just thinking that it's rather a coincidence that we should have done this play on this particular night. It comes between two anniversaries, both commemorating men who set a kid's imagination on fire. Yesterday was the anniversary of Lindbergh's landing in Paris. Tomorrow is the anniversary of the death of Captain Kidd on a scaffold. Daring men, both of them, but one happened to be on the wrong side, like Rocky Sullivan. When boys learn that there's just as much excitement in doing the right thing, that piece of furniture called the electric chair will soon go out of style. Good night, CB.
Swell coming back. So long, CB.
Bye, Mr. DeMille.
Fly back to us soon again, Angel.
A particularly important announcement about the play and stars coming to you next Monday will be given presently by Mr. DeMille. Heard in tonight's play were Frank Nelson as Frazier, Lou Merrill as Mac Keeper, Frankie Darrow as Soapy, Cy Kendall as a guard, Ross Forrester as Steve, James Eagles as Hunky, Frank Velan as Crab, Joe Brown Jr. as Johnny, Harris Berger as Bim, Jackie Morrow as Red, and Forrest Taylor as Kennedy. Gloria Dixon appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio, where James Cagney has just completed Each Dawn I Die. Harris Berger is from Universal Studio, and Louis Silvers from 20th Century Fox Studio. He directed music there for young Mr. Lincoln. Be sure to listen to the new Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap bring you this enthralling story about the love and problems of a young, attractive woman doctor every afternoon, Monday through Friday. Look in your newspapers for the time and station. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Here's Mr. DeMille.
It's an unusual program we bring you next Monday night, not only because of the importance of our stars, but because our play is one which has only just been released. It's our adaptation of the new Columbia Pictures Corporation film, Only Angels Have Wings, which incidentally has no connection with Angels with Dirty Faces. They're different angels. The story is a highly dramatic romance, a thrilling adventure on land and in the air, played against a colorful South American background. And our stars playing the same roles they do in the picture are Cary Grant, Jean Arthur, Thomas Mitchell, Richard Barthelmess, and Rita Hayworth. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jean Arthur and Cary Grant in Only Angels Have Wings with Thomas Mitchell, Richard Barthelmess, and Rita Hayworth. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.